41. The layout of the stone room was clear at a glance. 3 sides were walls, one side was a fence with a red glow. There was only a simple stone bed covered with straw in the room. He was lying on the stone bed, his hands and feet were bound by iron chains. When he moved, the shackles would jingle. What was worse was that he found that his spiritual energy seemed to be restricted by some kind of magic. He could not release it at all. While he was filled with anxiety, he suddenly heard a creak sound. He turned his head and saw 2 flood dragon people enter. "You!" Mo Ran immediately shouted angrily, "You bunch of lunatics! What is going on? What are you doing? Where are my martial brothers? They are at the Gochen Palace. Hey! I am asking you a question." However, no matter how much Mo Ran yelled and cursed, the 2 flood dragons turned a deaf ear to him. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, carried a piece of red fox fur hide. From the way it was rolled up, there seemed to be a person wrapped inside. They expressionlessly placed the person wrapped in red fox fur on the stone bed. Mo Ran said angrily, "You 2 little loaches, why are you being so noisy?" One of the flood dragon people finally spoke. His voice was filled with contempt, "You are the essence of the wood spirit. We won't mistreat you." The other flood dragon people sneered, "What do you mean we won't mistreat you? We're clearly benefiting you." Mo Ran was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. "What do you want? Why did you lock me up here? What did you bring to this bed? What did we bring?" One of the flood dragon people asked. "Naturally, it's someone you like," the other flood dragon people said. Mo Ran's fingertips turned cold. He was extremely shocked. "Shamai?" The flood dragon people did not deny it. They sneered, "The night of spring is short. Since you have such a good affinity, I will let you have fun tonight. After it is done, you will know why the High God made such arrangements." After saying that, they left. The room was deathly silent. Mo Ran's hands and feet were restrained. He could not move. The passage of time became very blurry, and it was difficult for him to know how much time had passed. Even though he struggled with all his might, and his wrists and ankles were abraded, he was unable to break free from the clamp. Panting slightly, Mo Ran turned his head to look at the fox fur coat that was wrapped around a living person. That fur coat was tightly wrapped around the person from head to toe. Only a strand of long black hair was exposed from the edge of the blanket. Looking at it, Mo Ran was both moved and flustered. Even though he didn't know why that pervert from the North Star Palace made such an arrangement, if he could really have some fun with Shamai because of this, when he thought of this, he suddenly couldn't continue thinking about it. It was as if any more evil thoughts would be a blasphemy to that beautiful person. Mo Ran stared at the dome of the stone chamber. His breathing was heavy and stuffy, as if there was a heavy weight on his chest. It was something that he had longed for so long, but now that he had the chance to do it, he felt awkward and uncomfortable all over. Amidst these thoughts, the initial filthy excitement slowly faded, and he gradually calmed down. The North Star Palace's scheme was more ominous than auspicious. It would be fine if it was disadvantageous to him, but if it implicated Shamai for no reason, how could he bear it? Furthermore, this was forced by others, and Shamai wasn't willing to do it. Even though Mo Ran was a scumbag, he wanted to protect the person he liked. He didn't want to hurt her. Therefore, no matter what evil method the North Star Palace used, when Shamai woke up, he would definitely not bully her. After a long silence, he suddenly felt someone move slightly beside him. That person had finally woken up. Mo Ran quickly turned his head to look, and said in a hoarse voice, "Master." Before he could finish his sentence, he forcefully spun the words on the tip of his tongue and swallowed them back. After his Adam's apple moved violently, he spat out the second half of the word. "Supreme? Master." A moment ago, immortal Mo, who had been determined, only felt that many of his high vantage points had collapsed when he saw the face under the fox fur coat. The defense line that he had built up with great difficulty in his heart was instantly razed to the ground and turned into pieces, crackling and shattering cleanly. Those words about protecting her, not bullying her, and not sullying her were all slaps that were louder than the one before. Mo Ran's face turned green. He was finally sure that the evil people living under the Jincheng Lake, led by the North Star Palace, were all a bunch of King blind people. He liked Chu Wanning. P2E. Be it that fox or the flood dragon person, he really didn't know how they knew that the person Mo Weiyu liked was Chu Wanning. Could it be that they knew that he had slept with Chu Wanning before and still wanted to sleep with her? That's ridiculous. Does liking someone mean that you like to sleep with them? Mo Xiao Zhanjun roared righteously in his heart. However, he couldn't say anything. He could only stare blankly at Chu Wanning as he slowly opened his almond-shaped eyes. Damn it. He seemed to have heard a click, and something in his mind broke. After a while, something burned out of the ruins in his heart. It emitted a stench, black ash, and a twisted heat. It's so hot. It was as if an evil dragon spitting flames suddenly swam through the silent night. It was as if surging magma and rolling flames suddenly erupted from a silent abyss. The rationality and calmness that he had agreed upon turned into an indistinguishable charred shadow under this heaven-defying fire. He didn't expect it to be like this. Chu Wanning's usually thin and sharp eyes were hazy with sleepiness. He looked lazy and absent-minded. It was as if there was a rain in the bamboo forest. Thousands of leaves and thousands of sounds were wet. He slowly sat up. From the expression on his face, he seemed to be controlled by something. The red fox fur coat slid down his shoulders. He wasn't wearing anything, so a large area of tight skin was exposed. The green and red on his back were full of traces of love. How could this be? Mo Ran felt that he was going crazy. Who did this? Who was it that did such a thing to his master? I am Chu Wanning. Every inch of his bones was trembling, and his blood was roaring with hatred. That's Chu Wanning. Who dared to touch my people? It's Mo Ran was so angry that he didn't even consider that Chu Wanning didn't belong to him in this life. He didn't belong to anyone. In his eyes, he only saw Chu Wanning's firm and well-proportioned body and the unfamiliar bruises on that familiar body. Master. 41. The layout of the stone room was clear at a glance. 3 sides were walls, one side was a fence with a red glow. There was only a simple stone bed covered with straw in the room. He was lying on the stone bed, his hands and feet were bound by iron chains. When he moved, the shackles would jingle. What was worse was that he found that his spiritual energy seemed to be restricted by some kind of magic. He could not release it at all. While he was filled with anxiety, he suddenly heard a creak sound. He turned his head and saw 2 flood dragon people enter. You! Mo Ran immediately shouted angrily, you bunch of lunatics! What is going on? What are you doing? Where are my martial brothers? They are at the Gochen Palace. Hey! I am asking you a question. However, no matter how much Mo Ran yelled and cursed, the 2 flood dragons turned a deaf ear to him. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, carried a piece of red fox fur hide. From the way it was rolled up, there seemed to be a person wrapped inside. They expressionlessly placed the person wrapped in red fox fur on the stone bed. Mo Ran said angrily, you 2 little loaches, why are you being so noisy? One of the flood dragon people finally spoke. His voice was filled with contempt, you are the essence of the wood spirit. We won't mistreat you. The other flood dragon people sneered, what do you mean we won't mistreat you? We're clearly benefiting you. Mo Ran was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood, What do you want? Why did you lock me up here? What did you bring to this bed? What did we bring? One of the flood dragon people asked. Naturally, it's someone you like. The other flood dragon people said. Mo Ran's fingertips turned cold. He was extremely shocked. Shamai? The flood dragon people did not deny it. They sneered, the night of spring is short. Since you have such a good affinity, I will let you have fun tonight. After it is done, you will know why the High God made such arrangements. After saying that, they left. The room was deathly silent. Mo Ran's hands and feet were restrained. He could not move. The passage of time became very blurry, and it was difficult for him to know how much time had passed. Even though he struggled with all his might, and his wrists and ankles were abraded, he was unable to break free from the clamp. Panting slightly, Mo Ran turned his head to look at the fox fur coat that was wrapped around a living person. That fur coat was tightly wrapped around the person from head to toe. Only a strand of long black hair was exposed from the edge of the blanket. Looking at it, Mo Ran was both moved and flustered. Even though he didn't know why that pervert from the North Star Palace made such an arrangement, if he could really have some fun with Shamai because of this, when he thought of this, he suddenly couldn't continue thinking about it. It was as if any more evil thoughts would be a blasphemy to that beautiful person. Mo Ran stared at the dome of the stone chamber. His breathing was heavy and stuffy, as if there was a heavy weight on his chest. It was something that he had longed for so long, but now that he had the chance to do it, he felt awkward and uncomfortable all over. Amidst these thoughts, the initial filthy excitement slowly faded, and he gradually calmed down. The North Star Palace's scheme was more ominous than auspicious. It would be fine if it was disadvantageous to him, but if it implicated Shamai for no reason, how could he bear it? Furthermore, this was forced by others, and Shamai wasn't willing to do it. Even though Mo Ran was a scumbag, he wanted to protect the person he liked. He didn't want to hurt her. Therefore, no matter what evil method the North Star Palace used, when Shamai woke up, he would definitely not bully her. After a long silence, he suddenly felt someone move slightly beside him. That person had finally woken up. Mo Ran quickly turned his head to look, and said in a hoarse voice, "Master." Before he could finish his sentence, he forcefully spun the words on the tip of his tongue and swallowed them back. After his Adam's apple moved violently, he spat out the second half of the word. "Supreme? Master." A moment ago, Immortal Mo, who had been determined, only felt that many of his high vantage points had collapsed when he saw the face under the fox fur coat. The defense line that he had built up with great difficulty in his heart was instantly razed to the ground and turned into pieces, crackling and shattering cleanly. Those words about protecting her, not bullying her, and not sullying her were all slaps that were louder than the one before. Mo Ran's face turned green. He was finally sure that the evil people living under the Jincheng Lake, led by the North Star Palace, were all a bunch of King blind people. He liked Chu Wanning. P2E. Be it that fox or the flood dragon person, he really didn't know how they knew that the person Mo Weiyu liked was Chu Wanning. Could it be that they knew that he had slept with Chu Wanning before and still wanted to sleep with her? That's ridiculous. Does liking someone mean that you like to sleep with them? Mo Xiao Zhanjun roared righteously in his heart. However, he couldn't say anything. He could only stare blankly at Chu Wanning as he slowly opened his almond-shaped eyes. Damn it. He seemed to have heard a click, and something in his mind broke. After a while, something burned out of the ruins in his heart. It emitted a stench, black ash, and a twisted heat. It's so hot. It was as if an evil dragon spitting flames suddenly swam through the silent night. It was as if surging magma and rolling flames suddenly erupted from a silent abyss. The rationality and calmness that he had agreed upon turned into an indistinguishable charred shadow under this heaven-defying fire. He didn't expect it to be like this. Chu Waning's usually thin and sharp eyes were hazy with sleepiness. He looked lazy and absent-minded. It was as if there was a rain in the bamboo forest. Thousands of leaves and thousands of sounds were wet. He slowly sat up. From the expression on his face, he seemed to be controlled by something. The red fox fur coat slid down his shoulders. He wasn't wearing anything, so a large area of tight skin was exposed. The green and red on his back were full of traces of love. How could this be? Mo Ran felt that he was going crazy. Who did this? Who was it that did such a thing to his master? I am Chu Waning. Every inch of his bones was trembling, and his blood was roaring with hatred. That's Chu Waning. Who dared to touch my people? It's Mo Ran was so angry that he didn't even consider that Chu Waning didn't belong to him in this life. He didn't belong to anyone. In his eyes, he only saw Chu Waning's firm and well-proportioned body and the unfamiliar bruises on that familiar body. Master. After that, it was the living beasts and birds. When one cultivated it to the highest level, he would be able to control a living person. In this world, there were very few people who could master the Junleng chess game to its peak. However, during the era when Mo Ran was called the Emperor, he had already mastered the Junleng chess game to the point of perfection. Back then, in the battle of life and death with Chu Waning, he laid out 100-foot-long scroll, splashed ink as a chessboard, and scattered bins to form soldiers. In that battle, hundreds of thousands of chess pieces were placed at the same time. As a result, sparrow feathers covered the sky, golden crows sank to the west, serpents broke through the water, and the sea churned. Mo Ran summoned countless beasts and birds, and controlled an endless army of living people. Such a scene would be difficult to see even in the Azura Hell. The fox corpse before him was obviously controlled by the Junleng chess game. However, other than the Junleng chess game, there was another layer of magic, the camouflage spell. According to legend, after the ancestor of the Green Hill Fox clan died, the fur he left behind was made into 49 pieces of fox skin magic treasures of different sizes. As long as someone's blood was taken, dripped on the fox skin, and used the fur to cover anything, even if it was wrapped in a piece of rotten wood, it could become the object of that person's desire. This fox corpse was wrapped in such a magic treasure. However, its changes could only be seen in the eyes of the owner of the blood. In the eyes of others, it was still the same. There would not be any changes. It did not take much effort to rescue Mo Ran. After successfully getting him out, Chu Waning explained the situation to him clearly. Mo Ran's biggest confusion was, "Honored Master, how did you know that the Go Chen Upper Palace was fake?" 42, Chu Waning said, "If it was the real Go Chen Upper Palace, how could it only move dead objects and not living people? Although this person's magic power is not bad, it is definitely not on the same level as an incipient god." This made sense, but Mo Ran was still suspicious. Did Master only know that the person was an imposter when he saw this dead fox? Chu Waning shook his head, "No." "Then how did you know?" Chu Waning said, "Do you remember what this Go Chen asked me when he appeared?" Mo Ran thought for a while. "I think he asked about your weapon." "That's right," Chu Waning said, "I didn't hide the divine martial aura on my body, so he could sense it. However, as the master of weapons, he didn't realize that I had 2 of Jin Chenchi's weapons, and I only had 1. At that time, I was suspicious, but since it was related to the sword, I couldn't say much. However, I kept an eye on everything I did, so I didn't fall into his trap." "But," Mo Ran said, "if he wasn't the Go Chen Upper Palace, how could he forge the divine martial?" "First, the Go Chen forging swords is only a rumor. No one really knows why there are so many weapons at the bottom of this lake, so the divine martial might not be made by the Go Chen. Second, this person only took the weapons from the divine martial armory for you to choose from, so no one knows if those weapons are his or not. Also, I carefully looked at Xue Meng's and Shimai's weapons, they are fake. Mo Ran was shocked when he heard this. Imitation? Yes. Mo Ran was stunned for a while, then he thought of himself, then what the hell? Chu Warning said, the hell is real. However, his goal isn't just to give you the weapons. Then what does he want to do? Mo Ran said as he looked at the strange fox corpse on the stone bed with disgust. First, he put in so much effort to lock us in the secret room, then he made this thing to disgust us. What are you after? Chu Warning said, for you. Ah. You were only half right just now. That Gauchen didn't go through so much trouble to lock us up. In the end, the one he wants is you. What does he want from me? Mo Ran laughed dryly. I'm just an idiot. Chu Warning said, I've never seen an idiot who could form a spirit cultivator within a year. Mo Ran was about to say something when he seemed to have realized something and suddenly froze. Was Chu Warning praising him? This realization made his heart beat faster. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Chu Warning. After a while, he slowly blinked his eyes. His face, which had always been thick-skinned, actually turned slightly red. Chu Warning didn't look at him. Instead, he muttered, also, Tianwen and Jiankui seem to have some connection with the willow tree in the courtyard. I once read in an ancient book that when Gauchen descended to the mortal world, he brought back 3 willow branches from the heavenly court. However, the ancient book was very lost. I never knew what Gauchen did with the 3 willow branches. He paused for a while, then continued, however, if the rumor is true, it seems that Tianwen, Jiankui, and the old tree in the courtyard are the 3 willow branches. 2 of them became divine martial arts, and 1 of them was cut at the bottom of Jincheng Lake, becoming a powerful guard of Gauchen's armory. Mo Ran said, but what does this have to do with me? Chu Warning shook his head. How is it not related? You're the one who awakened Jiankui. Mo Ran sighed. Like I said, Jiankui is really Jiankui. I'm guessing that his final request is related to the willow tree in the courtyard. However, from what I know now, this is all I can guess. I can't think of anything else for now. Although most of these were just Chu Warning's guesses, Mo Ran felt that Chu Warning was very smart, so his guesses should be close to the mark. While thinking about this, they walked quickly in the dark underwater secret passage. After passing through the passageway with many twists and turns, they finally arrived at the exit. They took advantage of the time when the flood dragon human patrolling back and forth was unprepared to escape. The entrance to the underground secret room was located in the courtyard where the giant willow tree was planted. As soon as they came out, the scene in front of them gave Mo Ran a huge shock. There were 4 coffins in front of the giant willow tree. 1 of them was empty, while the other 3 had Chu Warning, Shimai, and Xue Meng lying in them. Mo Ran's face turned pale. What's going on? Chu Warning said, these are corpse sacrificial coffins. Look at the edge of the coffin, there's a vine attached to it, and the other end is connected to the giant willow tree. The fake North Star only needed you. After he drugged us, he had the flood dragon human bring you to the secret room and put the 3 of us in these coffins. Through the corpse sacrificial coffins, he can transfer the spiritual cultivation of the people in the coffins to the giant willow tree. It's just like sucking blood. Seeing Mo Ran's ugly expression, Chu Warning said, don't worry, Shimai and Xue Meng are not injured. At that time, I pretended to be unconscious and waited for an opportunity to get rid of the 3 flood dragon human guarding the coffins. The 3 people you see now are actually the corpses of those demons. His words were simple, but Mo Ran couldn't help but lift his eyelashes and sneak a glance at him. How deep was the cultivation of the flood dragon human in the Jincheng pool? Chu Waning's so-called waiting for an opportunity to get rid of the flood dragon human meant that he had to quietly get rid of all three of them in one strike. How good was this person's skills? It had been too many years since he fought on par with Chu Waning, so when Mo Ran heard this, he was momentarily dazed. It was as if the shocking figure of his previous life flashed before his eyes. His face was slightly tilted, and his eyes were like stars. Chu Waning saw that he was in a daze, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Ran was suddenly jolted awake, and hurriedly said, "Nothing. I just find it strange, how did Master turn the flood dragon human into this?" Chu Waning sneered and said, "It's just a trick. Do you think I don't know the fake North Star Imperial Palace meeting? I left my fake body here to avoid being discovered by those loaches. As the saying goes, give them a taste of their own medicine." Mo Ran, this place was dangerous, so the two of them could not stay for long. After resting for a while, they immediately left. However, when they ran to the agreed location with Xue Meng, they saw that it was empty. There was not a single person there. Mo Ran's face turned pale. "Where's Shamai?" Chu Waning's expression changed slightly, but he did not answer. Instead, he lifted his ring finger, and a layer of golden light appeared on the tip of his finger. Before going to Shuiying Peak, he had pinned a begonia flower on each of his 3 disciples for tracking purposes. After a while, Chu Waning cursed in a low voice and retracted the light. Something must have happened here as well. They must be trying to avoid the flood dragon humans patrolling the area. The two of them have already escaped from this mansion and are heading towards the market. Let's go and take a look. The two of them were extremely skilled, so they quickly avoided all the patrolling flood dragon human. They flew over the tall courtyard wall and headed to the market that the North Star Imperial Palace brought them to during the day. There should be no day or night under the water, but Jin Chenghu was different from other places. He could sense the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon. At this time, the long night had broken, and the sun was rising from the east. Mo Ran saw that the market in Jin Chenghu had already started in the morning. The market was bustling with activity, and he could not help but feel slightly relieved. It seemed that Shamai and the rest were fine. Otherwise, this place would not be so peaceful. For some reason, Chu Waning's expression was not particularly good, but he did not say anything. He silently pulled Mo Ran over. "Master. Come here. What's wrong? Don't go too far." Chu Waning's voice seemed to be filled with self-blame, even though he was as cold as usual. "Xue Meng and Shamai have already gone missing. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, you'll also." Mo Ran saw that Chu Waning's face was somewhat pale, as if he was worried about him. At first, he was stunned. Then, for some reason, his heart faintly moved, and he opened his mouth to comfort him. "I won't go missing. Let's go, Master. Let's quickly go find them." As he spoke, he walked forward, and at the same time, he turned his wrist and casually grabbed Chu Waning's hand. Chu Waning's fingertips seemed to tremble slightly in his palm. But that tremble was too quick and too light. Mo Ran was worried about Shamai, so he did not pay much attention to it. He only thought that it was his own illusion. Fish blood mantua, freshly made fish blood mantua. The snake slough of the Ruan snake, the best material for clothing. Last 3 feet, if it's sold out, I'll have to wait for this servant to shed my skin next time. Selling cuttlefish daiko, this young master just spat out some ink this morning. It's perfect to use this daiko to draw. Hey, young lady, don't go. The sounds of hawking in the market did not stop, and the strange sights were too much for the eyes to take in. Mo Ran grinned as he pulled Chu Waning 2 steps forward. Suddenly, he realized that something was wrong. He stopped abruptly, and his eyes widened in an instant. It was as if his blood had turned cold in an instant. Something was wrong. Something was wrong here. He looked around, and sure enough, a headless ghost was sitting in front of a stall selling hairbrushes and cosmetics. A pair of long nails with bright red cardamom was holding a comb. She placed her bloody head on her knees. While combing her hair, she said softly, "A fine bone comb. Customer, take one with you." It was true. It was really true. In this bustling city, everyone's actions, words, and expressions were exactly the same as when Galchen had brought them to the palace yesterday. Mo Ran suddenly took 2 steps back and bumped into Chu Waning's arms. He immediately raised his head and said hoarsely, "Master, this is..." Chu Waning seemed to have expected this, but when he saw it with his own eyes, his heart sank. He grabbed Mo Ran tightly. "How can this be? What is this? Is this a mirage?" Chu Waning shook his head, but after thinking for a while, he suddenly said slowly, "Mo Ran, have you ever thought about this? There are many strange beasts in the Jinqing Pond, and some of them have seen the real Galchen Upper Palace. So, why can't they recognize this impersonator?" Mo Ran's face was pale, and he was a little frightened. "That's right." Chu Waning said, "Let me ask you again, if you were the one impersonating the Galchen Upper Palace and hiding in the Jinqing Pond, how would you make others say what you want to say, do what you want to do, and act for you?" Mo Ran suddenly understood. This was a delicate chess game. Once the black and white pieces fell, the world would follow the heart. No one knew the power of this forbidden technique better than him. He almost blurted it out, but when he saw Chu Waning's gaze, he immediately stopped. How could a 16-year-old like him think of the 3 great forbidden techniques so easily? Mo Ran said, "This is very difficult." "No." Chu Waning said, "This is very simple." He paused, then said, "It's fine as long as they're all dead." 43. Before Mo Ran could say anything, he suddenly heard a shrill voice behind him, "Make way, make way. Let me through first." Was it that Baitan? The Baitan carried the heavy rocks and crawled forward with all its might. As usual, it arrived in front of the pharmacy and shouted, "I can't take it anymore. Someone, please come and save my life." A white-haired flood dragon person swam out, but his flood dragon person's tail was completely different from the other flood dragon persons. His entire body was flowing with gold, shining with a beautiful luster. His white hair was tied up with a simple hairpin, hanging down to his shoulders. Although his face was full of wrinkles, the shape of his face was well proportioned. His nose bridge was tall and straight, and the curve of his lips was also very appropriate. A pair of golden eyes were hazy in the mist. One could imagine that this person must have been extremely handsome when he was young. Mo Ran shivered. It wasn't like this before. Where was that green flood dragon? This old flood dragon person glanced at them from afar, but didn't say anything. Instead, he came to the doorsill, bent down, and removed the rocks that the Baitan was carrying one by one. When the last rock was removed, the illusion was broken. The Baitan suddenly exploded. In an instant, pus and blood splattered everywhere like mist. Almost at the same time, all the demons and monsters in the market stiffened. Then, their entire bodies turned soft and pus flowed out. They all turned into the stinking blood that pervaded the lake. The lake was instantly dyed red. As the color of the blood became darker and darker, Mo Ran and Chu Waning soon found it difficult to see things in the distance. After that, they couldn't see anything close to them. In the end, everything in front of them was scarlet red. They couldn't even see their own fingers. Chu Waning said, "Mo Ran." Mo Ran understood him too well. He didn't even need Chu Waning to say anything. He said, "Shizun, don't worry. I'm here." Chu Waning didn't say much, or maybe he was too clumsy. After a moment of silence, he only said, "Be careful." The blood was blurred. Mo Ran couldn't see the face that wouldn't change even if the sky collapsed. However, he could more easily sense the concern in his Shizun's voice. He rarely felt Chu Waning's warmth. At this moment, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. He held the other's hand even tighter and replied, "All right." The two were back-to-back close. Although they couldn't see each other, they could feel each other's heartbeat. The situation was strange. Chu Waning summoned Heaven's Inquisition. Mo Ran also recovered his spiritual energy and summoned Hell's Witness. Not long after they had summoned their Shizun, he suddenly said, "Shizun, Shizun, look over there." Chu Waning turned around. Right at the entrance of the pharmacy where the old flood dragon person was cleaning up the stones, dozens of white light spots of different sizes suddenly appeared on the ground. The two of them went hand in hand. When they got closer, they realized that the light spots were indeed the stones left behind by Baiten. These Shizun were neatly arranged in 3 rows by the said flood dragon person. Each Shizun was emitting a gentle radiance. Slowly, a figure gradually appeared in front of the Shizun. It seemed to be the white-haired flood dragon person from before. Mo Ran tried asking, "Who are you?" The person didn't answer. He looked at Chu Waning, then looked at Mo Ran. Then, he silently raised his hand and pointed at the Shizun on the ground. Mo Ran asked, "You want us to pick up this Shizun?" The white-haired flood dragon person nodded, then extended a finger. "You mean, pick up one Shizun?" The white-haired flood dragon person nodded, then shook his head. He pointed at Mo Ran, then pointed at Chu Waning. Mo Ran understood, "So, each of us pick up one Shizun." This time, the white-haired flood dragon person nodded. Then, he stopped moving. He stared at the two with wide eyes. Mo Ran asked, "Shizun, do we listen to him?" "Let's do as he says. We don't have any other ideas for now anyway." Thus, the two of them picked up a Shizun each. Who would have thought that when their fingertips touched the Shizun, a dazzling radiance flashed before their eyes. The world spun, and a myriad of colors flowed past them. When everything returned to stillness, the boundless blood-red color suddenly disappeared. When they looked carefully, they were actually transported to the Divine Martial Storehouse. Shizun! Shizun, Mo Ran! Shuemeng and Shamai were actually here too. When they saw Chu Waning, the two of them were surprised and happy. They came over to welcome him. They didn't expect that the Shizun would actually have a teleportation spell attached to it. Chu Waning was still slightly disgusted by the rapid rotation just now. He held his forehead with one hand, but the other hand was still tightly holding Mo Ran. In the blood lake, Mo Ran's hands were interlocked with his, never letting go. Because of Chu Waning's identity, he rarely had the chance to hold Mo Ran's hand. Most of the time, he could only stand not far away and watch his disciples being intimate. Thus, the rare warmth in his palm made him feel a little cautious and cherish it, Shamai. However, the warmth that was extremely precious to him, in the eyes of another person, might be as light as a worn-out shoe, or not worth mentioning. More likely, they wouldn't even notice it. The moment he saw Shamai, Mo Ran naturally let go of his hand. Chu Waning's fingertips moved slightly. For a moment, it seemed like he wanted to hold on to him. But what reason did he have? He already didn't have the courage to like others. He didn't want to lose even that little bit of pitiful pride. Seeing how happy Mo Ran was when he saw Shamai, and how naturally he hugged Shamai and rubbed his hair. Chu Waning's fingertips hung down. He looked a little dazed and a little embarrassed. Fortunately, his face was always dull, and his emotions were not so obvious. Probably because he was old, and his body was stiff. After being in the transportation formation for so long, his heart was a little cold. But fortunately, there was still a little warmth in his fingertips. Relying on the remnant of warmth that would soon dissipate, he slowly straightened himself up, and straightened his expression and eyes, and put them back in order and tidied them up. Shizun, are you okay? Why is your face so pale? Chu Wanning nodded towards Shuemeng and said, no harm. After a pause, he asked, you were also sent here by that merman. Before Shuemeng could speak, he heard a gurgling sound of bubbles. Chu Wanning turned his head and suddenly saw half a bloody face. Then, with a whoosh, a person with a twisted figure jumped out of the boiling sword-forging pool. This was definitely not a mortal, or definitely not a living person. No mortal could soak in burning molten iron and still live. On the other hand, although this person's skin was burnt and his flesh was mangled, it was obvious that he was still breathing. For chains shackled his full limbs, immobilizing him in the furnace and causing him to suffer great pain. He slowly opened his eyes and bowed to everyone. With a pleading look in his eyes, he asked them to gather by the sword-forging pool. He didn't know how to speak, but it didn't mean that he didn't know how to express himself. He waved his arm that was made of white bones and flesh. The molten iron in the pool suddenly stirred up a small wave. The wave slowly twisted into a few lines of ancient characters in the air. Shuemeng said in shock, what are these words? Why can't I understand a single one? Chu Wanning said, it's the ancient book of Tsungjia, I haven't taught you. Mo Ran said, then, what's written here? Chu Wanning went forward and said, he wants to ask for help. The ancient book of Tsungjia was said to be written in the language of the heaven realm. Many of them were lost in the human world, and only a few people knew it. Even a grandmaster like Chu Wanning could not recognize all the characters. However, the general content was still easy to read. Chu Wanning looked carefully for a while and slowly translated. He said that he was the spirit of this willow tree. He was called the heart-picking willow. When he was still a seedling, he was brought to the human world by the North Star Palace from the seven heavens of the God realm. After that, the North Star Palace left the world for some reason. The heart-picking willow never saw him again, and he did not know if he was dead or alive. However, regardless of whether the North Star Palace was still around, the heart-picking willow followed his instructions. For hundreds of thousands of years, he guarded the Jincheng Pool and the Divine Martial Library. Gradually, he was nourished by the spiritual energy and transformed into a human form. After that, everything was normal, until one day, there was a Chu Wanning suddenly stopped and did not continue reading. Mo Ran asked curiously, what's wrong? I don't recognize these three words. It seems to be a person's name. As Chu Wanning spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the complicated words on the board. In short, this person came to the Jincheng Pool. His magic power was strong, and he was cruel and merciless. He killed all the living beings in the pool and controlled them with a delicate chess game. Even the heart-picking willow was not spared. Mo Ran immediately said, this person is most likely the fake North Star Palace. When the heart-picking willow heard him say that, its eyes lit up, and it immediately nodded twice. You guessed it right. Mo Ran laughed embarrassedly and scratched his head. Ha ha, I didn't expect that I would be so smart. Chu Wanning glanced at him and continued, I'm not sure. All these years, the heart-picking willow has been in a state of insanity, and it has never been awake for half a day. Fortunately, the other two willow branches that were once connected to it, Tianwen and Gao, have both awakened. Using their power, the heart-picking willow temporarily regained its consciousness. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it would have lost control and killed everyone here. Everyone heard this, either in disbelief or fear. The three youths raised their heads and stared at the spiritual body in the sword-forging pool, not knowing how to interpret its self-narration. Mo Ran said, Senior Willow. Shuemeng said, Senior Willow. What else should I call you? Senior Plucker. Mo Ran rolled his eyes at Shuemeng and continued, let me say something that you might not like to hear. Your words are a little hard to justify. Although the heart-picking willow could not speak, it could understand Mo Ran's words. It turned its head. Mo Ran said, "First, you said that you were bewitched by the fake North Star Palace, then you said that you regained your consciousness because of the spiritual energy after Tianwen and Gao woke up. But Gao was given to me by the fake North Star Palace. Didn't he know what the consequences would be?" The heart-picking willow shook its head, and the words in front of Chu Warning changed. "I'm a tree in the realm of gods. He doesn't know much about me, so he doesn't know that Shunwu can affect my mind. He needs my power to study the 3 great forbidden techniques. In recent years, because I'm about to die, he's been very anxious and has been searching for a way to extend my life. But I don't want to live anymore. I'd rather die than be an accomplice to a villain. Unfortunately, I'm under his control and can't do as I please." Chu Warning read until here and pondered, that's why he let Mo Ran come to the bottom of the pool. Mo Ran is the essence of the wood spirit. The fake North Star Palace probably wants to combine the spiritual energy of Mo Ran and Gao and sacrifice it to you. The heart-picking willow nodded. Mo Ran was still confused, but the fake North Star Palace said that there are 2 essences of the wood spirit, and Master is one of them. Why did he lock me up? The heart-picking willow wrote, "Since ancient times, it's best to use the young as a sacrifice. It's even more important to use it on a tree spirit. In addition, the sacrifice needs to be full of food and drink. Their 7 emotions and 6 desires must be satisfied before their life is taken away from them in the blissful illusion. If that's not the case, the sacrifice will have regrets. If their resentment grows, they'll wither faster." When he said that, Mo Ran immediately thought of the fox demon that turned into Chu Warning in the secret chamber. So it was to satisfy his lust. It was like feeding a pig until it was fat before it was slaughtered. Only then would it taste good. This explained why he saw Chu Warning and not Shamai. He cherished and pitied Shamai, so he didn't dare to play around with him. In terms of lust, his desire for Chu Warning was much stronger than Shamai's. Chu Warning saw Mo Ran's strange expression and thought that he still had lingering fears. He wanted to comfort him, so he asked, "What are you thinking about?" "No, nothing." Seeing Mo Ran blushing, Chu Warning was stunned for a moment. He suddenly understood and stopped talking. After a while, he turned his head in anger. How was this kid still having lingering fears? It turned out that he was recalling the so-called 7 emotions and 6 desires and started to fantasize. Chu Warning angrily flung his sleeves and scolded in a low voice with a cold face, "Shameless." Mo Ran was speechless. Fortunately, Chu Warning didn't know who was satisfying his lust in the illusion. If he knew, would he skin him alive? While she was letting her imagination run wild, all of a sudden, the floor of the divine armory shook violently. Xue Meng was shocked. "What's going on?" 44. Before the heart-picking willow could answer, his face quickly distorted. He raised his hand and held his head in pain. He opened his mouth and made a silent scream. Although he couldn't make a sound, his ferocious expression and bulging eyes seemed to make people hear a heart-wrenching scream. "Help! Help!" His lips twisted into an unimaginable arc, and veins of blood quickly covered his entire eyeball. If it weren't for the 4 chains binding him, he would have already flown up and committed suicide in a fit of rage. "I beg you, hurry, destroy me." It seemed that the time limit for the heart-picking willow to recover his mind was up. The heart-picking willow struggled in pain, but it was useless. A black gas rushed out of the sword pool and constantly attacked the body of the willow in the pool. For a time, the iron chains clanged and sparks splashed. Chu Warning saw that the situation had changed. He quickly waved his sleeve and blocked his disciple behind him. With a fierce face, he asked the heart-picking willow, "How can I save you?" Although the heart-picking willow moved slowly, he could drive the molten iron of the sword pool to form the ancient book of Tsungjie in an instant. "I am about to lose my consciousness. At that time, you will be hurt, not my heart." I can't help you with the rest, and I can't tell you in detail. I can only tell you the spells I know. Please be careful. The molten iron suddenly changed. There are 3 spells I am good at. First, Dream of Nanki. This is the illusion spell. The victim will get what he wants in a deep sleep, and the dream will last forever. Because of this, even if someone's spiritual power is strong enough to perceive that this is an illusion, he will still be willing to indulge in it and never wake up. Second, Confusion spell. It uses the greed in people's hearts as a law to make them kill each other. Third, Mind-picking spell. However, at this time, his spiritual power had been used to the extreme. He couldn't move the molten iron to form more words. He had no idea what kind of ability the heart extraction technique was. The heart-picking willow struggled for a while and suddenly burst out a bloody mist. He couldn't move the molten iron, but he still used his finger to touch the blood that burst out. He stared at Chu Wanning with his twitching eyes. His eyes were bulging, and he was extremely unwilling. Shizun. Seeing that Chu Wanning was about to step forward, Xue Meng hurriedly pulled him back. Don't go, I'm afraid it's a trap. Heart-plucking Willow couldn't say anything. She just dangled her blood-stained finger. Suddenly, tears flowed out of her eyes. Chu Wanning. You want me to go? Heart-picking Willow nodded slowly. Master. Xue Meng wanted to stop him again, but Chu Wanning shook his head at him. He walked forward alone to the edge of the sword-forging pool and extended his hand. Heart-picking Willow seemed to be quite moved. He looked deeply at Chu Wanning and struggled to wave the arm with flesh hanging on it, as if he wanted to salute. Then, he endured the great pain and grabbed Chu Wanning's hand. He trembled as he wrote in the other's palm, draw lots, break the nightmare, don't lose your mind, nightmare, break, calamity, exterminate. Before the last word could be written, the heart-picking willow suddenly collapsed like a pile of mud. It fell back into the boiling sword-forging pool and disappeared. At the same time, there was a huge bang. A huge wave of scarlet-red water suddenly surged from the sword pool. The surging iron water split the air, and 9 dragon-shaped pillars of fire rose from the ground. Chu Wanning was forced to retreat by this terrifying wave. The light of the flames illuminated his pitch-black eyes. Suddenly, 4 lots appeared from the molten iron pillars and hung high in the air. Shamai remembered what heart-picking Willow had told him when he was awake. He hurriedly said, "Is this the drawing lots that heart-picking Willow mentioned?" Seeing him come closer, Chu Wanning stopped him. "Don't touch it, all of you go behind me." "Shamai, Master, with me here, it will be fine." Chu Wanning said, "You can't take the risk. Wait until I'm done drawing lots, then you can come back." These words were said indifferently, as if there were no fluctuations of emotion, but Mo Ran's heart moved when he heard it. For some reason, the Chu Wanning in front of him suddenly overlapped with the emotionless person in his previous life who coldly watched his disciple die. If he could say such words, how could he watch his disciple die without doing anything in his previous life? Mo Ran suddenly felt that he seemed to have never understood Chu Wanning as a person. He couldn't help but murmur, "Master." Chu Wanning didn't pay any attention to them. He raised his hand and took one of the talismans. The talisman was made of light yellow jade. He flipped through both sides of the talisman and murmured, "What's wrong?" Xue Meng asked. Chu Wanning said, "There's not a single word on this lot." "How can that be?" Xue Meng said curiously, "Then I'll try." The 4 lots were drawn. Xue Meng and Shamai's situation was exactly the same as Chu Wanning's. There were no words on the jade pieces. Mo Ran flipped over his lot and suddenly opened his eyes, "Ding Guyu." The other 3 immediately looked at him. Xue Meng frowned, "What's Ding Guyu?" Mo Ran poked his lot, "It's written here." Meng leaned over to take a look and suddenly said angrily, "Bah! You've read all the words you can recognize, haven't you?" "It's blood drop hourglass," Warning suddenly said. He could recognize most of the words in the ancient book of Tsunjie. If there were words he wasn't sure about, he wouldn't say nonsense. Therefore, since he said it was blood drop hourglass, he wouldn't make a mistake. Mo Ran was stunned. What does blood drop hourglass mean? Warning shook his head. "I don't know." However, as if to answer them, a muffled rumble suddenly came from the high dome of the Shenwu warehouse. A huge hourglass fell from the sky, mottled with copper rust. But unlike the other hourglasses, there was a cross-shaped copper frame on top of it. No one knew what it was for. Warning looked at the hourglass and then looked down at the lot in Mo Ran's hand. Blood drop hourglass. In a flash, he suddenly understood what the so-called drawing lots meant. Warning's expression changed instantly. He shouted, "Mo Ran, throw that lot away." Although Mo Ran didn't know what Ning meant, he subconsciously obeyed her order without a second thought. But he didn't know if he didn't throw it away. Once he threw it away, Mo Ran found that the lot was attached to his palm by some unknown force. He couldn't get rid of it. Warning cursed secretly. He rushed forward and was about to exchange his lot with Mo Ran's. Unexpectedly, the rusty copper hourglass suddenly stretched out dozens of sharp thorns and attacked Mo Ran. "Get out of the way! Shizun! Shizun!" In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. At the critical moment, Warning pushed Mo Ran away with his palm. The thorns were like arrows piercing through the forest, piercing Warning's flesh. Mo Ran was now in his youth form. Naturally, he couldn't withstand Warning's attack. He was pushed back and fell to the ground. But the sound of flesh tearing was so clear and terrifying. Meng and Shimai's distorted voices were so sharp and piercing. It was impossible. How could it be? That was Warning. That was Warning who beat him and scolded him. That was Warning who, for his own power, cruelly watched as his disciple died in front of him. That was Warning who coldly said, "Bad character, hard to cultivate." That was, Mo Ran looked up. In the chaos, he saw that person's blood splattered 3 feet away. Sharp and dense thorns pierced through that person's back and came out from the front of his clothes. The thorns were precisely where he had received the ruthless blow from the ghost MC. Before the old injury healed, his fascia was torn again, and his flesh was mangled. That was Warning who used his own body to protect him in the coffin. Even when his body was pierced by sharp claws, he endured and didn't make a sound. That was Warning who hid under the stone bridge and secretly released a formation to shelter everyone from the wind and rain but didn't dare to show his face. That was Warning who, in his previous life, clumsily went to the kitchen to make Shimai have the mood to eat after his death. That was the person he was most familiar with. That had a bad temper, a bad mouth, was afraid of bitter medicine, and coughed when eating spicy food. That was the person he often couldn't remember to care about. He gnashed his teeth in hatred, but he also felt that she was very pitiful, Warning. "Warning, Shizun!" Mo Ran shouted hoarsely. He scrambled to get closer to Warning. "Shizun! Your lot!" Warning raised his trembling hand. His face was deathly pale, but his eyes were still fierce. "Give it to me." In the palm he extended to Mo Ran, he spread out the blank lot he had drawn. Because of the pain, his arm trembled slightly, and he slowly raised it with difficulty. Warning's eyes were very bright, very determined, and covered with a layer of moisture. "Quick, give it to me." Mo Ran didn't even have time to get up. He knelt and crawled to Warning. He looked at the horrifying wound that had flipped open his flesh and blood in bewilderment. "No. Shizun, Shizun." Meng and Shimai wanted to come over, but Chu Wanning seemed to have a resentful expression. He waved down a barrier, repelling the two of them. Then he shouted sternly, "Heaven's Inquisition!" Heaven's Inquisition responded and cut off the dozens of sharp vines that pierced Chu Wanning. However, those vines were not ordinary objects. Chu Wanning could clearly feel them devouring his spiritual energy in his flesh and blood. There was no other way. He could only grit his teeth and raise his hand to grab the broken vines. He steeled his heart and pulled the vines out. In an instant, blood gushed out. Chu Wanning threw the broken vines away. He gasped for breath and pressed on his spirit meridians and acupoints to stop the blood loss for now. Then, he glared at Mo Ran with a pair of bright black eyes and said hoarsely, "Give it to me. Shizun, give me your lot in exchange." "I'll give it to you," Chu Wanning said sternly. Mo Ran finally understood what the so-called blood-dripping hourglass meant. The ruthless method that the North Star set up 1,000,000 years ago was very similar to the method he used to torture Chu Wanning in his previous life. Sure enough, regardless of whether it was gods, devils, humans, or ghosts, when they were vicious, the idea of digging out one's heart was very similar. Blood-dripping hourglass. It was to use human blood to replace fine sand and flowing water, and pour it into the hourglass to measure time. When the human blood was drained, the time was up. In his previous life, when he was crowned as the Emperor Ta, didn't he use Chu Wanning as the hourglass? He wanted Chu Wanning to personally watch him step on the heads of the immortal sects, and wanted Chu Wanning's blood to run dry in front of him. However, in this life, before the North Star set up the blood-dripping hourglass, Chu Wanning was willing to take the initiative to exchange his lot for his own safety. He was willing to walk on the bronze rack for him. Mo Ran's heart was in chaos. He couldn't even think. How could this be? How could this be? The copper hourglass didn't hit its target and didn't bind its target. It waved its vines again, preparing for the second wave of attacks. Chu Wanning looked at him, and the light in his eyes trembled slightly. He was in so much pain that his face was pale. He panted slightly, "Mo Ran, you, listen to me. Hurry up and give it to me. Hurry up." Chu Wanning's face was as pale as fresh snow under the moon. "Don't tell me you want me to block the second wave of attacks for you." "Master," the vines pounced on them again. Mo Ran raised his hand at that moment, and Chu Wanning reached out his hand without hesitation. Unexpectedly, just as their palms were about to touch, Mo Ran's eyes flashed with a bright light. He quickly retracted his hand and blocked the defenseless Chu Wanning behind him. At the same time, the second wave of vines arrived. Mo Ran met it head-on. The young man's body was instantly engulfed by the vines and pulled in front of the copper hourglass. Mo Ran! Dozens of willow vines coiled around him and tied him tightly to the cross. Mo Ran turned his face and glanced at Chu Wanning. His lips moved. Chu Wanning's eyes widened. Mo Ran's voice wasn't too loud, but he heard it clearly. There was no mistaking it. Mo Ran said, "Master, I'm really not. Bad habits are hard to change, so, can you not give up on me?" However, he couldn't say the second half of the sentence. In his previous life, he didn't say it. In this life, it was already too late. Whether Chu Wanning gave up on him or not, he didn't see it as important anymore. He just didn't want to owe this person anything. He was very stupid. He already couldn't figure out his feelings for Chu Wanning. He didn't want to be more confused because of this. In this life, Mo Ran thought, the only person he cared about, was Shamai. The reason why he didn't want to exchange with Chu Wanning was because he didn't want to receive this person's kindness for no reason. He just didn't want to see Chu Wanning bleed dry again. He, Mo Weiyu, wasn't a stubborn stone. The happiest thing in his life was that someone was willing to treat him well. If it was just a little bit better, he would be able to smile from ear to ear. If it was just a little bit better, then even if he had to die, he would be willing. In the midst of the dense vines, a dazzling sharp sword suddenly appeared. That sword looked like a divine weapon. Although it was simple and unadorned, there was a sense of heroism that hit the face. There were 2 ridges on the left and right. The teeth of the sword head were like thorns. The sword case was thin and narrow, inlaid with a relief sculpture of a bull's head and a dragon's body. The decorations were complex. The body of the sword flowed with a blue radiance. Mo Ran only had time to see the 2 words, North Star, on the sword. He didn't even have time to see the whole upper palace before this sword, which belonged to the god of weapons, pierced straight into his ribs. Blood flowed out in an instant, converging into an hourglass. At the same time, a curtain of water suddenly fell from the divine armory, separating Mo Ran and Chu Wanning from each other. Everyone was blocked by this sudden torrent. Shamai shouted, "Mo Ran! Mo Ran!" The turbulent water veil obscured their vision, making it impossible for them to see Mo Ran's situation clearly. Chu Wanning tried to break through the water several times, but he was pushed back again and again by the violent current. In the end, his entire body was drenched. His dark brows pressed down on his anxious face, and his lips were pale and miserable. Chu Wanning said in a hoarse voice, "Mo Ran." His voice wasn't loud, but it was trembling badly. He didn't notice it himself, but Shamai was suddenly shocked. He looked sideways at him, only to see that his usually calm and composed master was in a sorry state. His long and thick eyelashes were trembling, and there was a trace of uncontrollable concern in his expression. Seeing that he had called Tian Wen over, his brows were full of ruthlessness, like a bowstring that was stretched to the limit. Shamai felt uneasy. He pulled him back and shouted, "Shizun, don't go. You can't go in." Chu Wanning shook his hand and ignored him. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. He silently propped up a barrier and insisted on going forward. But the water curtain contained Jin Chengqi's heaven and earth spiritual energy. Not only could it not be penetrated, but it was as sharp as 10,000 arrows, directly piercing into his muscles and bones. He was seriously injured before, and now he was hit by such a strong impact. He couldn't stand. Although he held his chest and tried to endure, he couldn't help it. He knelt down on one knee with a pale face. The wound on his back was torn, and bright red blood flowed out. Shamai couldn't tell whether it was splashed water or tears on his face. He said miserably, "Shizun. Why did you do this?" "What do you mean, why did I do this?" "If the person behind the water curtain was you, or Xue Meng," Chu Wanning said sternly, "I would." He was in so much pain that he frowned and couldn't continue speaking. But at this time, a sword light suddenly came out from behind the water curtain. It tore the powerful barrier in half like cutting tofu. The sword light was unusually fierce, and the location was exactly where Shamai was standing. Seeing that it was about to hit him, Chu Wanning suddenly waved his sleeves and used all his spiritual energy to set up a barrier to protect Shamai. He used too much spiritual energy and coughed out a mouthful of blood. A high-pitched and clear male voice slowly rang out, reverberating in the divine martial library, "I am the god of war, Go Chen Shonggong. You rascals trespassing into the Shenwu forbidden area, how frivolous." 45. Xue Meng shouted angrily at the sky, "Bull**T deity. Are your dog eyes blind? Are we trespassers? We were captured, take a good look." Shamai said, "It's useless. This is his voice. He's not here. I think the fake Gauching confused the heart-picking Willow and made him think that we're trespassers with bad intentions." That voice continued, "In this world, those who are worthy of a divine weapon should understand what benevolence is, what tenacity is, what not to fall into illusions, and what not to lose one's mind. Since you're here, I'll test you." If you pass the test, you'll be fine, and the divine weapon will be presented to you. However, if you're selfish and don't have a strong mind, you're not fit to be the master of the divine weapon. Chu Waning's bloody lips opened and closed as he said coldly, "What benevolence? Using people as blood drops, is this your so-called benevolence?" He knew that the Gaochen Shuangong couldn't hear him, but he was still angry. Even if he breathed heavily with every word, causing his wound to hurt even more, he couldn't control his harsh mouth. That voice continued to reverberate in the divine weapon warehouse, "To test your mind. You'll fall into the dreamland of the heart-picking willow. If you don't wake up in time, your companions will bleed out and die here." The three of them heard that, and the color on their faces faded away. Shamai muttered, "What?" That meant that the three of them were about to fall into an illusion. If they didn't wake up in time, the three of them would be immersed in the dream forever. Would they let Mo Ran bleed to death in the real world? Xuemeng was speechless for a moment before he shouted angrily, "What kind of deity are you? If immortal cultivation was like you, I wouldn't touch a sword in my life." Chu Waning also said angrily, "That's ridiculous. Master." Shamai hurriedly comforted him, "Don't be angry. Be careful of your wounds." Gaochen Shuangong, on the other hand, actually started reciting a poem at this moment. He slowly recited, "When the earth is flattened, it flows in all directions. Life is also fated. How can one sigh and sit back to worry and drink wine to ease one's self-loathing? It is difficult to raise a cup to break the song. If one's heart is not made of wood or stone, how can he not feel it?" He swallowed his words and hesitated, not daring to speak. Xuemeng was about to faint from anger. "What are you blabbering on about?" Shamai said, "Bao Zhao's quasi-Xinglu is difficult, means that everyone has their own destiny. How can one complain and feel remorse?" Because of the wine, one's singing was interrupted. The human heart is not a stubborn stone, how can it be completely devoid of emotions? Wanting to say something, yet stopping, wanting to say something. Gaochen Shuangong let out a long sigh and said, "In this vast world, how many people are willing to give up their lifelong dreams just to help others?" The world was filled with endless killing and wars. If Shenwu falls into the wrong hands, it will be my fault. How can I forgive myself for the sin of creating this weapon? All of a sudden, the divine armory dimmed. The fragments that were flying in the air also stopped moving. A layer of faint light slowly lit up on the dome. It was as if the brilliance of the stars was gradually falling down and shining on the ground. A voice murmured in the air, "Sleep." This soft and sparkling radiance seemed to have some kind of hypnotizing effect. Shamai and Xuemeng's cultivation base were not high, so they soon fell into unconsciousness. "Sleep." Chu Waning gritted his teeth and tried to resist. However, the power of an incipient god was extremely vast. In the end, he couldn't get rid of the drowsiness and fell into a dream. Divine Armory. As the blood hourglass, Mo Ran was the only one who was awake. He coughed out blood foam. Through the weakened waterfall, he could vaguely see the three people who had fallen into a dream behind him. Chu Waning, Shamai, and Xuemeng were all asleep. When Mo Ran heard the North Star's words, he knew that only one of them could wake up in time to break the spell and save him. However, as time passed, he became more and more dizzy and his body gradually turned cold. However, no one woke up from the dream. It could be said that this was karma. In his previous life, he treated Chu Waning like this. In this life, he also felt the feeling of his blood slowly draining away. How laughable. Among them, who would give up the best dream of their life, the thing they wanted the most to come and save him? Xuemeng was definitely out of the question. Chu Waning. Forget it, let's not think about him. If there was, that person should be Shamai. He thought about it vaguely. However, he had already lost too much blood. His consciousness was about to collapse. Mo Ran lowered his head and looked at his feet. The blood that had leaked to the bottom of the copper hourglass was diluted by the water in the hourglass urn. He suddenly wanted to know what kind of scene he would see if he were to fall into the North Star's illusory realm. Would he dream of the crystal-clear handkerchief, Shamai's gentle smile, Chu Waning's praise, and the begonia in the wind when he first arrived at the peak of life and death? Mo Ran, suddenly, he heard someone calling him. Mo Ran still had his head lowered. He felt that he was about to lose his consciousness and was hallucinating. Mo Ran. Mo Ran. It was not a hallucination. He suddenly raised his head. However, the scene in front of him caused his pupils to shrink abruptly. He almost screamed, "Shamai!" It was Shamai. The person who woke up, the person who gave up on happiness, the person who still remembered him in the midst of all the good things. It was Shamai. Mo Ran looked at the delicate young man who walked through the waterfall towards him. Suddenly, he choked up. "Shamai, you," he did not know what to say. Mo Ran closed his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Thank you, for remembering me even in your sweet dreams." Shamai waded through the water. His clothes were soaked, and his eyes were dark. He looked as gentle as Mo Ran when they first met. He looked as gentle as he had seen him in his dreams in his previous life. He looked as gentle as he recalled when he was cold all over. Shamai said, "Don't be silly. There's no need to thank me." As he walked closer, Mo Ran realized that his feet were bleeding. The ground had become hot. The Gauchan Upper Palace seemed to have decided to test how much a person could do for his companions. Therefore, after the temptation of the sweet dream, it was followed by intense torture. Shamai's boots had been burned through. If he did not walk, the ground would remain the same. However, if he insisted on walking, every step he took would ignite a flame under his feet. The temperature was not high, so it would not burn him to the point where he could not move. However, it would make him feel extreme pain. But this gentle person was clearly in so much pain, but after looking at him, her gaze became firmer and firmer, and she walked towards him step by step. "Mo Ran, bear with it," he said. "I'll save you right away." When Mo Ran met his eyes, he knew that he did not need to say, "Don't come over." This person's eyes were too determined and too determined. He had never seen such an expression on Shamai's face before. If Mo Ran calmed down, he would definitely feel that something was amiss. Shamai always called himself Mo Ran. When did he ever call him Mo Ran? He only knew that Shamai was good to him. However, he did not realize that the person standing in front of him was not Shamai. Instead, it was Chu Waning. The last skill of the ancient willow was called heart plucking. The so-called heart plucking was the exchange of a person's soul. When Chu Waning broke free from the dream and woke up, he realized that he had exchanged hearts with Shamai. Under the magic of the heart-plucking willow, his consciousness was transferred to Shamai's body. It was the same for Shamai. However, Shamai did not wake up. Therefore, he did not know that he had changed bodies. Chu Waning did not have time to explain, and Mo Ran, who did not know the truth, really thought that the person in front of him was Shamai. He felt that Shamai would definitely endure the pain and come over. It was just like how he could not forget Shamai's kindness even after experiencing death. People were very stubborn. But it was too cruel. When Chu Waning finally arrived in front of the copper hourglass and wanted to climb up the towering vine willow to save Mo Ran, the vine willow suddenly gave birth to many burning thorns. Chu Waning did not expect that. His hand was suddenly burned by the thorns. He tried to grab it, but Shamai's body was not strong enough. He suddenly slid down, and the flesh on his hand was instantly melted by the thorns. Chu Waning cursed inwardly and frowned in pain. "Shaming Jing, this broken shell!" Mo Ran shouted, "Shamai! Chu Wanning fell to his knees on the ground. His skin that came into contact with the ground was instantly burned by the high temperature. However, he knitted his eyebrows and bit his lips as usual. He did not shout. This kind of expression would appear very stubborn and ruthless on his own face, but on Shimai's gentle face, it appeared somewhat delicate and pitiful. People really could not be compared to others. Shimai, Mo Ran opened his mouth, but tears flowed down. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. In his blurred vision, he saw that person's thin and frail body. Such a weak person, but little by little, he grabbed onto the vine willow and slowly climbed up. The thorns pierced his hand, and the fire burned his bones and blood. A bright red color dyed the ground. Everywhere he passed, there were mottled bloodstains. Mo Ran closed his eyes. His voice was bloodshot. He said with a trembling voice, "Shimai. Shimai." That person was very close. Mo Ran saw a flash of pain in his eyes. He seemed to be in extreme pain. Even Mo Ran's voice was a kind of torture to him. Therefore, although the person in front of him had a stubborn expression, his gaze could almost be called pleading. "Don't call me again. Mo Ran, wait a little longer. I'll save you now." Almost at the instant his voice fell, a tenacious light appeared in his eyes. It was like an unsheathed sharp blade. On that gentle face, it was indescribably beautiful. Chu Wanning's robes billowed as he leaped onto the copper hourglass. His face was already like a sheet of gold. He was tottering and on the verge of collapse. Besides still breathing, he was no different from a dead person. At that moment, Mo Ran felt that it would be better for him to bleed out and die than to let him suffer like this. His throat was full of broken words. "I'm sorry." Chu Wanning knew that this apology was not meant for him. He wanted to explain, but he glanced at the silver-blue Gaochen Shanggong sword. It was pierced between Mo Ran's ribs. The spiritual energy of the vine vein might have come from this sword. He was worried that Mo Ran would be shocked and hurt even more. Therefore, in front of Shimai, he asked, "Mo Ran, do you trust me?" "I trust you." Without hesitation. Chu Wanning raised his eyelids and looked at him. He held the sword hilt. This sword was close to the heart. If something went wrong, Mo Ran would lose his life. Chu Wanning's hand was trembling. He held the sword but did not move. Mo Ran's eyes were still red, but he suddenly smiled. "Shimai." "Yes." Mo Ran said. "Am I going to die?" "No." "If I'm going to die, can you let me hug you?" When he said this, he was very careful. His eyes were shining with moist light. Chu Wanning's heart softened. However, when he thought about how Mo Ran was looking at another person, this softness immediately froze. He suddenly felt like he was an insignificant clown on the stage. He was hidden behind the beautiful young man in green. No one noticed him. In this touching song, he was superfluous. Or perhaps its only use was to wear that ugly face and grin drawn with ink to set off other people's happiness, anger, sorrow, love, hate, and sorrow. How ridiculous. Mo Ran did not know this. He saw the flicker in Chu Wanning's eyes and thought that Shimai was unwilling. He immediately said, "Just a hug. Just a hug." An almost undetectable sigh. "Actually, Mo Ran, what?" "Forget it." Chu Wanning said, "It's nothing." He leaned over. He was not very close, afraid that he would touch the sword. Then he reached out and gently held Mo Ran's shoulder. He heard Mo Ran say in his ear, "Shimai, thank you for waking up. Thank you for remembering me in your good dreams." Chu Wanning lowered his eyes. His eyelashes fluttered like butterflies. Then he smiled faintly, "You're welcome." After a pause, he said, "Mo Ran." "Yes." Chu Wanning still felt like he was in a dream. He hugged him, stroked his hair, and sighed softly. Do you know that if a dream is too good, it is often not real? After he finished speaking, his hug was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He left in an instant. Mo Ran looked up. He did not understand Shamai's meaning. He only knew that this small hug was the candy that Shamai gave him out of kindness. It was sweet and sour. When it rubbed against his tongue, there was a hint of bitterness. The moment the sword was pulled out, blood splattered like begonias that were blown away by a strong wind. Mo Ran felt a sharp pain in his heart. For a moment, he thought that he was going to die. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He suddenly blurted out, Shamai, I've always liked you very much. What about you? As the sword fell to the ground, the vines and willows scattered in an instant. The torrential waterfall from the sky stopped abruptly. The divine army suddenly returned to silence. I've always liked you very much. What about you? His body had reached its limit. Mo Ran felt his vision suddenly turn black. The moment he fell, he was caught by a pair of hands stained with blood. He fell into Shamai's arms. Mo Ran did not know if it was an illusion, but he saw Shamai frown. He slowly closed his eyes. There seemed to be tears falling from his eyes. He seemed to hear Shamai say softly, me too. Mo Ran! It must be an illusion. Otherwise, why would Shamai still promise him when he looked so sad? I also, like you. His consciousness finally dissipated. Mo Ran fell into a coma. 46. When he woke up, Mo Ran realized that he was still in the Divine Martial Library. He seemed to have slept for a long time, but when he opened his eyes, he realized that not much time had passed. It felt like only a blink of an eye. He did not know if it was because the spell was successfully broken, but when he woke up, he realized that he was lying on the ground. However, he was completely unharmed. Those hideous wounds and dripping blood seemed like a nightmare that did not leave a mark on his body. Mo Ran was surprised and delighted. He looked at Shamai and realized that he had fainted as well. However, he was also unharmed. Could it be that after passing the Go Chen Upper Palace's trial, the Go Chen Upper Palace not only removed the illusion, but also restored their injuries? When he thought about it carefully, the Go Chen Upper Palace did not want to harm anyone. Instead, it was in line with the original intention of the trial. However, Mo Ran felt that it was unreal. He even felt that he had survived a disaster. Among the four of them, he was the first to wake up. Then, it was Shamai. When he saw Shamai slowly opening his eyes, Mo Ran was overjoyed. He quickly said, Shamai. We're fine. We're fine. Look at me. At first, Shamai was in a daze. Then, he gradually regained his senses. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Mo Ran? You. Before he could finish, Mo Ran hugged him tightly. Shamai was stunned. However, he still patted his shoulder gently. What happened to you? I'm sorry that I made you suffer so much. Shamai said blankly, actually, it's nothing. I just had a dream. Mo Ran said, but it's still really painful. Shamai asked. What do you mean it really hurt? At this moment, Xue Meng woke up. He seemed to have dreamt of something and shouted, How dare you? How dare you molest me? He sat up abruptly. Shamai saw that he was awake and went over. Young master. Ah. Why are you here? Why are you here? Xue Meng thought he was still in a dream. Mo Ran was in a good mood. His expression towards Xue Meng was also very gentle. He smiled and told him what had happened. Only then did Xue Meng come back to his senses. So it was a dream. I thought. In order to cover up his embarrassment, Xue Meng lightly coughed. He suddenly discovered that Chu Wanning, who had always been the strongest, was actually still asleep. He couldn't help but be shocked. Why isn't Master awake yet? They walked over and examined Chu Waning's wound. As Chu Waning was injured before the illusion was activated, according to the design of the Gaochen Upper Palace, only the injuries sustained in the illusion could be healed. Therefore, Chu Waning's shoulder was still soaked with a large amount of blood. It was a ghastly sight. Mo Ran sighed and said, "Let's wait and see." After about the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Chu Waning finally woke up. He slowly opened his eyes. When he woke up, his gaze was cold, as if he had just experienced a snowstorm. After a long time, he moved his eyes and looked at Mo Ran. However, he seemed to be like Xue Meng. He was still not fully awake. He looked at Mo Ran and slowly reached out his hand. He said hoarsely, "You," Mo Ran said, "Master." Hearing him call out to him, Chu Waning's hand froze in midair. His pale face seemed to have a trace of color. His eyes suddenly brightened. "Yes, Master." Xue Meng rushed over and pushed Mo Ran aside. He held Chu Waning's hand. "How are you? Are you feeling better?" "Master, you didn't wake up for so long. I was worried to death." When Chu Waning saw Xue Meng, he was slightly stunned. Then, the mist in his eyes gradually dispersed. When he looked carefully at Mo Ran, he saw that although the other was looking at him, he was tightly holding Shimai's hand. He didn't let go for even a moment. Chu Waning was completely awake. His face became cold. Then, like a fish in a dry pond, he finally died. Shimai said with concern, "Master, are you okay? Does your shoulder hurt?" Chu Waning said calmly, "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt." With Xue Meng's help, he slowly stood up. Mo Ran was puzzled. Chu Waning's shoulder was injured. Why did his steps seem weak when he stood up, as if his foot was injured? Mo Ran thought that Chu Waning didn't know what happened in the illusion just now, so he briefly repeated it. Shimai felt that something was wrong when he heard it just now. Now that he heard it again, he felt even more strange. He couldn't help but ask, "Mo Ran, you said that I saved you." "That's right." Shimai was silent for a while, then said slowly, "But just now, I was dreaming and didn't wake up." Mo Ran was shocked, but then laughed, "Don't joke around." Shimai said, "I'm not joking. I dreamt of my parents. They're still alive. That dream was too real. I felt like I couldn't bear to leave them behind." Before he could finish speaking, he heard Chu Waning say indifferently, "There's nothing strange about that. It's probably the North Star's illusion that erased the memory of when you saved him. In any case, Xue Meng and I didn't save him. Since he said that you saved him, then you saved him." "Shimai, what else? Does the North Star have a way to swap people's hearts?" Chu Waning said coldly. He wasn't willing to do all the work for others. He originally wanted to tell Mo Ran the truth, and hoped that Mo Ran would realize that the person in the illusion wasn't Shimai, but himself who had swapped hearts with Shimai. However, Mo Ran's confession to Shimai in the end was too embarrassing for Chu Waning. When he woke up, he looked into Mo Ran's shining black eyes. For a moment, Chu Waning felt that perhaps Mo Ran also cared about him a little. This kind of humble expectation was a weak thought that he only dared to secretly explore after such a long time. However, that was just his wishful thinking. Mo Ran wouldn't know about the blood he shed and the injuries he suffered, and there was no need for him to know. He wasn't stupid. Although he didn't say it, he could already feel how much Mo Ran cherished that gentle and beautiful person. How could he see himself standing in a corner like a puppet that had accumulated dust? However, when he heard Mo Ran say, "I've always loved you," Chu Waning felt that he had lost miserably and utterly. In Mo Ran's opinion, the hug in the illusion was given to him by Shimai out of charity. However, Mo Ran would never know that the hug was actually given to another pitiful person by himself. Chu Wanning never thought that Mo Ran would love him, so he tried very hard to suppress this feeling. He didn't force it, disturb it, or touch it lightly. Those reckless feelings of love and passionate entanglement only grew on the soil of youth. When he was young, he also hoped that someone could accompany him and drink under the moon. However, he kept waiting, but that person never came. Later on, day after day, his reputation and status in the cultivation world became higher and higher. Everyone looked up to him and said that he was unreasonable. Later on, he also accepted this kind of high and unreasonable attitude. He was like hiding in a cocoon, and time spun silk on his cocoon. At first, he could still see some light seeping in through the cocoon, but year after year, the silk grew and the cocoon became thicker. He could no longer see the light. There was only himself and darkness in the cocoon. He didn't believe in love, didn't believe that the heavens could see the curtains, and didn't want to pursue anything. If he went through a lot of hardships, biting open the cocoon with bruises all over his body, and stumbling out, but there was no one waiting for him outside, what should he do? Although he liked Mo Ran, this person was too young, too distant, and too passionate. Chu Wanning didn't want to get close, afraid that one day he would be burned to ashes by this kind of fire. Therefore, he retreated from all the paths of retreat that he could take. He didn't know what he did wrong. As a result, he only had a little bit of wishful thinking left, but it was drowned by the cold rain that covered the sky. Shizun, look over there. Shui Meng's shout brought Chu Wanning back to reality. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the sword-forging pool was once again boiling with lava. Surrounded by flames, the ancient wood tree spirit broke out of the water once again. However, the tree spirit's eyes were white. It was obviously in a state of insanity. It held the Gauchian Upper Palace's shining silver sword with both hands. Chu Wanning said, "Run! Quickly!" He didn't need to repeat himself. His disciples immediately ran towards the exit. The controlled tree spirit howled at the sky, and the chains on its body shook with clanking sounds. No one said anything, but the four of them heard a voice at the same time. "Stop them. Don't let any of them escape." Shui Meng turned pale. "Someone's talking in my ear." Chu Wanning said, "Ignore him. It's the heart-picking willow's mantra of confusion. Just run." When he said this, the others remembered that the heart-picking willow had reminded them when he was awake. The mantra of confusion was to use the greed in a person's heart as a law to make them kill each other. As expected, the voice in Chu Wanning's ear hissed, "Chu Wanning, don't you feel tired?" Wanya Yuheng, the grandmaster of a generation. Such a person could only secretly fall in love with his own disciple. You've done so much for him, but he doesn't know what's good for him. He never had you in his eyes. He only likes that gentle and cute little senior brother. How pitiful are you? Chu Wanning's face was ashen. He ignored the noise in his ear and rushed toward the exit. "Come to my side. Pick up this ancestral sword and kill Shamai. Then, there will be no one between you two. Come to my side. I can help you get what you want and make the person you love fall in love with you. Come to my side." Chu Wanning said angrily, "You little rascal, why don't you get lost?" The others also heard the different conditions proposed by the voice. Although they slowed down, they could still resist the temptation. As they got closer and closer to the exit, the heart-picking willow seemed to become more and more crazy. "Think carefully. Once you get out of this door, you won't have another chance." The sound in everyone's ears was different. It was a mournful shriek. Chu Wanning, do you really want to be alone for the rest of your life? Mo Weiyu, I'm the only one in this world who knows where the medicine of resurrection is. Come to my side. Let me tell you, Shimingjing, I know the desire in your heart. I'm the only one who can help you. Shuiziming, the divine weapon you picked is a fake. Jin Chenkai is left with the last weapon made by Gaochen Upper Palace. Come back and this ancestral sword will belong to you. Don't you want a peerless divine weapon? Don't you want to be the chosen one? Without the divine weapon, you will never be better than others. Come to my side. Shuemeng. Mo Ran suddenly realized that his cousin had disappeared. He turned around and saw that Shuemeng's footsteps were slowing down. Finally, he stopped and turned around to look at the floating silver-blue sword in the sword forging pool. Mo Ran's heart trembled. He knew how deep Shuemeng's obsession with the divine weapon was. This brat must be very disappointed when he found out that the weapon he got was a fake. It was perfect that the heart-picking willow used the ancestral sword to tempt him. Shuemeng, don't believe him. Don't go over. Shamai also said, young master, let's go. We're almost at the exit. Shuemeng turned around and looked at them blankly. The voice in his ears became more and more enchanting. They are jealous of you and don't want you to get the divine weapon. Think about Mo Weiyu, he has already obtained his weapon, so he can't wait for you to get nothing. Both of you are brothers. If you're not as good as him, the position of supremacy at the peak of life and death will naturally be his. Shuemeng muttered, shut up. Mo Ran seemed to be anxiously shouting something at him, but he could not hear him clearly. He could only hold his head and repeat, shut up. Shut up. Shuiziming, there is no weapon in the divine martial warehouse that is suitable for you. If you miss the ancestral sword, you can only submit to Mo Weiyu in the future. At that time, he will be your reverend, and you will have to kneel in front of him and listen to his orders. Think about it. Killing him is not a problem at all. Since ancient times, there have been many conflicts between brothers. Furthermore, he is only your cousin. What are you hesitating for? Come, let me give you the sword. Shuemeng. Young master. Shuemeng suddenly stopped struggling. He suddenly opened his eyes, which were actually red. Come to me, you are the chosen one, you deserve to be the supremacy, Chu Wanning said sternly, Shuemeng. Come, only when you become the supremacy at the peak of life and death can the cultivation world be peaceful. Think about those who are suffering, think about the unfair treatment you have suffered. Shuiziming, let me help you. Unknowingly, Shuemeng had already arrived at the boiling sword forging pool. The spirit of the heart-picking willow was holding the ancestral sword of the Gaochen Upper Palace. Its eyes were completely bloodshot. Very good. Take this sword and stop them all. Shuemeng slowly raised his hand and trembled as he took the silver-blue treasure sword. Kill them all. Kill Mo Weiyu. Go, off. Suddenly, Shuemeng pulled out his long sword and drew a dazzling sword flower in his hand. Then, he stabbed with his backhand. The spiritual light of the ancestral sword flowed, illuminating the handsomeness of the proud son of heaven. Under the light of the sword, there was no blood in his eyes. Instead, they were brighter and purer than usual. The sword did not stab towards Mo Ran. Instead, it went straight for the heart-picking willow's body and pierced through its stomach. In an instant, the earth trembled and the willow swayed. The mantra of confusion was broken. The divine martial library was in chaos. Shuemeng panted heavily. He used all his strength to break free from the bewitchment. He stared at the heart-picking willow. His young face was filled with the persistence and purity of a youth. The arrogance and naivety in his burning eyes could be easily seen. The so-called Phoenix's fledgling was not just a martial arts attainment. Don't you think you can bewitch me? Don't you think you can harm others? Shuemeng panted as he finished speaking. Then, he suddenly pulled out his sword. The heart-picking willow instantly burst out a burst of smelly blood. As he was dying, his consciousness returned to his body. The evil aura on his body suddenly disappeared. He clutched his chest and barely stabilized his body. He raised his face and opened his mouth. Although there was no sound, the shape of his mouth could be heard clearly. "Thank you for stopping me." The heart-picking willow's body was an ancient spirit. Its power was on par with the ancestor sword. After the collision, both sides were injured. The ancestor sword in Xue Meng's hand suddenly lost its spiritual light. In an instant, it became dull and colorless. At the same time, the 10,000 years old tree spirit suddenly dispersed. In an instant, tens of thousands of flowing lights scattered into the waves. Like fireflies, they circled and danced around the crowd. The brilliance flowed and the golden light was dazzling. In the end, they faded away one by one and disappeared. Shammai said, "Young master, come here quickly. This place is going to collapse." The earth trembled. They could not stay for long. Xue Meng turned around and took one last look at the divine martial library. With a clang, he threw away the broken ancestor sword and left. Behind him, the bricks and tiles collapsed like snow. 47. Chu Wanning was injured, and the other three were also exhausted. After running into the passageway outside the Shenwu warehouse, Chu Wanning ordered them to rest for a while. For a moment, no one spoke first. Everyone was either standing or sitting, checking the wounds on themselves or others, and recovering their strength. Only Xue Meng was in a daze. His head drooped, and no one knew what he was thinking. Mo Ran murmured, Xue Meng." Xue Meng didn't pay attention to anyone. He walked stiffly to Chu Wanning, raised his head, and opened his mouth. His voice was broken. "Master." Chu Wanning looked at him. He wanted to raise his hand and touch his messy hair, but in the end, he restrained himself. "Was the Shenwu that I picked a fake?" Chu Wanning didn't speak. The rims of Xue Meng's eyes turned even redder. His distinctly defined eyes were bloodshot like a spider web. If it wasn't for his stubbornness and conceit, he would have cried on the spot. "Will I never be able to get the weapons in the pool again?" Chu Wan Ning finally closed her eyes and let out a sigh. The passageway was very quiet. Only Chu Wanning's clear and cold voice could be heard. "Silly child." A silly child full of sigh and helplessness made Xue Meng's last bit of reason collapse. He couldn't bear it anymore. He threw himself into Chu Wanning's arms, hugged Chu Wanning's waist, and cried bitterly. "Master! Master!" Missing the Jin Chenkai Divine Martial was almost equivalent to missing the qualification to enter the peak of the cultivation world. This was something that everyone knew. The magic power of mortals was limited. Without the help of a divine weapon, no matter how strong they were just flesh and blood. The young masters of the sects in the upper cultivation world more or less left behind the divine martial passed down by their ancestors. Even if it wasn't completely compatible with their own spiritual power, it was still a powerful force that couldn't be underestimated. Only Xue Meng, because Xue Xingyong and Xue Xingyong started from scratch, did not receive any of Jin Chenchi's weapons. Therefore, when he chose to use the ancestral sword to perish together with heart-picking Willow, it was equivalent to him choosing to let go of his past pride and arrogance. Chu Wanning didn't ask anything and didn't say anything. He just hugged Xue Meng, who was crying loudly in his arms, and stroked his hair. Xue Meng had been spoiled since he was young, and had never suffered any grievances. Therefore, he had never cried since he could remember. He was always showing off his prowess and was insufferably arrogant. However, at this very moment, tears intertwined on his young face. Every word and sentence was shattered. It was as if he was destined to no longer possess a divine weapon. It was as if the dream of becoming a hero that he once thought was within reach was completely shattered. Xue Meng. Chu Wanning hugged his disciple and comforted him. The ripples at the bottom of the lake rustled Chu Waning's white cloak and long black hair. In that instant, Mo Ran only had time to clearly see his soft eyelashes drooping down, and below them were fragments of soft light. Afterwards, the ripples grew larger, messing up his clothes and hair. In the dusky darkness, it was no longer possible to clearly see the side of Chu Waning's face. He only heard him say, "Don't cry. You're already very good." His voice couldn't be considered gentle, but coming from Chu Waning's mouth, it couldn't be any gentler. In the secret passage, the four people each had their own thoughts. No one said anything. Mo Ran leaned against the cold wall. He watched as Chu Waning hugged Xue Meng and patted his shoulder. He suddenly felt uncomfortable in his heart. The trip to Jin Chenkai. When he came, he was dressed in fine clothes and rode a fine horse. When he left, he was injured. Xue Meng had been a god's favored child for 15 years. He was full of glory and high spirits. Then one day, the Vermilion Tower collapsed. From then on, he had to use his long life to forget the sharpness of these 15 years. When they ran out of the divine armory, everyone saw the heart-picking willow slowly collapsing in the water. It was like the death of Kwafu, the death of the golden crow. The flood dragon humans who stayed on the ground were shocked and fled in all directions. The divine armory from millions of years ago was destroyed overnight. The divine tree fell with a loud crash, setting off a frenzy in Jin Chenkai. In front of the huge whirlpool, the flood dragon humans all transformed back to their original forms in order to resist the terrifying waves. For a moment, the scales in Jin Chenkai churned, and the fish and dragons jumped around. Mortals couldn't stand still anymore. Mo Ran shouted, "No, we can't get out." As he spoke, a thick flood dragon's tail slapped over. Mo Ran quickly dodged and narrowly avoided it. Right at this moment, a black dragon suddenly swept over. Its body was bigger than the rest of the flood dragons. Its pitch-black scales overflowed with cold golden light. Mo Ran was shocked. Wang Yu. Wang Yu let out a long roar. He was originally a mute dragon, but now he could speak. His voice was loud like a bell as he shouted, "Hold onto my back. The heart-picking willow is destroyed, Jin Chenkai is about to be destroyed. Quickly! I'll bring you out of here." At this moment, they had no other choice. They couldn't care whether Wang Yu was a friend or foe, so they did as they were told. Wang Yu carried the four of them and swam through the stormy waves. They split the water and ran. "Hold on tight." Just as he finished speaking, the old dragon suddenly broke through the waves and soared into the sky. Mo Ran and the rest only felt a strong current rushing towards them. The current was like thousands of horses and armies galloping, trampling on their bones and lungs. They couldn't even open their eyes or breathe. Their hands tightly held onto the dragon's back and used all their strength to prevent themselves from being thrown back into the lake. When they could finally open their eyes, they had already ridden the dragon into the clouds. They were above Jin Chenkai, at the peak of Shuiying Peak. The gushing water vapor turned into thousands of fluorescent lights, scattering from the mirror-like giant dragon scales. In an instant, the clouds were like mist, and the thin fog was like a rainbow. Wang Yu made the bureau chief gasp, and the color of the surroundings changed. Mo Ran heard Xue Meng's voice coming from behind. It sounded excited and distant in the whistling wind. After all, he was really young and easily forgot his worries because of some things. "Oh my God! I'm flying! Flying on the dragon!" Wang Yu circled a few times above Shuiying Peak, gradually shrinking his body and slowly lowering his body to land. When he stopped by Jin Chenkai, he had shrunk to less than half of his original size, so he didn't crush too many rocks and trees around him. He curled up in the same place, quietly letting Mo Ran and the rest get off the dragon's back. They turned back to look at Jin Chenkai, only to see the ice melting and the waves breaking the ice. At this time, the sun was bright, and the east was white. The sun shone brightly and flowed into Jinchenkai, making the lake ripple. Shamai suddenly exclaimed, "Look at those dragons in the lake." Those writhing dragons rose and fell with the turbulent waves and gradually stopped moving. Then, one by one, they crumbled and turned into ashes. One by one, black chess pieces rose from the lake and gathered in midair. Mo Ran muttered, "The exquisite chess game, the flood dragons, living creatures, and even the heart-picking willows in the pool were all under the effects of the exquisite chess game." The entire pool of conspiracies was actually a game set up by someone hiding in the dark. Mo Ran suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that the world after his rebirth was not right. Some things happened in advance for no reason. In his previous life, when he was 16 years old, there was no one who could play the exquisite chess game to such an extent. What was the background of this fake Gauchen? Xue Meng said, "Wang Yu." Mo Ran turned back and saw Wang Yu lying on the ground without moving. There were no black chess pieces on his body, but he looked very weak with his eyes half closed. "You guys did well. I'd rather destroy Gauchen God's Jinchenkai than let it fall into the hands of evil." After he said this, his body suddenly emitted a golden light. When the light dispersed, he turned into a human with a smaller body. "It's you?" Mo Ran and Xue Meng spoke at the same time. Wang Yu in front of them was the white-haired old dragon person who led them to the spiritual body of the divine martial library. Wang Yu raised his head, and there was a tinge of guilt in his eyes. "That's me." Xue Meng was shocked. Why did you lead us to the divine martial library? Did you want to save us or harm us? If you wanted to harm us, why did you send us ashore? If you wanted to save us, what if we couldn't solve the heart-picking willow's calamity? Wouldn't that be? Wang Yu looked down and said with a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry. However, I had no choice but to do so under the circumstances." The fake Gauchen's cultivation base was insufficient, so he relied on the heart-picking willow's spiritual energy to perform the forbidden technique. Only by solving the heart-picking willow would his technique lose its effect. "I had no other choice but to lead you guys to try." Chu Wanning shook his head, walked over, and waved his hand to heal him. Wang Yu sighed, "There's no need for you to be so kind. I'm the same as the creatures in the lake. My lifespan is up, and I've been relying on the heart-picking willow's spiritual energy to survive. Since it's fallen, I don't have long to live either." Chu Wanning, Wang Yu said, "Life and death are orderly, and can't be forced. To be able to see the Jinchencha's nightmare end before I die, my wish has been fulfilled. It's just that I'm really sorry for implicating you guys in the lake." Chu Wanning said, "It's fine. Do you know who the fake Gauchen is, and what his intentions are?" Wang Yu said, "I don't know who he is. However, his goal should be to obtain the power of the heart-picking willow to study the three great forbidden techniques." Chu Wanning said, "The spiritual energy required to perform the forbidden techniques is very shocking. If you have the help of the ancient tree spirit, you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort." Yes, that's what that person said too. He said that the ancient spirit body is very powerful, but it's very difficult to find. The only thing that can be found in the ancient records is the heart-picking willow. Actually, he only appeared not long ago. Ever since he took control of the Jinchenkai, he has been using the heart-picking willow's power to practice the two forbidden techniques, rebirth, and exquisite chess game. As Wang Yu said this, he sighed, and his eyes were a little empty. Mo Ran's heart skipped a beat. As expected, the trip to the Jinchenkai was very different from his previous life. All these changes happened not long ago. What had gone wrong that caused everything to change its course? He didn't have enough power to control living things, so he killed a large number of living things in the lake and tried to control dead things. This time, he succeeded. Hence, in just a few weeks, He killed almost all the spirit beasts in the lake and turned them into chess pieces. He only left a few to experiment with. I was one of them. Mo Ran asked, so when I asked for the sword, you floated to the surface. At that time, you were controlled by the fake Gauchen. No. Wang Yu slowly closed his eyes. He can control others, the fox demon, and the heart-picking willow, but he can't control me. I'm a spirit beast tamed by the Gauchen god when he created the world. 1,000,000 years ago, when I was willing to follow his orders, his curse was branded on my reverse scale. From then on, I'll be loyal to my master. Then I had no choice. It was a disguise. Wang Yu sighed and said, although that intruder couldn't control me completely, the Gauchen god's curse was millions of years old. It's not as effective as it was back then. A part of my body was still affected by the fake Gauchen. When you saw me, I was mute because my voice was completely controlled by that person. I couldn't listen to my own orders anymore. Only when his magic lost its effect, I could speak again. Mo Ran asked, does that fake Gauchen know that you're in disguise? I don't think he knows. Wang Yu looked at Mo Ran and said, according to his plan, he would take your spirit core today and continue the life of the heart-picking willow. However, he didn't expect that I would bring you back to the divine martial library and destroy the willow. He didn't take precautions against me. Chu Wanning suddenly said, it's not that he didn't take precautions against you. Maybe he didn't have the strength to do it. What do you mean by that? Chu Wanning said, I vaguely feel that there's something wrong with that fake Gauchen Shanggong. 48. Mo Ran couldn't help but agree with him. His master was right. Mo Ran initially thought that he was hallucinating when he sensed a weak aura from the fake Gauchen. However, since Chu Wanning also sensed it, the possibility of it being a hallucination was very slim. It was the aura of a corpse. Not only was this fake Gauchen Shanggong not the real person, he wasn't even a living person. In other words, the mastermind only took a corpse and used it as a puppet to disguise himself as the god of weapons. He didn't even show himself. While he was thinking, a low chuckle suddenly came from Jin Chench's direction. Immediately after that, a pale body soared out of the water like an arrow. The fake Gauchen Shanggong leaped into the air, but his appearance and behavior were extremely terrifying. His skin was all wrinkled together like a snake shedding its skin or a silkworm breaking out of its cocoon. Wanya Yuheng, Venerable Northern Dipper. Grandmaster Chu, you really live up to your name. The fake Gauchen hovered above the sparkling lake. His peeling face seemed to have twisted into an almost twisted smile. For someone like you, how come the Confucian Wind Sect didn't manage to keep you here? Chu Wanning said coldly, who are you? You don't need to know who I am, the fake Gauchen said. I won't let you know who I am. Just treat me as someone who should have died long ago. I crawled out of hell and am here to take revenge on you gentlemen. Wang Yu said coldly, shameless. The heart-plucking willow has been destroyed. With your spiritual power, you can't use the forbidden technique without the power of the divine tree. You can't do anything evil. The fake Gauchen sneered. You old loach, you're about to die, but you still want to ruin my plans. You don't have the right to speak here. Get lost. Chu Wanning suddenly said, do you have the right to speak just because you have a white piece? The so-called white piece, as the name suggested, referred to the most unique piece in the exquisite chess game. When the caster found a newly dead body and poured a part of their soul into the body, that part of the soul would fuse with the body, forming a white chess piece that was as white as jade. White chess was different from the black chess, who only followed orders. In other words, the white chess was actually a substitute for the caster. Other than not having as much mana as the caster, they could think and act on their own. What they saw and heard could also be empathized with the caster. After the identity of the fake North Pole Chen was exposed, he clapped his hands and laughed, good, Good. Good. After the 3 goods, the fake Gauchan's face became more and more distorted. It seemed that the magic of the real Gauchan was about to run out, and it could no longer maintain the movement of the white chess piece. Gradually, the original form of the corpse was revealed. Chu Warning, don't be so full of yourself. Do you think you can stop me today? Even if the heart-plucking willow was destroyed, my main body could still find another source of spiritual energy. You, on the other hand. As he spoke, his gradually cloudy eyes suddenly swept past Chu Warning with ill intentions and landed on Mo Ran. He was suddenly shocked. The fake North Pole Chen said mockingly, if you think I'm the only one in this world who knows the 3 great forbidden techniques, then I'm afraid you won't be able to live for long. Chu Warning frowned and said sternly, what do you mean by that? However, the fake North Pole Chen suddenly stopped talking. After a moment of silence, his body suddenly exploded, scattering into smelly fragments. A white chess piece that was as white as jade burst out from his body and spun a few times against the light before falling into the fine waves of the Jincheng pool. It seemed that the main body of the fake North Pole Chen had finally run out of spiritual energy after losing the support of the heart-plucking willow. At the same time, Wang Yu, who was also relying on the spiritual energy of the heart-plucking willow to survive, staggered 2 steps and fell to the ground with a thump. She said softly, "Ah," Xue Meng said in shock, "Wang Yu." Mo Ran also said, "Wang Yu." The 4 of them came to Lao Jiao's side. Wang Yu was already at the end of his life, and his lips were pale. He looked at them, and his throat was as hoarse as a crow's. All of you. Don't believe that person's nonsense. The things he said were all lies, far more lies than the truth. Shamai's brows were filled with concern and sorrow. He said gently, "Senior, don't talk anymore. Let me heal you." No need. Even your master couldn't do it. You. Wang Yu coughed violently a few times, then gasped for breath and said, "All these years, many people have come to the Jincheng pool to ask for swords. However, since Xie entered the pool, the heart-plucking willow was unwilling to let the divine item left behind by its master be used by him, so it destroyed tens of thousands of weapons. The only thing left is a willow vine that's on par with it, a high god's sword." When this was mentioned, Xue Meng's expression became even more gloomy. He pursed his lips and remained silent. The willow vine. The willow vine belongs to this little Daoist. Wang Yu looked at Mo Ran. When we were by the lake, I told you that I couldn't stop you from doing evil in the past. I only hope that you will be kind in the future. But actually, according to the master's wishes, the divine martial sword should only be given to a kind-hearted person. So, I hope that you can. You can. Mo Ran saw that he was already struggling to speak, so he stopped him and said, "Senior, don't worry, I understand." Flood Dragon person muttered, "That's good. That's good. Then I'm relieved." He looked up at the sky, and his lips trembled slightly. People say that when the Jincheng pool asks for swords, the underwater demons will make some requests. Those requests in the past, most of them, were to test the character of the person who came, but there are exceptions. Wang Yu's voice gradually weakened, and there seemed to be thousands of years in his eyes, passing through the water and withering away. I followed the master's promise, and after he left, I guarded the Jincheng lake and couldn't leave. But I didn't expect that I would guard it for millions of years. The scenery I saw when I was young. For the rest of my life. I actually never saw, with my own eyes. He slowly turned his head and looked at Mo Ran with pleading eyes. There was a warm and moist luster in his old eyes. At that moment, Mo Ran suddenly knew what he was going to say. As expected, Wang Yu said softly, "Little Daoist, the plum blossoms on the mountainside are always bright. When I was young, I liked them very much. Since you have the divine martial sword, are you willing? Are you willing? Moran was just about to say, okay, I'll go get it for you. But before he could even say, good, the light in the moongazer serpent's golden brown eyes suddenly extinguished. Jiangnan has nothing, but it's a gift of spring. The snow mountain in the distance was majestic, and the surface of the lake was dazzling with golden light. The red light of the rising sun spread into the lake, and in the surging waves, it shattered into bits of bright red. Wang Yu returned to silence. He was once one of the first giant dragons during the creation of the world. He was once world-shaking and could summon the wind and rain. He was also once subservient and traveled with his master. Everyone said that he had a curse on him, and he couldn't betray his master. But they didn't know that he respected the North Star and kept his promise for thousands of years. In the vast world, there were only a few living beings who remembered the creation of the world. Wang Yu knew that although the real North Star's upper palace was a mixed blood of the devil race, his mother was forced by the demon lord. The North Star hated the devil race, so he became Fushi's subordinate. He also used his domineering devil blood to forge the first sharp sword in the world for Fushi. He helped Fushi eliminate the devil race and swept the 9 continents. However, after the world was unified, Fushi had doubts about the North Star's upper palace because of his half-devil blood. The North Star's upper palace wasn't stupid. 100 years later, he voluntarily left the God realm and came to the mortal world. Along the way, he saw the suffering of living beings and the killing of weapons. He felt that he shouldn't have created the sword and regretted a lot. Therefore, he collected the weapons that he left behind in the mortal world and sealed them in the Jincheng Lake's armory. He planted the heart-picking willow and told the living beings in the lake that those who sought the sword must have a kind heart to be worthy of possessing the divine martial skill. But now, the North Star was no more, and Wang Yu had passed away. There was no more divine martial skill or flood dragon person under the Jincheng Lake. All of the sins, regrets, distortions, and stubbornness disappeared like the heart-picking willow. For a moment, nobody said anything. In the midst of the heavy snow, the 4 bright red words on the stone tablet next to the Jincheng pond were still the same as when they first saw them. The surface of the water was peaceful and tranquil. No one could tell that there had been a catastrophe or suffering under the water. It was just like when they first climbed up Shuiying Peak. They didn't know what kind of bloody story was behind the journey to nowhere. Moran looked at the sky. Above the cliff, a lone eagle flew by in the snow. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Wang Yu gave him the Mo sword. That Mo sword was very powerful, but in this life, the Mo sword he saw was just a fake. The real sword that belonged to him had probably self-destructed in the heart-picking willow. He didn't have the chance to see it again in this life. After a while, he remembered something inexplicably. Back then, he came to the Jincheng Lake to seek the sword. That day, Wang Yu floated to the water surface. His golden eyes looked at him gently and kindly. Then, he said to him, "The plum blossoms on the mountainside are blooming beautifully. Can you pluck one and give it to me?" Moran closed his eyes and gently covered his eyelids with his arm. In his previous life, he didn't know what was going on and actually thought that what Wang Yu asked for was nothing more than flattery. It was many days later when they returned to the peak of life and death. Chu Waning's shoulder was badly injured, and the 3 youths were also mentally and physically exhausted. Therefore, they rested for many days in Dai City before returning to Shu. Xuemeng didn't tell Xue Xingyong and Madame Wang about the sword. For someone as proud as him, whether his parents were disappointed or comforted him, it was like adding salt to a knife's edge. Chu Wanning saw this and couldn't bear to see Xuemeng like this. Therefore, he buried himself in the scroll all day long, hoping to find another way to get another divine weapon for Xuemeng. Or perhaps, is there any other way in the world that can allow a mortal to fight against a divine weapon? Apart from that, who was that fake North Star? Where was his real body now? What was the meaning behind the last words of the fake North Pole's white piece before it self-destructed? There were too many things to worry about. In the Red Lotus Pavilion's library, the candlelight shone day and night. The copper pot leaked, and the complicated bamboo slips were spread all over the floor. In the depths of the scroll was Chu Waning's slightly tired face. Yuheng, your shoulder is injured to this extent. Don't take any chances. Shui Xinyong held a cup of hot tea and sat beside him, nagging, Elder Tanlang is skilled in medicine. When you have time, ask him to take a look at you. It's fine. It's already starting to heal. Shui Xinyong clicked his tongue. No. Look at you. You haven't looked good since you came back. 9 out of 10 people who see you say you look like you're going to faint at any moment. I think there's something wrong with your wound. Maybe there's poison or something. You should be more careful. Chu Waning looked up. I look like I'm going to faint. He paused and sneered. Who said that? Shui Xinyong was speechless. Aya, Yuheng, don't always think that you're made of iron and others are made of paper. Chu Waning said, I know what I'm doing. Shui Xinyong muttered under his breath. From the shape of his mouth, it seemed like he was saying, what do you know? Fortunately, Chu Waning was focused on reading and did not see his little action. After chatting for a while, Shui Xinyong saw that it was late. He stood up and prepared to go back to accompany his wife. Before leaving, he did not forget to remind Chu Waning, Yuheng, you should rest early. If Meng finds out about you like this, he'll die of guilt. Chu Waning didn't pay any attention to him. Shui Xinyong was rebuffed and was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and left. After Chu Waning drank the medicine, he returned to the table and continued to read the scrolls. When he saw that he was faintly dizzy, he held his forehead and felt slightly disgusted. However, this disgust was fleeting. Chu Waning only thought that he was tired and did not care. When it was late at night, he finally felt drowsy and fell asleep with a frown. His wide sleeves were piled on top of a mountain of scrolls. On his knees was a scroll of bamboo slips that he had not finished reading. The edges of his robe were withered like waves. That night, he had a dream. Unlike ordinary dreams, this dream was vivid and real. He stood in the Danshin Palace, which was at the peak of life and death. However, this Danshin Palace was different from what he knew. Many details of the furnishings were different. Before he could take a closer look, the door of the palace suddenly opened and a dark red curtain fluttered. Someone walked in. Master. The person was handsome and his eyes were dark and purple. Although he looked like a young man, when he curled up the corners of his mouth, he looked a little childish. Mo Ran. Chu Waning stood up and was about to walk over when he found that his ankles were shackled by 4 iron chains with spiritual power. They bound him and prevented him from moving. After the shock, Chu Waning was furious. He stared at the chains on his ankles in disbelief. For a moment, his face was distorted with anger and he was speechless. After a long time, he raised his head and said sternly, Mo Weiyu, you rebelling? Untie me. However, the person did not seem to hear him. With a lazy smile on his face and deep dimples, he walked over and pinched his chin. 49. Chu Waning's astonishment was completely indescribable. He opened his eyes wide, looking at the Mo Ran in his dream as if he was looking at a ghost. Mo Weiyu, who had already grown up, was very handsome. His shoulders were very wide, his legs were long, and he was even half a head taller than him. When he lowered his eyes to look at him, there was some playfulness and ridicule in the corners of his eyes. My good Shizun, you really should see what you look like now. His fingertips slid down Chu Waning's cheeks and stopped by his ears, his eyes filled with frost. After a few moments of silence, he coldly snorted, and then suddenly leaned forward. A soft and hot feeling swept over him, and he sucked on Chu Waning's lips. Caught off guard, Chu Waning's mind exploded, as if a string snapped. Mo Ran was kissing him. His breath was invading him, wet, anxious, full of filthy and sinful desires. Their lips and teeth violently entangled, and waves rolled in his chest. Chu Waning was almost in a daze, his phoenix eyes wide open. His mind was filled with anger and confusion, but in the dream, it was as if he had lost his spiritual power, and even ordinary strength was difficult to gather. He was simply unable to break free from Mo Ran's grip, and was firmly imprisoned in the other's arms. For some reason, the Mo Ran in his dream was completely different from the one he was familiar with. There was no longer the submissive and obedient attitude of the past, but instead, there was an aggressive and imposing manner. He could even clearly feel Mo Ran's hot breath, rapid and deep. The boiling beast desire was like magma, wanting to melt his flesh and bones into water. Chu Waning was so angry that his face turned green, and he wanted to vomit blood. He could not imagine that he would be suppressed by Mo Ran without any strength to resist. What made it even more difficult for him to accept was that in this crazy and wet kiss, he actually felt his abdomen heat up, and his fingertips go soft. He was trembling in his arms. Mo Ran's chest was so hot that it felt like he was going to melt and drown him. He wanted to struggle, but he didn't have the strength. When the kiss ended, Chu Waning's legs were weak. Mo Ran hugged him and turned his face to the back of his ear. Hot and moist breaths landed on his neck as he panted. Then he heard Mo Ran say, "Didn't you want to discuss terms with Ben?" Mo Ran's voice was very hoarse, so hoarse that Chu Waning felt like he was a stranger. Chu Waning lowered his eyes and saw his Adam's apple move. It was a swallowing motion that he was trying to hold back. "You have no other value to me, so let's use the last thing you have left to negotiate." Chu Waning's voice was also hoarse. He didn't know if it was because of desire or anger. He said in a low voice, "What?" Mo Ran forced him to the wall, then suddenly raised his hand and fiercely pushed against the wall. He fiercely grabbed one of Chu Waning's chained wrists. He didn't have any evil intentions, but he also didn't have any sexual desire as he lowered his head and sucked on his earring. Chu Waning instantly began to tremble violently, and a terrifying numbness spread from his tailbone to his scalp. Mo Ran's voice was low, and his breathing was very turbid and very heavy. "If you let me do it once, I'll agree to your request." Chu Waning suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes were wet with lust, but more than that, they were filled with disbelief. Mo Ran's other hand was already touching his waist, and his lips were rubbing against the side of his neck. His tone was gentle, but his words were vicious. "But since I hate Shizun so much, I don't think I have much interest in Shizun's body. If I want to have fun, I'll have to trouble you to cooperate." Mo Ran paused, then continued to touch his waist, hugging him even tighter. "So, think carefully. If you're willing, you'll kneel down and lick me properly. Once I'm comfortable, you'll lie on the bed and beg me to f***cku. Chu Waning was about to go crazy. Elder Yuheng was prideful, pure, and cold. He didn't touch men, didn't get close to women, didn't look at erotic pictures, didn't listen to erotic songs, and was honest, chaste, and aloof. To put it simply, he knew very little about matters of the heart. So he was very unfortunate. Although he was angry, he could only throw away his helmet and armor in front of this intense and unfamiliar feeling. He was utterly defeated. After Mo Ran finished speaking, he waited for a moment. Seeing that he didn't respond, he scolded in a low voice, but he couldn't help but start to kiss him. After kissing his lips enough, he withdrew his wet tongue from his mouth, bringing with it a trace of sparkling. Then, he fiercely bit his neck, licking and kissing his neck and ears. What made Chu Waning's scalp go numb was that Mo Ran's hand started to violently tear at his robe. As he tore, he muttered, what are you pretending to be a gentleman for? What are you pretending to be a saint for? When he looked up at him, his gaze was blazing and crazy. The corners of his eyes were suffused with a strange light, as if the hatred that had been accumulating for a long time had finally been vented. It was also like the boiling lava of lust under the rock stratum. After a long period of forbearance, it gushed out wantonly. Chu Wanning seemed to be fiercely scalded by his wolf-like gaze. He wanted to look away, but Mo Ran saw through his thoughts and pinched his face. Look at me. His hoarse voice was boiling hot and slightly trembling. It was unknown whether it was because of excitement or something else. It sounded like the hunger of a wild beast pouncing on its prey. I told you to look at me. Chu Wanning trembled and closed his eyes. This dream was really too absurd, Shizun. The voice by his ear suddenly became gentle and soft. It was a familiar tone. Shizun, wake up. In his blurred state, Chu Wanning saw Mo Ran's face right in front of him. Immediately, without thinking, he slapped him accurately and fiercely. With a "part" sound, it landed solidly on the other's cheek. Mo Ran was caught off guard and was hit head-on. Ah! He opened his eyes wide. Shizun, why are you randomly hitting people? Chu Wanning sat up. His pair of phoenix-like eyes were raised. The corners of his eyes were filled with anger and shock. His body was still slightly trembling. The dream and reality intertwined, driving him crazy. Shizun, don't come over. Chu Wanning lowered his sword-like eyebrows and sternly shouted. His extreme reaction gave Mo Ran a fright. After a while, he cautiously asked, did you have a nightmare? Nightmare, yes, it was a dream. It was just a dream. Chu Wanning stared at the person in front of him in a daze. After a long while, he gradually came back to his senses. He was still lying in the library of the Red Lotus Pavilion. The Danshin Palace and the young Mo Ran had disappeared together. What was left in front of him was only that young and childish face. Yes, in my dream. I really hit people. After finally waking up, Chu Wanning paused for a moment to tidy up his expression. With his slender fingers that were still slightly trembling, he pretended to be serious and said while suppressing the heat and uneasiness that had not yet dissipated. Mo Ran rubbed his still red cheeks and gasped. What nightmare did you have, Shizun? You hit so hard. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Chu Wanning's face. He pursed his lips and turned away half of his handsome face. He was cold and aloof and did not speak. His face was expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. He felt that his self-esteem was about to shatter. He actually had such an absurd dream. Such filthy and shameless words. He was simply unworthy of being a teacher. What made him collapse even more was that his body actually failed to live up to expectations and reacted to such a humiliating dream. Fortunately, his robe was loose and elegant, so others could not see it. However, Chu Wanning held his forehead. His face was still as black as the bottom of a pot. He naturally could not vent his anger on Mo Ran in his dream, but this person in front of him who had delivered himself to him was still okay. Thus, he slanted his eyes and asked in an angry voice, you broke into my bedroom in the middle of the night. Do you think the Red Lotus Pavilion is your home? Do you think you are Elder Yuheng? First, he was inexplicably slapped in the face. Then, he was scolded. Mo Ran felt wronged and whispered, why are you throwing a tantrum again? Chu Wanning's sword-like eyebrows shot up in anger. I'm not throwing a tantrum. I'm going to sleep. Get out. Mo Ran said, but Shizun, it's already morning. Chu Wanning, if we hadn't waited at the good and evil stage for so long without seeing Master, I wouldn't have dared to come to the Red Lotus Pavilion to look for you. Chu Wan, the windows of the library were closed. He pushed open the window and saw that the sun was already up in the sky. Birds were chirping and insects were chirping. Chu Waning's expression turned even uglier. It looked like he could summon the Heavenly Inquisition at any time. He actually had a wet dream until it was 7 in the morning. If Mo Ran hadn't come to call him, he might have continued. This realization made the veins on Chu Waning's forehead bulge, and his knuckles turned jade white as he pinched the window frame. It should be known that Chu Waning's mental cultivation method had always been good at suppressing desires. Before this, he had never even had any erotic thoughts, let alone wet dreams. Chu Waning was like a wooden man in this way, stupid and stiff. He had cultivated his mental cultivation method to perfection and cut off all desires. When he had nothing else to do, he liked to despise this pair of lovers fooling around and despise that pair of Taoist companions practicing dual cultivation. In the end, he was proud of himself and thought that he was particularly virtuous. Who would have thought that he would stumble and fall in the hands of his own little disciple? The wise, noble, and elegant Master Chu didn't dare to look at Mo Ran anymore. He angrily said, "Come with me to the good and evil stage for morning practice." He flicked his sleeves and left. Xue Meng and Shamai had been waiting for a long time. When Chu Waning arrived, they were sitting under the shade of a tree and talking. Shamai was very anxious. Shizun is never late. What's going on today? It's already so late, but we still haven't seen his shadow. Xue Meng was even more anxious. Didn't Mo Ran go to find Shizun? He hasn't come back after so long. If I had known, I would have gone with him. Shizun isn't sick, is he? Shamai said, I saw that the wound on Shizun's shoulder was very serious. Although he has been recuperating, his bones are weak. It's actually hard to say. When Xue Meng heard this, he became even more restless. He suddenly stood up. No need to wait. Mo Ran, that unreliable dog, I'll go and see for myself. When he turned around, he saw Chu Waning striding over, his white robes fluttering in the wind. The two people under the tree said together, Shizun. Chu Waning said, I was delayed by some matters. Today, I'll take you to practice martial arts. Let's go. While Chu Waning wasn't paying attention, Shamai quietly asked Mo Ran, who was following behind him, Shizun, are you okay? What's delayed you? Mo Ran rolled his eyes. I overslept. Ah. Sure, pretend you don't know. Mo Ran rubbed his cheek. The slap from before still hurt. He didn't want to be slapped by Chu Waning for no reason. Shamai's eyelashes fluttered. Why is your left cheek red? Mo Ran whispered, if you keep asking, my right cheek will turn red too. Don't ask anymore. Let's go. The three people went to the training field. Chu Waning let Mo Ran and Shamai practice on their own, leaving Xue Meng alone. Chu Waning said, sit down. Although Xue Meng didn't understand why, he had always followed his Shizun's instructions. He immediately sat down. Chu Waning also sat down in front of him. He said to him, the Sword Conference of Holy Mountain is in 3 years. What are your plans? Xue Meng lowered his eyes. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll win first place. If Chu Waning had asked him this before the trip to Jincheng Lake, Xue Meng would have answered proudly. But at this time, when he said this, he couldn't let go of his pride and stubbornly held on. It wasn't that he didn't know his place, but he really didn't want to give up the title of God's favored child. After saying, win first place, Xue Meng felt anxious. He stole a glance at Chu Waning. But Chu Waning only glanced at him. He didn't mock or question him. He simply said one word. Good. Xue Meng's eyes suddenly lit up. Shizun, do you think I can? He was so excited that he couldn't speak properly. Chu Waning said, under my tutelage, there is no disciple who gives up before a fight. Shizun, those who participate in the Sword Conference of Holy Mountain are all outstanding youths of various sects. Those who don't have divine martial skills naturally won't be your match. You don't have to be afraid of those who have divine martial skills. Chu Wanning said, divine martial skills can't be controlled overnight. Although your saber Longcheng is slightly inferior, it's still a top-grade weapon that can be forged in the mortal world. If you practice diligently these 3 years and make good use of it, it's not impossible for you to win first place. Everyone knew that Grandmaster Chu had a keen eye for martial arts and was quite insightful. He was also a sentimental person who would never tell white lies to motivate others. So when Xuemeng heard his words, he immediately felt excited. Shizun, are you speaking the truth? Chu Wanning narrowed his eyes and said lightly, Xuemeng, how old are you? I don't even coax people who are over 5 years old. When he said this, Xuemeng was a bit embarrassed. He rubbed his nose and laughed. Chu Wanning said again, victory and defeat are unpredictable, but pride is not to be underestimated. Work hard. As for the result, you don't have to force it. Xuemeng said, yes. After comforting Xuemeng, Chu Wanning went to the Ling Power wooden dummies behind the practice field. In order to prevent the disciples from accidentally injuring others when striking the wooden dummies, this place was built in a remote area. One had to pass through a long corridor and turn a corner to reach the pile of dummies. Shamai and Mo Ran had their backs to him and were talking. They weren't too far away and he could hear them. You? Chu Wanning was about to call them over, but the scene in front of him made him stop abruptly. 50, as a person who cherished weapons, this scene made Chu Wanning so angry that he was speechless. He was afraid that he was looking at an idiot. Not far away, under the flowering trees, Mo Ran summoned the ghost. The god of war could freely expand and shrink, but most people were willing to make their weapons bigger and more impressive. At the very least, like Chu Wanning, they would keep their normal appearance. However, Mo Ran had shrunk the ghost into a very small one. It was about the same length and thickness as a headband. Yi Linglong, a dignified divine martial artist, looked like a pitiful little child. Everyone's spiritual energy was different. Chu Wanning's Heaven's Inquisition was golden when he poured spiritual energy into it, but the ghost was red. Therefore, without the willow leaves, the ghost looked like a matchmaker. Shamai, tie this on your hand. I want to know if the ghost is the same as Heaven's Inquisition, and if it also has the ability to coax people into telling the truth. Ah, you want to test it on me? Mo Ran laughed, yes, because I'm the best with you, and I believe that you won't lie to me. Shamai was still hesitant, that's true, but, Aya, I won't ask tricky questions. If you don't believe me, let's make a pinky promise. Saying so, he stretched out his pinky. Shamai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How old are you? You're still so childish. Pinky swear. You can pinky swear when you're 8 years old, you can pinky swear when you're 18. Even when you're 88, you can still pinky swear. What's so childish about it? Mo Ran grinned as he held up Shamai's right hand and pinky swear. Shamai was both angry and amused, but there was nothing he could do. In the end, he could only let him do as he pleased. Unexpectedly, Mo Ran grabbed Shamai's pinky, but didn't make a pinky promise with him. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and laughed, the ghost, let's get to work. With 2 swishing sounds, the ghost tied Shamai's pinky finger with lightning speed, while the other end was tied to Mo Ran's pinky finger, which was still standing upright. The handsome youth smiled like a sly fox that had ascended to heaven. His dimples were deep as he happily said, congratulations, you've been fooled. Shamai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, you. Let go of me. There's no rush, Mo Ran said with a smile. I'll release you after I ask a few questions. In fact, ever since Jin Chenkai obtained the Sauvignon Blanc and Shamai failed to open the box, Mo Ran felt uneasy. Although Shamai was wearing gloves at that time and couldn't touch the box directly, Mo Ran still couldn't completely let it go. Moreover, Chu Waning was the one who opened the box in the end. Chu Waning. How is this possible? Therefore, Mo Ran felt that Xiangxi must have been broken. However, in order to confirm this, he felt that it was best to confirm it with the ghost. He didn't doubt his sincerity towards Shamai, but he was worried that in Shamai's heart, he was actually insignificant. As for Jin Chenkai saying that he liked him, it might just be his own imagination. He felt that Shamai had a gentle temperament and treated everyone well. Unlike Chu Waning, who always put on a face as if others owed him a mountain of gold and silver, which was especially annoying. Although the Emperor Ta was a rough person, when he was thinking about his sweetheart, this guy could be very troublesome. First of all, although Mo Ran was worried, he still maintained a smile on his face and pretended to be relaxed. He even decided to throw out a few irrelevant questions to pave the way for the real story. What do you think of Xue Meng? Feeling the pain on his finger, Shamai couldn't help but answer honestly, young master is very good, but he's too direct and sometimes it's unbearable. Mo Ran clapped and laughed, eh? You also have times when you can't stand him. Ha ha ha, no wonder, after all, he's so annoying. Shamai blushed. Lower your voice, don't let young master hear you. Okay. Mo Ran laughed, but I'm very happy when you say bad things about him. Shamai, Mo Ran asked again, then what do you think of Shizun? Shizun is very good, but his temper is a bit. It seemed that Shamai really didn't want to comment on Chu Waning, but he couldn't do anything about it. After biting his lip for a while, he said with grievance, his temper is a bit irritable. Ha ha, how is that irritable? It's clearly very irritable. He gets angry every few days and refuses to admit it when he's angry. I think even Consort Gui is easier to serve than him. Chu Waning, who was standing in the corner. Mo Ran suddenly became curious and asked, since you know that Shizun has a bad temper, why do you still want to be his disciple? Shamai said, Shizun has a cold face but a kind heart. My talent is not as good as others, but he never thinks that I'm stupid. He says that education is for all. Since I'm not good at attacking, he teaches me healing and recovery techniques. He treats me very well. Mo Ran was originally happy, but when he heard this, he suddenly stopped smiling and gradually became silent. After a while, Mo Ran said, how is he treating you well? He just teaches you some spells and occasionally takes care of you. If it were any other master, they would do the same. That's not the same. Mo Ran suddenly became unhappy and puffed up his cheeks. Anyway, he doesn't treat you well. I can do all the things that he does to you. Shamai didn't say anything. In this awkward silence, Mo Ran gradually calmed down the anger in his heart. When he saw that Shamai didn't say anything, he suddenly felt guilty and whispered, I'm sorry. It's okay. Shamai said. But after a while, Shamai said somewhat abruptly, a few years ago, before you came to the peak of life and death, there was one time when I was walking on the road and there was a sudden rainstorm. At that time, I hadn't become Shizun's disciple yet. When I was running in the rain, I met him. He was holding a red all-paper umbrella. When he saw that I was in a difficult situation, he asked me to hide under his umbrella. I had long heard of his cold reputation. When I walked side by side with him, my heart was very nervous. And then? Shamai said with a gentle expression, and then we didn't talk the whole way. Mo Ran nodded in agreement, he's such a boring person. There really isn't much to say to him. Yes. Shamai smiled, Shizun is a man of few words. But when he sent me to the door, I thanked him. Suddenly, I saw that his right shoulder was completely soaked. And I was standing on his left the whole way, so I didn't get wet at all. Mo Ran, that all-paper umbrella was very small. In fact, it was only big enough for one person to hold it. He blocked most of it for me. I watched as he walked away in the rain. When I returned to my room, I wrote an invitation to become his disciple, begging him to accept me as his disciple. Don't say anymore. Mo Ran suddenly said, "You're too kind. If you keep talking, I'll feel sorry for you." Shamai said warmly, "Mo Ran, don't you think that Shizun is the one who's sorry? He only has such a small umbrella. Because he always walks alone, no one is willing to accompany him. So sometimes, when Shizun is a bit strict with me or scolds me a bit more, I don't care. Because I remember his soaked shoulder." Mo Ran didn't say anything. Only the tip of his nose was slightly red, and a trace of bitterness floated in his heart. That feeling of bitterness was a bit vague. Suddenly, he didn't know who this feeling was for. "Mo Ran, let me ask you a question." "Millimeter, go ahead. Do you especially hate Shizun?" Mo Ran stared blankly. Or should I say, you don't like him, right?" When Shamai asked this question, his usually calm and gentle gaze seemed a bit sharp. Mo Ran was caught off guard. Under such a sharp gaze, he was suddenly speechless. Mo Ran lowered his head. He didn't nod or shake his head. After a long time, he forced a smile and said, "Aya, wasn't I the one asking you a question? I wasn't careful and actually got tangled up by you. How can this be?" Seeing that he was avoiding the question, Shamai didn't insist. He only smiled and said, "I'm just asking casually. You don't have to take it to heart." Millimeter, Mo Ran tidied up his mood and then looked up. Through the curtain of his thick eyelashes, he looked at Shamai's beautiful face. Originally, his third question was to ask whether Shamai liked him or not. But after this conversation, his mood suddenly became heavy. After a while of silence, Mo Ran suddenly said, "He's my Shizun. He's only my Shizun. It's not about whether I like him or not." Hearing this, Chuaning, who was standing in the dark, slightly moved his eyelashes, like the rustling wings of an injured butterfly. Although some things were clear in one's heart, when it was confirmed, one still felt like one's body was floating and one's heart was sinking into the sea. Maybe it was because autumn came early, but Chuaning suddenly felt a bit cold. In the distance, Mo Ran and Shamai were talking. He closed his eyes. The slight nausea that had recently appeared occasionally rose to his head. He suddenly felt extremely tired. He turned around and wanted to leave. But after a few steps, Mo Ran's voice was carried by the autumn wind and faintly passed into his ears. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Mo Ran asked Shamai the third question, "Okay, you talked about Shui Meng and Shizun. Now, let's talk about me." He tried to minimize the concern in his voice. Carefully, even somewhat humbly, he asked, "Shamai, what do you think of me?" Shamai suddenly stopped talking. Like Heaven's Inquisition, the ghost obviously had the ability to interrogate the truth. Shamai resisted answering. Because of this, the ghost's red light became brighter and tighter around Shamai's fingertips. Shamai frowned. "It hurts. I only want you to say one thing." Mo Ran couldn't bear it, but this question was buried deep in his heart. In both his previous and current lives, it had almost become his inner demon. So he still insisted on asking, "What do you think of me?" Shamai shook his head and closed his eyes. It seemed that he was in great pain. His long eyelashes couldn't stop trembling and his forehead gradually seeped out with fine sweat. Mo Ran saw him like this. In the end, his heart softened. He sighed. Forget it. He was about to withdraw from the ghost when Shamai couldn't hold it in any longer. His face was as white as gold paper. He said hoarsely, "I think you are very good." Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes wide. After Shamai said this, his originally pale face quickly turned red. He seemed to be very annoyed. He lowered his eyes and didn't dare to look at the ghost. The ghost turned into little red lights, like the petals of a flower, fluttering back into Mo Ran's palm. Mo Ran couldn't hold it in. He lowered his head and laughed softly. When he looked up at Shamai again, his eyebrows and eyes were rippling like spring flowers in full bloom. There was a lazy smile in his voice, but his eyes were a little wet. He said, "Okay, thank you. I also think you are very good. Although Jin Chenkai had told you about it, you didn't remember it at all. So I want to say it again. You are really, very likable." Although he didn't say in detail what kind of like it was, Shamai's neck still turned red. He couldn't say a word. Mo Ran stared at him with a pair of deep eyes. The light in his eyes was so clear, like the stars in the sea or the waves in the Milky Way. "I want to treat you very well and make you happy." Shamai wasn't stupid. Looking at his expression, he knew what he was thinking. He couldn't help but lower his head. Mo Ran looked at him and couldn't help but want to raise his hand to touch Shamai's hair. But before he could get close, a golden light suddenly flashed. Pa! A vine whip hit Mo Ran's face solidly. Ah! Mo Ran felt pain and turned around in shock. He saw Chu Wanning standing with his hands behind his back. He was wearing a white robe that was whiter than snow. He was standing by the green roof and white wall, looking down at them coldly. Heaven's inquisition was like a snake hissing and flicking its tongue. It coiled around the ground, its willow leaves rustling. From time to time, it would burst into a cluster of sparks and a ray of golden light. Shamai said in shock, "Shizun." Mo Ran covered his face and said, "Shizun. So what if he was hated? So what if he wasn't liked? If it was someone else, they would cry bitterly. But if it was Chu Wanning? Cry? Ridiculous. Of course, he would beat the one who didn't know what to do." Chu Wanning's expression was extremely cold. He walked over and said coldly, "Why are you chatting here instead of cultivating? Mo Weiyu, do you think you're so great just because you got the last divine martial skill? You're so confident that you're invincible. You're in such a leisurely mood. Shizun, I just want to." Chu Wanning's eyes were fierce. Mo Ran, "Shut up. Shimingjing, come with me. Mo Weiyu." He paused and said in disgust, "Go and cultivate. If you can't last 10 moves with me when I come to spar with you, you'll go back and copy the Qingshin manual 300 times as punishment." Scram. 10 moves. Mo Ran felt that it was better for him to copy the Qingshin manual directly. 51. For the next 3 days, Chu Wanning's complexion was not very good, and his temper was also very irritable. Yu Heng's disgust was written all over his face. Wherever he went, he was shrouded in a layer of haze. When the disciples saw him, they scattered like birds and beasts. Even Xue Zhenyong could feel the faint murderous aura around him, and did not dare to talk too much with him. Although Chu Wanning was not willing to admit that he had improper thoughts about Mo Ran, when he saw his 2 disciples' affectionate appearances in front of the wooden dummy, he could not help but feel angry and sour in his chest. He was a bit disgusted. Not only was he disgusted with others, but he was even more disgusted with himself. Mo Weiyu and himself were only master and disciple. What did it have to do with him who he wanted to stick to and who he wanted to tangle with? What right did he have to throw a willow vine because he could not stand it? What did it have to do with him who he wanted to stick to? What did it have to do with him? Chu Wanning, how could your heart be smaller than the tip of a needle? Fine, let's take a step back. So what if he had those unspeakable desires for Mo Ran? He had always been proud of his self-control and pride. It was enough to restrain his heart, enough to strangle those terrifying desires to death in his heart with the passage of time. These feelings that could not see the light of day, other than himself, no one would know. Other than the silk pouch left by the ghost master, and the strand of black hair that entangled him and Mo Ran, nothing would be left. Mo Ran would not know his feelings, just like how Mo Ran would never know that at the bottom of the Jinqing pool, the person who endured the pain to save him was not Shamai, but himself who had temporarily swapped souls with Shamai. But now, what was this? Was this jealousy? This thought made Chu Wanning choke on her own words. In the following months, he tried his best to avoid contact with Mo Ran. Other than the daily guidance of cultivation, he did not have much interaction. In the blink of an eye, the end of the year approached. One day, Chu Wanning returned from slaying demons at the foot of the mountain. As he walked to the front of the mountain gate, snow suddenly began to fall from the sky. Soon, the peak of life and death was enveloped by the misty silver outfit. Chu Wanning felt cold all over, so he tightened his robe and strode towards the Core Heart Palace. A charcoal fire was lit in the hall, and the wood in the copper basin made a crisp crackling sound. Chu Wanning had originally come to report to Shuizhengyong, but the Great Lord was not here. Instead, he bumped into Mo Ran. There was no one else in the Core Heart Palace. This was the first time in months that Chu Wanning was alone with him. He could not help but feel a little awkward. What's more, that absurd dream had happened here. Speaking of that dream, Chu Wanning actually had it many times. Each time, the image was clear and vivid. At first, Chu Wanning was still conflicted, but later, he simply got used to it. In the dream, Mo Ran was like a little lunatic, spouting nonsense. He was so bored that he could count Mo Ran's eyelashes, 1, 2, 3, however, that dream always came to an abrupt end at a critical moment. After several times of this, Grandmaster Chu thought that it must be because of his noble nature that he would not think of such filthy things. With this thought, Elder Yuheng, who had a fragile heart of a virgin, finally managed to regain some of his dignity. However, the combination of Mo Ran and the Core Heart Palace still made Chu Wanning feel a little threatened. However, that young man did not feel anything. When he saw him, he relaxed his dark brows and grinned. "Master, you're back." "Yes." "Looking for Uncle?" "He went to Auntie's hall. Auntie is not feeling well, so he can't leave. If you have anything to say, I'll pass it on to him." Chu Wanning pursed his lips and said lightly, "No need." After that, he turned to leave. However, Mo Ran called out to him. "Master, wait a moment." "What?" He turned around as he spoke, but was caught off guard by Mo Ran's hand reaching out and brushing the tip of his dark brows. Mo Ran brushed it off and said naturally, "Look at you, you're covered in snow." Chu Wanning was stunned. He let the young man nag and removed the snow on him. Then, he took a white handkerchief and wiped his wet hair. Chu Wanning was afraid of the cold and could not catch a cold. Otherwise, he would easily fall ill. However, this person did not know how to take care of himself. In his previous life, after Chu Wanning was put under house arrest, he often liked to sit in the courtyard and watch the koi fish jump around. He did not even know it was snowing. As a result, he often caught a cold or had a fever. After his spiritual nucleus was destroyed, his master became weaker and weaker. He was often bedridden for more than half a month. Even if he drank medicine after medicine, it did not seem to get better. Therefore, when Mo Ran saw snowflakes falling between his eyebrows and shoulders again, half melting and the other half condensing, he subconsciously wanted to brush them off. However, when he was halfway through, he suddenly realized that this action seemed to be too intimate. He suddenly looked up and happened to meet Chu Wanning's pair of deep phoenix eyes. Chu Wanning was staring at him. Mo Ran withdrew his hand. "Ahaha, disciple overstepped. Master, wipe it yourself, wipe it yourself." When he was embarrassed, Chu Wanning was relieved. After all, a dream was just a dream. His disciple's temperament was still the same as before. He was completely different from the person in the dream who called himself, this Lord. Chu Wanning was silent for a while. He took Mo Ran's handkerchief and took off his cloak. He walked to the stove to warm his hands and wipe the melting snow on his hair. When did you know you overstepped? The firelight reflected on Chu Waning's face. He narrowed his eyes and said, haven't you always been overstepping? Mo Ran, for a moment, no one spoke. After Chu Waning finished wiping his hair, he casually put away the handkerchief and glanced at Mo Ran. But then again, what are you doing here? Mo Ran hurriedly said, isn't it the end of the year? A year's worth of files needs to be sorted out. I'm here to help. Chu Waning interrupted him, I know there is a year's worth of files to be sorted out, but isn't this Shimingjing's matter? Why are you doing it? Mo Ran. Shizun's memory is really good. Chu Waning was unmoved by this flattery. Where is he? He said he had a headache and fever this morning. He was also sweating all over. Seeing Chu Waning's expression, Mo Ran said, I'm sorry, Shizun. I advised him to stay in bed and rest. Don't blame him for being lazy. That kind of apology was like a sharp needle, pricking Chu Waning's brows. Chu Waning was silent for a while, then asked, is he okay? Mo Ran saw that he didn't blame him and sighed in relief. When I came out, I just gave him some medicine to drink. I only left when I saw that he had fallen asleep. It's just a cold, so he should be fine in 2 or 3 days. Thank you for your concern, Shizun. What do I have to care about you guys? I was just asking. Mo Ran, I'm leaving. Tidy up well. As Chu Waning said this, he walked away alone. At the peak of life and death, disciples were strictly prohibited from doing things for each other. Mo Ran originally thought that he would be punished by Shizun, but he didn't expect that Chu Waning would let him go so easily. For a while, he didn't react and stood there in a daze for a long time. When he was almost far away, he suddenly came back to his senses. People walking alone in the snow, Mo Ran picked up the umbrella by the door and braved the snow to run out. Shizun! Shizun, wait a moment. Chu Waning turned around. Mo Ran stopped in front of him, shook the snow off the umbrella, and opened it properly above the two of them. The snow is heavy, take the umbrella and go back. Chu Waning glanced at him, no need. Mo Ran put the umbrella in his hands, but Chu Waning was tired of it and insisted on not wanting it. As he pulled, the umbrella was pushed and fell into the snow. With a strong gust of wind, it suddenly floated several feet away. Chu Waning stared at the umbrella that fell into the snow. He stared for a while. This was originally a small matter. He wanted to be as indifferent as before and leave. But suddenly, he couldn't move. Just like how a candle flame would eventually be extinguished, an ancient well would also dry up. Even the most patient person would have a time when they broke down. Chu Waning turned around and flicked his sleeves. Mo Weiyu, can you not provoke me? I'm not Shimingjing, I don't need anyone to take care of me. As he spoke, a golden light suddenly lit up in his hand. Mo Ran subconsciously took a step back, thinking that he was going to use Heaven's Inquisition to hit him again. Who knew that a golden spring would appear in Chu Waning's hand, forming a resplendent barrier in the air. In an instant, it blocked the wind and snow around him. Mo Ran, a barrier that could block the snow and rain. Chu Waning's sword-like eyebrows furrowed, his expression cold. Do you think I need an umbrella? He seemed to be really angry. His fingertips moved quickly, and the light of the barrier changed from gold to red, from red to purple, from purple to blue, from blue to green. Every time the color changed, the effects of the barrier would be different. Some could only block the snow, some could block the cold wind, and some could even turn the cold of the snow into warmth within the barrier. These moves were too powerful. Of course, Chu Waning wouldn't waste his spiritual energy to block the snow like this. This kind of show-off was so childish that Mo Ran was speechless for a moment. Shizun, don't be angry, which eye of yours saw that I was angry? Chu Wanning was so angry that his face turned green. Get lost. Okay, I'll get lost, I'll get lost. Mo Ran glanced at the barrier above his head. But don't waste your spiritual energy like this, get lost. Chu Wanning waved his hand, and the barrier suddenly closed, turning into a bolt of lightning that struck in front of Mo Ran. Mo Ran was almost struck by the lightning summoned by Chu Wanning. It was rare for him to show concern for the other, but he was met with such a reaction. For a moment, he was a bit angry. Just as he was about to say something, he looked up and saw Chu Wanning standing in the snow. His face was pale, and his eyes were a bit red. Mo Ran was stunned. You and I are just master and disciple. There's no need to be so concerned. Take your umbrella and get out of here. Mo Ran was shocked, and suddenly understood. Shizun, that day at the practice field, when I was talking to Shamai, he heard it. Chu Wanning didn't say anything, and turned to leave. This time, Mo Ran didn't call him, and he didn't look back. Halfway through, he couldn't help but sneeze. Chu Wanning's footsteps stiffened, and then he walked even faster. It seemed like he was angry, but also like he was running away. And from beginning to end, Mo Ran stood in the boundless snow, staring blankly at his back until it disappeared. No one knew what he was thinking. As soon as Chu Wanning returned to the Red Lotus Pavilion, he fell ill. Although he could use the barrier to avoid the rain and snow, when it came to his own matters, he was very lazy, and even more unwilling to waste his spiritual energy. Otherwise, when it rained, he wouldn't act like a normal person, casually holding an oil paper umbrella and walking around. After sneezing a few times in succession, they all came looking for him with headaches and fevers. However, he had been ill for a long time and was no longer surprised by colds. He took some medicine, washed up, and changed his clothes. Then, he crawled under the blanket and fell asleep. Perhaps it was because of the cold, the nausea that had been acting up since Jin Chenkai was injured was particularly obvious tonight. He slept in a drowsy state for a whole night. His whole body was soaked in cold sweat, and his body was as hot as a stove. At noon the next day, Chu Wanning vaguely woke up. He opened his eyes and lay on the bed in a daze for a while before slowly jumping off the bed and preparing to put on his shoes. Then, he was stunned. He suddenly realized that after one night, his boots had become much bigger. He took a closer look. Chu Wanning, no matter how calm Elder Yuheng was, he could not endure this shock. It wasn't his boots that were getting bigger. Chu Wanning stared blankly at his own hands, his own legs, his own bare feet, and his shoulders that were exposed from under his clothes. Did I become smaller? 52. Xue Xinyong was practicing his swordsmanship on the North Peak when a begonia flower suddenly fell from the sky. He made a sound of surprise and took the begonia flower while wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. He muttered to himself, Yuheng sent a message to the begonia flower. Can't he come and tell me himself? When did he become so lazy? Although he said this, Xue Xinyong still picked up the golden light in the begonia flower and put it into his ear. An unfamiliar child's voice came from it. My lord, please come to the Red Lotus Pavilion when you have time. Xue Xinyong did not believe it at first, but when he landed in front of Chu Wanning's residence on his sword, he was completely dumbfounded. In the pavilion next to the lotus pond, a child about 5 or 6 years old stood with his hands behind his back and stared at the lotus leaf with a gloomy expression. From the side, this person's face was as white as snow, and his eyes were as cold as ice. He was even wearing Chu Wanning's robes, but they were too big for him. His sleeves and robes dragged on the ground, making him look like a fish in a pond with a giant tail. Xue Xinyong, the child looked back with an arrogant expression that said, if you dare laugh, I'll die. Xue Xinyong, pfft, ha 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 ha. The child slammed the table and said angrily, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? It's not that I'm not laughing. Ah ha ha ha, oh no, Yuheng, I told you to go to Elder Tanlang and take a look at the wound, but you didn't listen. Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. Xue Zhenyong held his stomach and said, I've never seen a child with such a strong murderous aura, ahahaha. This child was none other than Chu Wanning, who woke up to find that his body had shrunk. Jin Chenkai pierced through the vines on his back and back. He did not know what spell it was, but it turned people into their 5 or 6 years old appearance. Fortunately, his magic power did not regress, otherwise, Chu Wanning felt that he could really die. Xue Zhenyong laughed as he went to find a set of disciples' robes for him. After Chu Wanning put it on, he did not look so funny. He tidied up his blue-bottomed silver-edged gauntlets and glared at Xue Zhenyong. Then, he said fiercely, I'll kill you if you tell anyone. Xue Zhenyong laughed and said, I won't say. But what are you going to do? I don't know anything about medicine, so I have to find someone to take a look, right? Why don't I invite Elder Tanlang over? Chu Wanning angrily flicked his sleeves, only to find that the little disciple uniform had a narrow collar and tight sleeves. When he waved his sleeves, there was no imposing manner at all. He became even more displeased. Why did you invite him? Let him laugh at me. Why don't I ask my wife to take a look? Chu Wanning pursed his lips and didn't speak. He actually looked a little aggrieved. I'll take your silence as a yes. Chu Wanning turned around and faced him with the back of his head. Xue Zhenyong knew that he was depressed, but this spectacle was too funny. After holding it in for a while, he couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing again. With a shua sound, the Heavens Inquisition was summoned. Chu Wanning glanced sideways and sternly said, You dare to laugh again? I won't laugh anymore. I'll go find my wife now, ahahaha. Xue Zhenyong ran away like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, he brought an anxious Madame Wang over. Madame Wang was stunned when she saw Chu Wanning. After a while, she said in disbelief. Elder Yuheng, Chu Wanning, fortunately, compared to Xue Zhenyong, Madame Wang was a doctor with a benevolent heart. She didn't laugh at Chu Wanning. Instead, she carefully examined him and then softly said, Elder's spiritual energy is flowing smoothly, and there's nothing wrong with his body. It seems that other than turning into a child, there's nothing different about him. Chu Wanning asked, Madam, do you know how to resolve this? Madame Wang shook her head and said, Elder's injuries were caused by the ancient willow vine. I'm afraid there's no second case of this in the world. Therefore, I don't know how to deal with it. Chu Wanning's eyelashes suddenly drooped, and he couldn't say anything for a long time. He was clearly stunned. Madame Wang couldn't bear to see this and hurriedly said, Elder Yuheng, in my opinion, the reason why you've become like this is probably because the vine's sap used for self-healing has invaded your wounds. It's not an evil curse. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long to act up. I think that the sap is very small. It's because you've been too busy these past few days that the curse affected your body. Why don't you recuperate for a while and see how things go? After a moment of silence, Chu Wanning sighed and said, I guess that's the only way. Thank you, madam. You're welcome. Madame Wang carefully sized him up again and said, with Elder's current appearance, if you don't say it, no one will be able to tell. She was right. Chu Wanning had long forgotten the things that happened when he was 5 or 6 years old. However, when he looked at his reflection in the lake, other than some facial features, he didn't look very similar to his adult self. His heart finally relaxed a little. He raised his head and said to Xue Zhenyong, Lord, I'm going to be in seclusion at the Red Lotus Pavilion for a few days. Please take care of Xue Meng and the others. What are you saying? Meng is my son, Ran is my nephew, and Shamai is a disciple of the Peak of Life and Death. Of course I have to take care of them, Xue Zhenyong said with a smile. You should worry more about yourself. However, Chu Wanning had been meditating for 3 days straight, but he didn't see his body return to its original appearance. He couldn't help but feel even more worried. He was also thousands of miles away from Madame Wang's words of recuperation. One evening, Chu Wanning finally couldn't bear the agitation in his heart. Seeing that his cultivation was fruitless, he simply left the southern peak and walked around to relax. It was already past dinner time, and the night practice had yet to begin. The peak of life and death's empty valleys, secluded paths, bridges, and pavilions were filled with groups of 3 to 5 disciples. No one noticed him. Chu Wanning strolled around and went to a bamboo forest near the stage of good and evil. The elders had their own practice areas that they were used to. Usually, they would bring their disciples to a fixed place to practice. Chu Wanning was used to this bamboo forest. The bamboo shadows were bleak, and the leaves were rustling. Chu Wanning broke off a leaf and put it to his lips. He slowly blew on it. The quiet and fragmented music calmed his mind. But not long after, the sound of footsteps came from afar and stopped near him. "Hey, kid." Chu Wanning opened his eyes. Xuemeng was standing proudly in the bamboo forest with his slender waist and long legs. He was holding the glittering saber Longcheng and was talking to him. "I'm going to practice my saber here. You go somewhere else." Chu Wanning raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a strange feeling. Xuemeng was bossing him around. He thought for a while and said, "I'll play my saber and you practice yours. Let's not disturb each other." Xuemeng said, "How can that be? Go, my saber will hurt you." "You can't hurt me." Xuemeng was a little impatient. He clicked his tongue and said, "Then I'll remind you. If you get hurt later, I won't care about you." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out his saber. Longcheng let out a vigorous cry, like a snake in a deep pool riding on the clouds, breaking through the air. In a split second, the forest was mottled with light and shadow. The sword chi was like a rainbow. Xuemeng danced Longcheng in the bamboo leaves. With one slash, a bamboo leaf was broken into 10 pieces. With one slash, the bamboo leaves fell down. Bit by bit, stab by stab, stroke by stroke, it was done in one breath like the wind returning to the snow. With such a sharp saber technique, not to mention a 5-year-old child, even a 50-year-old cultivator would praise it. But when Xuemeng finished his 10 styles dance, the child sitting on the rock was still blowing his leaves. It was as if there was nothing to see in front of him, and there was nothing to be surprised about. Xuemeng was a little angry. He put away his saber and jumped down from the top of the bamboo forest. He landed lightly in front of Chu Wanning. "Child. Hey, child, I'm talking to you." Chu Wanning put down his bamboo leaves and slowly opened his eyes. He looked at him expressionlessly. "What? Didn't your master teach you to be more polite when talking to people? Don't just say hey and hey. I have a name. I don't care what your name is." Xuemeng originally wanted to talk nicely, but when he heard him speak with sarcasm, he immediately lost his good mood. "Get out of my way. You saw it yourself. Sabers and swords don't have eyes. Be careful that I don't cut your head off." Chu Wanning casually said, "You can't even avoid my head. What's the point of practicing? You." Xuemeng had never been talked back to like this since he was young. Moreover, the other side was a low-level disciple who didn't even reach his thigh. He was immediately embarrassed and angry. He angrily said, "You dare to talk to me like this? Do you know who I am?" Chu Wanning faintly glanced at him. "Who are you?" "I am the young master of the peak of life and death." Xuemeng was simply about to suffocate. "You don't even know this." Chu Wanning smiled faintly. That smile would have looked very mocking on his original face, but on his current childish and cute face, it was even more mocking. "You're just a young master, not a master. Why do you have to know? You, what did you say? Put down your arrogance and properly practice your blade." After Chu Wanning said this, he lowered his long eyelashes and slowly blew on the bamboo leaves. The slow melody was like cotton fluttering in the wind, tossing and turning. Xue Meng was really about to be angered to death. He let out a loud cry and actually got into a fight with a child. But no matter how angry he was, he didn't want to hit a child. He could only soar into the air and slash at the trees. In a split second, the trees were cut down, and in the midst of this ethereal song, he displayed a ruthless and dangerous blade technique. His blade was fast and fierce. In the flash of the blade, dozens of bamboo shoots were cut into blunt thorns. If it was used to attack an enemy, these blunt thorns would be like sharp needles that could cut through hair. But to teach his own sex's younger generation disciple, he didn't have to go too far. Hundreds of blunt thorns fell straight towards Chu Wanning. Seeing that they were about to hurt him, Xue Meng quickly jumped and prepared to use his qinggong to bring this ignorant disciple away. He didn't really want to hurt this child, he just wanted to scare him. Unexpectedly, at the same time he flew down, the child stopped playing and flicked the tender green bamboo leaves at his fingertips. The thin bamboo leaves instantly shattered into hundreds of thin strands at his fingertips. Almost in an instant, the hundreds of thin strands accurately attacked the blunt thorns that were falling down. The wind seemed to have frozen. Chu Wanning stood up. At the same time, the hundreds of blunt thorns around him turned into fine powder in a split second. Turned into ashes. Xue Meng was stunned. He stood in place, his face alternating between green and red. He couldn't say a single word. The childish child in front of him rustled his eyelashes, his silver blue disciple robes fluttering. He smiled at Xue Meng again. "Xue Meng, the blade is swift and fierce, but it has no rhythm. It's too impulsive." Xue Meng opened his mouth, then closed it again. Chu Wanning said, "Let's start from the spirit sparrow style again. Dance according to my tune again. I'll play a section, and you'll finish the style. Don't go any faster." Being instructed by a child like this, Xue Meng's expression became even uglier. He bit his lip and didn't move. Chu Wanning didn't rush him, he just waited on the side. He wanted to see if Xue Meng would be able to put down his pride for the sake of cultivation and rather listen to the words of a child. After waiting for a while, Xue Meng suddenly stomped his feet in frustration. He threw his sword and turned to leave. Chu Wanning saw him leave in a huff, his expression slightly gloomy. He thought, it's a pity that Xue Meng can't learn humbly like this, but before he finished thinking, he saw him pick up a branch from the ground, turn around, and say in a bad tone, then I'll use a branch, in case I hit you." Chu Wanning paused, a smile on his lips. He nodded and said, "Okay." Xue Meng picked a bamboo leaf for him, wiped it clean, and handed it to him. "Here, little brother, this is for you." Just like this, he became a child and a little brother. Chu Wanning looked at him in amusement. He took the leaf, sat back down on the rock, and slowly blew. Xue Meng had an impatient personality. In this blade style, there was a sweeping move in the air. When he turned around in the air, he had to stab 6 times in a row and then slash once. However, Xue Meng couldn't grasp the speed. Often, he would stab 10 times in a row before he struck, and that strike had already missed the best time. After 5 or 6 times, Xue Meng couldn't get it right. The more anxious he became, the tighter his brows became. Just as he was anxious, he glanced to the side and saw the child sitting on the rock playing the bamboo leaf. He saw that although the child was young, he was calm and didn't complain at all. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. Thus, he pulled himself together and practiced a few more times. Gradually, He found some feeling in the music. Xue Meng, however, was not happy. He continued to leap and stab. When the moon was high in the sky, it was already late. He was finally able to perform this part of the saber technique without any mistakes. Sweat condensed between his dark eyebrows. Xue Meng wiped it with a handkerchief and said happily, "Today, it's all thanks to you. Little brother, which elder's disciple are you? You're so strong. Why haven't I heard of you before?" Chu Wanning had already thought about it. Elder Xuanji had many disciples, so many that even he couldn't remember all of them. Thus, he put away the bamboo leaf and smiled slightly. "I am Elder Xuanji's disciple." Xue Meng seemed to be quite disdainful of Xuanji. He snorted and said, "Oh, that trash king." "Trash king? Ah, sorry." Xue Meng misunderstood the surprise in Chu Waning's eyes. He thought that it was because he looked down on this child's master and made him unhappy. He smiled and said, "It's just a nickname in private. Your master has taken in too many disciples. He doesn't refuse anyone. Trash refers to the disciples he has taken in who have no talent. It's not that Elder Xuanji isn't good. Little brother, don't take it to heart." Chu Wanning said. "Do you often give elders nicknames in private?" 53. Of course, all nicknames have to be given. Who will the heavens spare? Xue Meng seemed to be in high spirits as he enthusiastically introduced Chu Wanning. "You don't look very old. Probably not more than 5 years old, right? You've just arrived at the peak of life and death, so you're not familiar with everyone. Once you're familiar with them, you'll know that most of the 20 elders here have nicknames among the disciples." "Oh." Chu Wanning looked at him meaningfully. "For example?" "That's a lot to say. But it's getting late, and I'm a bit hungry. Thank you for your advice today. I'll bring you down the mountain for supper. We'll talk while we eat." Chu Wanning lowered his head and thought for a while, then smiled. Sure." Xue Meng put away Dragon's Den and held Chu Wanning's hand. The ignorant disciple and the shrunken master walked along the long bamboo stone steps towards the mountain gate. "Little brother, what's your name?" Xue Meng asked as they walked. Chu Wanning calmly replied, "My surname is Xia." "Xia what?" "Xia Xianai." Xue Meng didn't seem to understand the meaning behind it, and even asked happily, "Not bad, it sounds pretty good. Which 2 words are they?" Chu Wanning glanced at him as if he was looking at an idiot. "Sai as in situ, Ni as in rebellious disciple. Xia Xianai." Oh. Xue Meng smiled and asked again, "Then how old are you this year? I guessed correctly before, right? You're not more than 5 years old, right?" Chu Wanning's face darkened. Luckily, Xue Meng was looking at the road and didn't look at his expression, otherwise he would have been frightened. "No, young master guessed wrong. I'm 6 years old this year." Xue Meng said, "Then you're really talented, although you're still a bit lacking compared to me when I was young. However, with a little bit of training, he would definitely be an outstanding junior. How about this? You don't have to study under Xuanji. Call me senior brother, and I'll ask my master to accept you as his disciple. What do you think?" Chu Wanning tried his best not to roll his eyes. "What do you want me to call you?" "Senior brother." Xue Meng bent down with a smile and flicked Chu Wanning's forehead. Not everyone has this opportunity. Chu Wanning had a complicated expression on his face. "What's wrong?" "Too happy to speak." Chu Wanning, the 2 of them were talking and laughing as they walked. At least, Xue Meng thought that they were talking and laughing as they walked. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, ending this conversation that might have taken Xue Meng's life if it continued. Meng, why are you here? In the entire pinnacle of life and death, who else would call Xue Meng Meng? Xue Meng didn't even turn her head, but her mouth was already cursing. Mo Ran, you dog, if you call me that again, I'll pull out your tongue. When he turned around, Mo Ran was indeed standing under the bright moon, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He grinned at the two of them. He originally wanted to tease Shuemeng a bit more, but he suddenly noticed that there was a delicate and pretty child standing beside Shuemeng. He couldn't help but be stunned. This is, Shuemeng pulled Chu Wanning behind him and glared at Mo Ran. Why do you care? Don't hide him. Mo Ran grabbed Shuemeng's hand and pulled Chu Wanning out. He squatted down and carefully examined him. Suddenly, he muttered, this child looks very familiar. Chu Wanning became vigilant. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Chu Wanning knew that this was bad. If his identity was exposed, how could he face others in the future? Thinking of this, he subconsciously took a step back and turned around to escape. Don't go. Mo Ran pulled him back with an evil smile. He extended a finger and stroked Chu Wanning's nose. He slowly said, come, little brother, tell big brother what your name is. Her nose, which had been touched by him, felt greasy. Chu Wanning was both embarrassed and guilty, so she stepped back. Mo Ran thought that he was scared, so he laughed and said, why are you hiding? Be good, tell big brother, is your surname Shui? Shuemeng. Mo Ran pointed at Shuemeng and asked Chu Wanning with a smile, this person, is he your father? You have to tell me the truth. That way, big brother will dote on you and buy candy for you. Are you crazy, Mo Weiyu? Shuemeng instantly exploded. Her face flushed red, and she shouted with her hair standing on end, you, what exactly are you thinking? You're dirty. You're dirty. You're shameless. Chu Wanning was also speechless, but he felt a little relieved. My surname is Xia. I'm Xuanji's disciple, Xia Sai. Scare you to death? Mo Ran's eyes curved into crescents. He was not stupid and immediately understood the meaning of the name. Ha, interesting. You're crazy. Shuemeng pushed Mo Ran away fiercely and said angrily, he's my new friend. He has nothing to do with you. We're going to have supper. Get out of my way. Oh. Mo Ran stepped aside. But soon, he put his hands behind his head and followed them with a smile on his face. Shuemeng growled at him, what are you doing? I'm going down the mountain for supper too, Mo Ran said innocently. Am I not allowed to? Shuemeng, Wuchang Town. Since the peak of life and death was established, this town, which used to be haunted by ghosts, gradually returned to its former peace. Now, it was even a little lively. At this time, the night market was open. Shuemeng and the others walked among the stalls and found a shop that sold antique soup. They sat in front of a short wooden table in the open air. Antique soup used a copper cauldron as cooking utensils and was placed on a burning charcoal basin. When eating, the fire was not extinguished and the soup in the cauldron was boiled. The soup was usually spicy and spicy. Fresh ingredients were placed all over the table. Whatever one wanted to eat, one could throw it in. Because the food would make a gulp sound when it was dropped into the boiling water, it was called antique soup. This was a famous dish in Sichuan, but Chu Wanning only ate clear soup without spicy food. He didn't eat spicy food because he choked when he ate it. Shuemeng was born in Sichuan, and Mo Ran grew up in the Xiangtan area. Both of them were accustomed to spicy food. Naturally, they thought that Xia Sai and I could eat spicy food. When they sat down to order, Shuemeng ordered a few dishes with familiarity and said, put more pepper in the soup, and don't use enough chili oil. Chu Wanning suddenly pulled his sleeve and said faintly, I want the mandarin duck pot. What? Shuemeng thought he heard wrong. Chu Wanning said with a black face, I want the mandarin duck pot, half spicy and half not spicy. Shui Meng. You're not from Sichuan? Yes. Ah. Shui Meng nodded and showed a look of understanding, but he was also a little surprised. He looked at Chu Wanning and said, "You're so young, but you're so far away from your hometown. It's really... Alas, forget it." He sighed and turned to the waiter. "Well, the Mandarin duck pot it is." Chu Wanning didn't know why he heard a trace of unwillingness in Shui Meng's tone. Then he found that this was not his illusion. Shui Meng was really a little unwilling. When he was waiting for the dishes, he said, "Shidi, since you're in Sichuan, you have to learn to eat spicy food. If you don't eat spicy food, you can't be close to others, do you know? You can not speak Sichuan dialect, but you can't not eat spicy food. By the way, where are you from?" Chu Wanning said, "Lin. Oh." Shui Meng thought for a while and felt that he was not familiar with the Jiangnan water town, so he bit his chopsticks and asked, "Then in your hometown, do you eat rabbit heads?" Before Chu Wanning could answer, Mo Ran said with a smile, "Of course not." Shui Meng stared at him, and Chu Wanning also looked at him. Mo Ran put one foot on the bench, put his elbow on his knee, and fluently turned the chopsticks in his hand. Seeing this, he tilted his head and smiled. "What's wrong? Looking at me like that, you don't want to eat?" Shui Meng turned his head and asked Chu Wanning, "Are you sure you don't want to eat?" "Yes." Shui Meng stared at Mo Ran again. "How do you know? Have you been to Lin? "No, I haven't." Mo Ran made a face. "But Brother Xia and our Shizun are from the same hometown. Don't you know that Shizun doesn't eat rabbit heads? When he takes cold dishes in the Mengpo lobby, he either uses shallots mixed with tofu or osmanthus and sugar lotus root. If you don't believe me, you can pay attention next time." Chu Wanning, I haven't paid attention. Ever since I saw Shizun's breakfast last time, I don't dare to look at his plate. It's really scary." Shui Meng rubbed his chin and slowly revealed a disgusted expression. Shizun's taste is really hard to describe. Did you know? He actually eats salted tofu pudding. Chu Wanning. As he spoke, Shui Meng turned his head and looked at him. He said earnestly, "Little Shidi, you must not learn from Elder Yuheng. In the future, no one will be willing to eat with you. Remember, you must eat both rabbit heads and chili. When you eat tofu pudding in the morning, you must not pour sauce into it. And seaweed and dried shrimps," Mo Ran added. "Yes, seaweed and dried shrimps too." Shui Meng and Mo Ran shared a common enemy. It was rare that Shui Meng and Mo Ran shared a common enemy. "I can't stand it." Chu Wanning looked at the two idiots and said expressionlessly, "Oh." The dishes were quickly served. The frozen bamboo shoots were fresh and crispy, the green vegetables were green, the tofu was sparkling, the fish was tender, and the lamb slices were rolled up into thin rolls. They were neatly arranged on white porcelain plates. The crispy meat was golden brown and crispy, sprinkled with cumin and pepper. A pot of freshly ground soy milk was placed next to the table, causing the small table to creak under the pressure. Friendship was a matter of eating one meal at a time, not to mention the hot antique soup. After 2 or 3 rounds of lamb slices and 1 or 2 cups of soy milk, even the cold feelings between Shui Meng and Mo Ran couldn't help but temporarily warm up in the dense steam. Shui Meng's chopsticks rummaged in the spicy oil soup. Hey, where's the brain I threw in? Isn't your brain resting on your neck?" Mo Ran laughed. "I'm talking about pig's brain." Mo Ran bit his chopsticks and laughed evilly. "Yes, I'm talking about pig's brain too. Son of a dog, how dare you scold me, hey? Your brain floated up. Eat. Shui Meng was excited and fell into his trap. He shouted, "Take your dog's paw away. Don't fight with me, this is my brain." Chu Wanning sat on a small stool, holding a porcelain pot of sweet soy milk. He drank happily while leisurely looking at the two childish people beside him. He was not in a hurry. In any case, half of the clear soup pot was his. After drinking the soy milk, the child licked his lips as if he had not had enough. Mo Ran saw this and asked him with a smile, "Little Shidi likes this." Chu Wanning digested the title of Little Shidi and silently calculated the possibility of getting rid of this title. He found that it was almost impossible, so he could only say dryly, "It's not bad." Mo Ran then turned his head and said, "Waiter, this soy milk, give my Shidi another pot." Chu Wanning then drank the second pot with satisfaction. He was born with a sweet tooth, but because he ate too many pastries before, he developed tooth decay. Elder Tanlang had to spend a lot of effort to fix it for him. After that, Chu Wanning did not eat much because of his face. Now that he had turned into a child, it was convenient for him to eat desserts. Mo Ran watched him eat and said, "Your taste is very similar to Shizun's." Chu Wanning choked, but his face was still very calm. He said without batting an eyelid, "Shidi is talking about Elder Yuheng?" "Yes." Mo Ran nodded with a smile and pushed a steamer to Chu Wanning. "Come and try this. I think you will like it too." Chu Wanning picked up the leaf in the steamer and took a small bite. The soft white skin revealed a hole, and the steaming hot bean paste filling was soft and sweet. "Is it good?" Chu Wanning took another bite and nodded. Mo Ran smiled and said, "Then eat more." The three of them chatted while eating. Chu Wanning suddenly remembered the previous topic. He pretended not to care. After eating the fourth leaf, he asked Shuemeng, "Young master, you told me before on the mountain that every elder has a nickname. Since my Shizun, Elder Xuanji, is called the King of Junk, then what is Elder Yuheng's nickname?" 54, Shizun. Shuemeng's expression instantly turned solemn. He's the only one who doesn't have a nickname. In the entire peak of life and death, no one dares to make fun of him. Nonsense. That's just because other people know you like Shizun and don't want to tell you the truth. Mo Ran rolled his eyes. He pulled Chu Wanning over and whispered in a not-so-soft voice, "Don't listen to him. Let me tell you, in the entire peak of life and death, the one with the most nicknames is Elder Yuheng." "Oh. Is that so?" Chu Wanning slightly raised his eyebrows, appearing interested. For example, if you're more polite, you can call him White Impermanence." "Why do you call him that?" "Because he wears white clothes all day long." "What else?" "Little Cabbage." "Why?" "Because he wears white clothes all day long." "What else?" "Big Steamed Bun." "Why?" "Because he wears white clothes all day long." "What else?" "Little Widow." Chu Wanning. Do you know why that is? Mo Ran was completely unaware of the murderous intent that flashed through Chu Wanning's eyes. He even laughed foolishly. Because he wears white clothes all day long. If it weren't for Chu Wanning's good self-control, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold it in. And, ayo. Mo Ran looked at Shuemeng's expression and said in a low voice, "If I say more, my cousin will probably flip the pot over my head." Shuemeng slammed the table and said through gritted teeth, "Outrageous. Who allowed them to talk about Shizun like this? What Little Cabbage and Big Steamed Bun, there's even a Little Widow. Are they tired of living?" "Ah." Mo Ran couldn't help but laugh. "You're unhappy with this? Why don't you hear what some female disciples call Shizun? It's so mushy." Shuemeng's eyes widened. "What did they say?" Mo Ran said lazily, "What else can I say? Girls always speak in a genteel manner, such as pale moon pear blossom, bright spring white snow, Lin and Chulang, 11 Zifu Qian. Oh my god. Chu Wanning. Shuemeng, that's considered good. For someone like Elder Tanlang, who has a mediocre appearance and a bad temper, his nickname is much worse. Among the 20 elders, Elder Tanlang had the worst relationship with Chu Wanning. Chu Wanning asked, "What's his name?" "Winter pickles or pot herb mustard because it's dark," Mo Ran said with a smile. "Meng Meng, don't look at me like that. You're part of it too." Shuemeng seemed to have swallowed an egg. "What? I have one too." "That's right," Mo Ran said with a smile. Shuemeng didn't seem to care. He cleared his throat and asked, "Then what did they call me?" "Ping Ping." "What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Isn't that easy?" Mo Ran's shoulders twitched as he said these 3 words. He finally couldn't help but slap the table and laugh. "A peacock spreading its tail, ha 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 ha." Shuemeng jumped up and said angrily, "Mo Ran, I'll kill you." When the 3 of them returned to the peak of life and death after eating their fill, it was already 1:00 in the afternoon. Chu Wanning first let his 2 foolish disciples send him to Elder Xuanji's territory and bid them farewell. Shuemeng asked him to meet again tomorrow at the bamboo forest, but Chu Wanning didn't know when he would return to his original appearance, so he didn't dare to agree. He only said that he would come if he had the time. When his disciples were far away, he used his qinggong and stepped on the roof beams to return to the Red Lotus Pavilion. The next morning, Chu Wanning woke up and saw that he still had the body of a child. He couldn't help but feel depressed. He stood on the bench with a straight face and stared at the person in the bronze mirror for a long time. He didn't even have the mood to comb his hair. After thinking about it, he felt that he couldn't continue like this, so he went to find Shuejianyong. "What? You saw Meng and Ran yesterday?" "Yes, I said that I was Xuanji's disciple." "They didn't suspect anything," Chu Wanning said. "If Shuemeng asks you about it, remember to help me smooth things over. Let's not talk about this first. I've already cultivated for more than 10 days, but I haven't gotten any better. I can't go on like this, I have to go find Tan Lang. Ayo, our Yuheng is so thin-skinned. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself today?" Chu Wanning looked at him coldly. However, when this gaze was placed on a child, it was unavoidably weak. It was a bit like a child throwing a tantrum. He was beautiful and cute when he was young. Shuejianyong couldn't help but feel a little touched. He reached out to touch Chu Wanning's head. Chu Wanning suddenly said, "Great Lord, when my body recovers, I'll have to trouble you to ask Wan Sha Hall to make me a set of clothes for the pinnacle of life and death. I don't want white." Shuejianyong was completely stunned. "I thought you didn't like to wear light armor." "I'll change it occasionally," Chu Wanning said with a dark expression and walked away. Although Elder Tanlang didn't get along with Chu Wanning, he had to restrain himself a little because the Great Lord was here. Thus, he didn't mock Chu Wanning with his mouth. Everything was written in his eyes. Chu Wanning raised his eyes and looked expressionlessly at Elder Tanlang. The other's eyes lit up like fireworks. Chu Wanning was speechless. Madam Wang's diagnosis is generally correct. After Elder Tanlang finished reading Chu Wanning's pulse, he let go of Chu Wanning's wrist. Chu Wanning immediately pulled his hand away and rolled down his sleeve. "Then why haven't you recovered after 10 days?" Tanlang said, "Although the amount of sap from the ancient sacred wood is small, its effects are strong. I'm afraid it will take a long time for you to recover." Chu Wanning asked casually, "How long?" Tanlang said, "I'm not sure, but about 10 years. Chu Wanning's eyes widened. Although Elder Tanlang tried to keep a straight face, the gloating smile in his eyes was almost overflowing. "That's right, you might need 10 years to recover your original appearance." Chu Wanning stared at him for a while and said coldly, "Are you trying to trick me?" "I wouldn't dare, your Elder Yuheng." Tanlang laughed. I don't think it's a big deal. It's just that your body is smaller and your mind is a little childish, but it's negligible. Besides, your magic power is still there. Why are you in such a hurry to recover? Chu Waning's face turned green. He was speechless for a moment. Tan Lang said, but in these 10 years, you won't always look like a child. This kind of fluid flows in the same vein as your spiritual power. If you don't use any spells for 3 to 5 months, you'll return to your original appearance. That's a good idea. Shui Xinyang's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, Tan Lang smiled and said, why are you in such a hurry, great lord? I haven't even finished my sentence. After Elder Yuheng recovers his original appearance, he still can't use too many spells. Once he uses too much of his spiritual power, he'll be controlled by the sap and turn back into a child. Too much? What do you mean too much? Shui Xinyang shouted. Well, the sap has already spread all over his body. Tan Lang said, he can only use 2 moves a day at most. Chu Waning's voice was as cold as steel. He said, the ghost world's enchantment is often flawed. Refining a spirit mech also requires spells. If I can only use 2 moves a day at most, won't I become a useless person? Then I can't do anything. Tan Lang said sarcastically, after all, if the human world loses the Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable, the sun may not rise again tomorrow. Shui Xinyang said anxiously, Tan Lang, don't be so sarcastic. In the entire cultivation world, your medical skills are one of the best. Quickly think of a way. Although Yuheng's magic power is not affected, he's still a child after all. His skills are definitely not as good as before. Besides, if the other sects know that he was injured at the Jincheng Pond, who knows what they'll do? 10 years is too long. See if there's any good medicine that can. Elder Tan Lang interrupted him mockingly, my lord, I'm not going to give you a chance. The Northern Dipper Celestial Venerable was contaminated with the sap of an ancient divine tree. It's not just any common poison. What do you think I can come up with in such a short time? Shui Xinyang, all right, I'm going to refine the pills. Tan Lang said slowly, both of you, please go back. Shui Xinyang, Tan Lang. He still wanted to say something, but Chu Waning pulled on his clothes and said, my lord, let's go. The 2 of them walked to the door, but Tan Lang's voice suddenly came from behind them. Chu Waning, if you're willing to humbly beg me, maybe I'll be willing to help you make the medicine. Although I've never seen your situation before, it's not impossible. Why don't you think about it? Chu Waning turned around and said, what do you want to be considered as humbly? Tan Lang was lying on the bed, lazily arranging the silver needles on the table. When he heard this, he looked up slightly, and his eyes flashed with mockery. When other people are cornered, they kowtow and ask for help. You and I are colleagues, so there's no need for kowtowing. If you kneel and say a few words to me, I'll help you. Chu Waning did not say anything and looked at him coldly. After a while, he said, Winter Pickles. I think you're still asleep. When he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. Tan Lang was left alone in a daze. For a long time, he did not understand what Winter Pickles meant. The days passed slowly. Elder Yuheng said that he was in seclusion, but in reality, he was trapped in the child's body and could not come out. This matter was first known by Shui Xinyang, Madame Wang, and Elder Tan Lang. Later, in order not to expose themselves, Elder Xuanji also heard of this strange matter. A few months passed in a flash. The Red Lotus Pavilion had been closed for a long time. Shui Meng and the others could not help but worry. Master has been in seclusion for more than 70 days. Why hasn't he come out yet? Maybe his spiritual power is about to improve again. Shamai drank the Ling Mountain rain dew in his teacup and looked at the cloudy sky outside the window. It's going to snow. It's going to be little winter soon. I don't know if Master can come out before New Year's Eve. Mo Ran was lazily flipping through the sword manual. Hearing this, he said, I don't think he can come out. A few days ago, he used the begonia flower to send us a message. Didn't he say that there was still a long time? I think it's quite mysterious. Today was a free day at the peak of life and death. The disciples did not need to cultivate. Mo Ran and the other two gathered together to make tea and wine. The bamboo curtains in the pavilion in the small courtyard were half drawn. Under the heavy curtains, misty water vapor leaked out. Recently, there was an additional disciple under Elder Xuanji, Shizun, who often hung out with them. Ever since he met Xuemeng that day, Xuemeng would pull him over to cultivate and play with him. After a long time, he was even more inseparable from them. Originally, there were 3 disciples under Yuheng. Now, there was an additional little one. At this time, Chu Waning, who had changed his name to Shizun, was sitting at the table eating pastries. Although he ate in a refined manner, his speed was not slow at all. Xuemeng inadvertently glanced at him and stilled. His gaze returned to the plate and he said in shock, "Wa, little Shidi, who did you inherit your appetite from?" Chu Waning slowly chewed the Osmanthus cake. The cake was too delicious. He did not want to pay attention to Xuemeng at all. After all, someone was fighting with him for food. Mo Ran's hand and Chu Waning's hand landed on the last piece of lotus flower cake at the same time. The two suddenly looked up and their eyes met. Chu Waning said, "Let go." Mo Ran said, "No. Let go. You've eaten 8 pieces. This one is mine. I can give you the rest, but not the lotus flower cake." Mo Ran glared at this little guy for a while and used his trump card, "Shidi, you eat too much sweets. You'll have tooth decay." "It's okay." Chu Waning was very calm, "I'm 6 years old. It's not embarrassing." Mo Ran, with a smack, Xuemeng slapped him across the face, accompanied by his complaints, "Mo Weiyu, you're so annoying. You're already so old, yet you're still fighting with your junior brother for food." While Mo Ran was covering his head with his hands, Chu Waning expressionlessly grabbed the lotus cake and took a small bite with satisfaction. "Junior brother." Chu Waning ignored him and focused on eating the dessert. The 4 of them were having a lively time when suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced through the sky and reverberated throughout the peak of life and death. Chu Waning's expression darkened slightly. "Gather sentries." Xuemeng lifted half of the curtain and looked out of the window. The disciples walking outside also stopped to look, and they all revealed surprised expressions. Once the whistle sounded, all the disciples of the Life and Death Summit had to gather in the square outside of the Danqing Palace. This also meant that the whistle would only sound when there was an emergency. Before Chu Waning joined the sect, this kind of whistle was often blown when the boundary of the ghost world was broken. However, ever since Chu Waning joined the sect, the whistle had not sounded for a long time. Shamai put down the scroll in his hand, got up and walked to Xuemeng. "It's so strange." "What's so urgent?" "I don't know." "Whatever, let's go take a look first." Only Mo Ran did not speak. He pursed his lips and lowered his eyelashes to hide the unnaturalness in his eyes. He knew what the whistle meant, but the timing of the incident was slightly different from what he remembered. He did not expect it to come so soon. The 4 of them arrived at the Life and Death Summit, and the other disciples also arrived one after another. Soon, all the elders and disciples gathered in the huge square of the Danqing Palace. When everyone was present, Xue Xinyong walked out of the closed door of the Danqing Palace and stood in front of the jade railing. Below the railing was a long blue stone staircase. Following behind him were 6 beautiful women. The 6 women's appearances were either charming or cold, but they were all extremely beautiful. They stood in the wind, but in the cold weather, they only wore a thin layer of gauze. At first glance, their red dresses were like clouds, their eyes were like red flames, and their silk ribbons fluttered in the wind. There was also a trace of a flame between their eyebrows. Xue Meng was stunned. Not only him, but almost everyone's expression changed dramatically when they saw the 6 women. Xue Meng was stunned for a long time before he murmured with a trembling voice, "Featherman Immortal Ambassadors. They are from the Vermilion Bird Fairyland." 55. Although the Vermilion Bird Wonderland was called a wonderland, the people who lived there were not immortals. Instead, they were half-immortal, half-demon mutants. They were the beings most similar to immortals in the cultivation continent, and were also called Feathermen. The Feathermen lived in the maze of Mount Jiuhua for generations. They had their own paradise and rarely interfered with the affairs of the mortal world. However, not all of their blood was immortal blood, and half of them were mortal flesh and blood. Thus, they could not completely transcend. They would often appear when the order of the cultivation world was in turmoil, and when it was in danger, they would use their powerful spiritual energy to help the mortals get through difficult times. When Mo Ran caused a huge commotion in his previous life, the Feathermen appeared in large numbers. However, in the end, their strength was still no match for the sovereign of the human realm who had cultivated the forbidden technique to perfection. In the end, all the Feathermen were killed by Mo Ran. He stepped on the stinking blood and stepped on the charred feathers that were scattered all over the ground. With a fire, the Vermilion Bird Wonderland was destroyed. That was an extremely crazy memory. Even after the incident, Mo Ran would still break out in cold sweat when he thought about it, drenching his vest. He felt as if he was possessed by an evil spirit. It was extremely cruel. However, right now, he obviously did not have the strength to fight against the Feathermen. In fact, because of their racial advantage, the spiritual energy of most immortal cultivators was below that of the Feathermen. In the entire peak of life and death, the only ones who could fight against them were probably those few outstanding elders. Xue Meng accidentally saw Mo Ran's face and was shocked. "What happened to you? Why is your face so pale?" "It's nothing." Mo Ran's eyelashes fluttered as he said in a low voice, "I just ran a little too fast." The appearance of the Feathermen was the beginning of Shimai's tragedy in his previous life. Mo Ran's heart was in his throat. He originally thought that this matter would only happen after some time. Why was it that in this life, so many things were progressing differently from the past? At the peak of life and death in the winter, a weak sun hung in the sky, illuminating a layer of deathly white light. Mo Ran stood under the sun, and could not help but hold Shimai's hand. Shimai was slightly stunned. "What's wrong?" Mo Ran didn't say anything and just shook his head. Xue Xingyang's voice sounded at the right time. What he said was not much different from what he said in his previous life. "Today, I've summoned all of you in front of the Core Heart Palace because the Featherman Immortal Emissary has returned after more than 80 years. Just like 80 years ago, the Immortal Emissary left the Peach Blossom Spring and came to the mortal world because he saw that the mortal world was in danger and came to help." He paused for a moment and slowly turned his head to look at the dense crowd of disciples below. You all know that although the barrier of the ghost domain was set up by incipient god Fuxi, it's still there. However, over the past million years, the barrier had gradually weakened. Every few decades, the barrier would be damaged again. Over the years, the power of the Ghost Realm's barrier has been weakening day by day, even with the help of all of you. Xue Meng humphed softly. "Father is really spouting nonsense. It's clearly Shizun who's helping us all by herself. Even with the help of all of you, the loophole in the Ghost Realm is getting bigger and bigger. In the end, it will completely collapse like it did a few decades ago. At that time, thousands of spirits will descend and hundreds of ghosts will invade the world. The boundary between the mortal world and the Ghost Realm will be broken and the mortals will suffer. In order to avoid such a tragedy, the Featherman Immortal Emissary will select a few people with the most suitable spiritual power from all the cultivation sects and send them to the Peach Blossom Spring to cultivate in isolation. As soon as this was said, everyone was in an uproar. The Featherman was going to select people and bring them to the Peach Blossom Spring to cultivate. All the disciples were surprised, but they were also excited. No matter how talented they were more or less secretly looking forward to it. Only Mo Ran didn't look happy. There was even a faint trace of worry on his face. He was good at pretending and making people unable to distinguish the truth from the lies. However, at this moment, he couldn't hide the emotions in his heart. This matter was related to Shamai's life and death. In the past, Shamai was selected by the Featherman to go to the Peach Blossom Spring to cultivate. Not long after he returned, there was a large-scale collapse in the Ghost Realm's loophole. A large number of ghosts crawled from hell to the mortal world. During that catastrophe, Shamai and Chu Wanning fought side by side. Each of them stood at the foot of the formation and worked together to repair the biggest loophole. However, Shamai's power was still not on par with Chu Wanning. Countless ghosts saw that the young world was about to be closed, so they attacked Shamai together with a common enemy. Thousands of soldiers and horses turned into a murderous aura. In an instant, they pierced through Shamai, who was trying to maintain the balance of the enchantment. The evil spirits killed the heart, the dead souls pierced through the soul. Chu Wanning didn't raise his hand to block them. When Shamai fell from the top of the coiling dragon pillar, he chose to use all of his magic to seal the enchantment that Shamai didn't have time to complete with his own power. It was snowing heavily that day. Shamai fell from the high platform like an inconspicuous small piece among the thousands of sparkling and translucent crystals. The sky was full of snow, endless. So who would care about which hexagonal ice crystal was about to melt? Just like the countless generations of mortals, who would care about the death of an ordinary person except for their closest relatives. In the heavy snow, in the smoke of war, Mo Ran held Shamai, whose breathing was gradually weakening. He knelt and begged Chu Wanning to take a look at Shamai and save Shamai. But in the end, Chu Wanning still turned around and chose to throw himself to the snowy plains. He chose to fulfill his own righteousness. So the master-disciple relationship was destroyed. How ridiculous. The things that Chu Wanning liked, cared about, and pursued were all so ridiculous. For example, Chu Wanning liked listening to the rain and admiring the lotus. He liked Engineer Du's poems. He was so strict to the point that he was in fear and trepidation. For example, Chu Wanning did not care if spring grass lived or autumn cicada died. He did not care if there was smoke of war or where the common people could not live. For example, Chu Wanning had always taught them that if there was a Tao, then all living things would be the leader. But Mo Ran thought, fuck all living things. He did not know those people and did not care. What did it matter to him whether they were dead or alive? In Chu Wanning's reign, perhaps there were the murmurs of desolate souls who had nowhere to return to, or the tears of the refugees splashed on the grass and trees. He, Mo Ran, did not feel it. His reign was just ordinary rain. The grass and trees were just ordinary grass and trees. The common people were just 2 words written on paper. Who the hell cared? So he thought, Chu Wanning was hypocritical, despicable, full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality, as if he had the whole world in his heart. But in his extremely narrow heart, he was even stingy with the position of his disciple. Later on, he asked Chu Wanning, "Does your heart ache? Do you feel uneasy? You said that the leader of all living things would be the end, but you are still alive. You let Shamai listen to you and die. You killed him, you hypocrite, you liar. Do you still have a heart? When Shamai fell from the high platform, he was shouting for you. He was shouting for Shizun. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Why didn't you save him? Why didn't you save him? Chu Wanning, your heart is made of stone. You have never cared about us. You did not care. You did not care. What happened after that was just like that. Chu Wanning became the uncrowned king who was respected and loved by everyone in the Shizun world. Nobody cared about the dead. Shimai's bones were like a stone step not worth mentioning, stepped under the feet of the victor. He used a disciple with insufficient talent in exchange for the so-called peace of the world. Nobody would say that he was wrong. Only Mo Ran saw the crown on his forehead. It was so glorious that it was made of the bones of the dead. It was Shimai's death that made him who he was. He hated it from the bottom of his heart. Hey, little immortal. Hey, suddenly, a gentle hand touched his forehead. Mo Ran was shocked. He broke away from the dark memories and suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him was Zhong Yang's delicate face, which was as bright as flowing clouds. A Featherman immortal emissary had appeared in front of him at some point in time and was smiling at him. This is such a great opportunity. Why is little immortal absent-minded? Ah, elder sister immortal, please don't blame me. Mo Ran was worried that others would see that something was wrong. He forced himself to be alert and smiled at the Featherman immortal emissary. I am a person who likes to fantasize. When I saw that elder sisters were here, I was hoping to be chosen so that I could see what the Peach Blossom Wonderland was like. I couldn't help but be immersed in it. It turned out that when Mo Ran was absent-minded, the Feathermen had already started to choose suitable people. Fortunately, he could not see through this tribulation in his previous life. He was so troubled that he did not even notice the movements around him. The Featherman immortal emissary smiled again. However, when she opened her mouth, she said something that Mo Ran did not expect. I see that your spiritual energy is pure. Your cultivation and talent are also rare. If you want to go to the Peach Blossom Wonderland, come with me. Mo Ran. Go to the Peach Blossom Wonderland. In his previous life, only Shimai and Chu Wanning were chosen. Why was it that in this life, his astonishment was obvious? Being chosen by the Feathermen was something to be astonished about. Thus, the people around him did not find it strange. They only looked at him with envious gazes. Mo Ran was brought to the Core Heart Palace by the Feathermen. After the initial astonishment, his violently beating heart slowly calmed down. However, his eyes revealed a trace of ecstasy that no one could see. In this life, some things had indeed changed. Although he did not know whether these changes were a blessing or a curse, and why his fate chart had changed, at least he could go to the Peach Blossom Wonderland. As long as he followed the Feathermen to learn spells, the heavy responsibility of repairing the enchantment would not fall on Shimai's shoulders. He was a boorish person. After living 2 lives, he did not know what it meant to be the head of all living things and the tail of oneself. However, Shimai was the person who treated him the best in this world. In front of this person, nothing was important. Including this body of his and half of his soul. As long as Shimai was alive, he could give up everything. However, when the Feathermen finished choosing everyone and gathered in front of the Core Heart Palace, Missouri Ran discovered that the lineup this time was completely different from the lineup in his previous life. Shimai was still among the people chosen. However, because he was cultivating in seclusion, Chu Wanning was absent from the selection. Therefore, he was not chosen in the end. Instead, it was Elder Xuanzhi's disciple, Shizun. What made Mo Ran even more surprised was that Xue Meng was also invited by the Peach Blossom Wonderland. In the words of the immortal emissary, he said, "You seem to have the residual power of the Gochen God's sword on you." Interesting. The faint sound of a bell rang from the Tongqian Tower not far away. It was deep and resounded throughout the entire peak of life and death. At the peak of life and death in the lower cultivation world, the immortals chosen are Xue Ziming, Mo Weiyu, Shimingjing, and Shizun. A total of 4 people. After communicating with Xue Zhengyong, the leading Featherman Immortal Emissary released a voice transmission bird. She raised her hand and let the bright feathered bird perch on the tip of her finger. She continued in a clear voice, "Today, I've met these 4 people. Their talents are suitable, and their natures are pure." Reporting to the immortal. After she finished speaking, the bird flew away. The bird remembered her words. It flapped its strong wings and quickly disappeared into the vast sky. Going to the Peach Blossom Wonderland to cultivate immortal techniques was a more rare opportunity than going to the divine martial arts. No one would reject it. Also, the purpose of cultivating immortal techniques was to defend against the large-scale collapse of the Ghost World's barrier. This was the responsibility of immortal cultivators, so no one could reject it. The cultivation time could be as short as a few months, or as long as 3 to 5 years. The Feathermen were not unreasonable. Seeing that the end of the year was approaching, they deliberately let them have a good New Year's Eve. After that, they would take them to the Peach Blossom Wonderland on Mount Johua. When Mo Ran thought about how he would soon go to the Peach Blossom Wonderland with Shamai to cultivate, he couldn't help but feel happy. However, this happiness didn't last for long. It slowly faded away. At first, he didn't understand why. Until one day, when he passed by the southern foot of the Peak of Life and Death, he raised his head and looked at the Red Lotus Pavilion. Mo Ran couldn't help but slow down his footsteps. In the end, he stopped moving and looked up at the vast mountain in the distance. Chu Wanning had been in seclusion for more than 3 months. In this life, his hatred for this person seemed to have faded away. Even though he repeatedly told himself not to forget Chu Wanning's face when he abandoned him and Shamai, sometimes he still couldn't help but sympathize with him and feel confused. Shia Sai and I was walking with him. At this time, he saw that Mo Ran's expression was strange. He also saw that he was staring at the South Peak in a daze. He was slightly moved and asked, "What's wrong? Little Marshal brother, do you think he will be able to come out before we leave?" "Him?" "Yes." Mo Ran was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he smiled at Chu Wanning. After these days of being together, he felt that this little martial brother was really obedient and sensible. He also liked him very much. "I'm talking about my master, Elder Yuhong." Chu Wanning, "I see," Mo Ran sighed and muttered, "he has never been in seclusion for so long before. Could it be that he was seriously injured at the Jincheng Lake?" This was the first time in a long time that he took the initiative to mention his master. Chu Wanning obviously knew that it was impossible, but he couldn't help but ask, Do you miss him?" 56. When Mo Ran was asked like this, his expression was somewhat stunned. "Do I miss him?" Although the grudges in his previous life were deep and could not be resolved, in this life Chu Wanning had never done anything wrong to him. Instead, he had protected him in adversity time and time again, causing him to fall ill. After a while, he slowly said, "Well, he was injured several times, all because of me." When Chu Wanning heard him say this, he felt warmth in his heart. Just as he was about to say something to Mo Ran, he heard him say the second half of the sentence. "This kindness is too heavy. I only hope to help him get better quickly. I don't want to owe him too much." The warm feeling in his heart seemed to have died. It was motionless and condensed into ice. Chu Wanning froze for a while before he felt that he was very ridiculous. Mo Ran had already said that it was only the relationship between master and disciple. It was him who had thrown himself into the fire because of a little bit of hope. In the end, he could not blame others for burning into ashes. Chu Wanning smiled. That smile must have been very ugly. She had been snubbed. "Don't think too much. Since you are his disciple, you don't owe him anything. Everything was done willingly by him." Mo Ran turned his eyes to look at him. "You, at such a young age, always speak like an adult with a straight face. As he said this, he smiled and rubbed his head. Chu Wanning was rubbed by him. At first, he was still smiling. Later, a layer of water slowly appeared in his eyes. He looked at the bright young face in front of him and said softly, "Mo Ran, I don't want to play with you anymore. Let go." Mo Ran's brain was too thick. He did not notice the change in his expression. What's more, he was used to joking around with Shizun. Therefore, he still pinched Chu Wanning's smooth cheeks like he was teasing a child. He gently pulled the corner of his mouth and made a funny face. "Pfet, why is little Shidi angry again?" Chu Wanning looked at the childish child in the other party's eyes. The smile on the other party's face was so ugly, like a sad and funny monster. "Let go." He didn't notice it and teased him as usual. Okay, don't be angry. I won't say you're like an adult in the future, okay? Come, let's make up. Call me senior brother Tilda. Let go of me, be good, call me senior brother, and I'll buy you some Osman Thus cake later. Chu Wanning closed his eyes. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and his voice finally became a little hoarse. "Mo Ran, I'm not joking. I really don't want to play with you anymore. Let go of me, okay?" His slender eyebrows furrowed. Because his eyes were closed, he did not cry, but his throat was choked with sobs. "Mo Ran, it hurts, it was too painful." There was only one person in his heart. He carefully hid her in the deepest part of his heart. It was fine if she didn't like him. As long as he could silently think of her and protect her, it was fine even if he couldn't get her. However, all of that person's softness was for others. All that was left for him was a body full of thorns. He held her in his heart. Whenever that person moved, his heart would bleed profusely. Day by day, the old scars had not healed, and new wounds would appear. Thus, he knew that even if he did not ask for her, as long as she was still in his heart, he would be in pain. He did not know how long he could hold on in this kind of pain. He did not know when he would break down. Mo Ran finally realized that something was wrong. He let go of his hand in a panic and touched his slightly red face. He was flustered and did not know what to do. Chu Wanning suddenly felt that it was actually good to be smaller. At least he could say that it hurt without any hesitation and show that he was softened. At least he could make him look at him with concern. That was something he did not even dare to think about. In the blink of an eye, New Year's Eve came. This was the most lively and leisurely time of the year at the peak of life and death. All the disciples pasted peach talismans and swept the snow. The chef at the Meng Po lobby was busy from morning to night, preparing for the year-end feast. Each of the elders also used their own spells to add to the festive atmosphere. For example, Elder Tanlang enchanted a pool of spring water into fine wine. Elder Xuanji released more than 3,000 firelight mice that he had tamed and had them stand guard at various places in the sect to keep everyone warm. Elder Lutsuan cast a spell on the snowmen that everyone had made. He had them squeak and run all over the mountain, shouting, "Happy New Year," whenever they met someone. No one expected Elder Yuheng to do anything. In fact, Yuheng was still in seclusion. For a long time, he had not appeared in front of anyone. Only Xue Meng stood by the window and looked up at the begonia petals that were fluttering down from the sky. He said thoughtfully, "After today, we will have to leave. It seems that we will not be able to see him before we leave. I wonder what Shizun is doing right now. Of course he is cultivating." Mo Ran bit an apple and said vaguely, "Speaking of which, all the elders have to perform tonight. What a pity. If Shizun was here, he would have to go too. I wonder what he will perform." After saying that, he laughed first. Probably how to get angry. Xue Meng stared at him. "Why don't you perform how to beat Mo Weiyu to death?" During the new year, Mo Ran was not angry at Shui Meng's harsh joke. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Oh right, did you see Shidi today?" "You mean Shiasini?" Shui Meng said, "I didn't see him. He is Xuanji's disciple and hangs out with us every day. Xuanji doesn't care anymore. If he hangs out with us during the new year, his master will be angry." Mo Ran laughed and said, "That's true." The sun was setting in the Red Lotus Pavilion. Chu Wanning held a pill and looked at it carefully. Shui Zhenyong sat opposite him. Chu Wanning did not invite him to tea, so he filled a pot for himself and ate a pastry from Chu Wanning's plate. Chu Wanning glared at him, but he did not notice. Instead, he chewed on the pastry and said, "Yuheng, don't look at me like that. Tanlang's mouth is poisonous, but he is not a bad person. How could he hurt you?" "What are you thinking, Lord?" Chu Wanning said lightly, "I was just thinking, since Elder Tanlang spent so much effort to create a pill that can let me regain my human form for a day, why didn't he just make a few more? If he needs them, he can just take them." "Ah, it's not that easy." Shui Zhenyong said, "The ingredients needed for this pill are very rare. He only made 3 pills before using them. It's not a long-term solution." "I see." Chu Wanning said, "I see. Thank you." "Ha ha." Shui Zhenyong waved his hand. "The two of you are actually quite similar. You both say bad things, but your hearts are not bad." Chu Wanning glanced at him but didn't say anything. She poured herself a cup of tea and swallowed the medicinal pill that would allow her to return to her former appearance. Shui Zhenyong was about to eat another piece of pastry, but Chu Wanning stopped him. "What?" The Lord was dissatisfied. Chu Wanning said, "It's mine." Shui Zhenyong, as night fell, the disciples of the Life and Death Summit arrived at the Mengpo lobby one after another. Every elder brought their disciples to sit together. Bread, dumplings, snowmen, and firelight mice shuttled through the crowd, helping them pass salt jars, chili powder, chopped green onions, and other miscellaneous items. Every table was bustling with noise and laughter. Only Elder Yuheng's table had all his disciples, but his master was absent. Shui Meng looked to the side and sighed. "I miss Shizun." Shamai said warmly, "Didn't Shizun write a letter a few days ago, telling us to enjoy the holidays and cultivate diligently in the peach blossom spring? When he comes out of seclusion, he will come and see us, right?" "That's true, but when will he come out of seclusion?" Just as he was sighing, he glanced listlessly at the entrance hall. Suddenly, he froze and sat up straight. Like a cat, he opened his eyes wide and looked toward the entrance of the Mengpo lobby. Shui Meng's face was flushed red, and his eyes were bright. He was so excited that he stuttered, "Yes, yes, yes." Mo Ran thought that one of the rare beasts raised by Elder Xuanji had come out to add to the fun. He felt that Shui Meng's knowledge was shallow and he was making a fuss over nothing. He could not help but laugh. "What's there to be surprised about? Look at you, it's like you've seen a deity. What's there to be surprised about?" He turned his head with a grin and looked up casually. He could not say the word strange, no matter what. Outside the open entrance of the lobby, Chu Wanning was wearing a white robe and a bright red cloak. He elegantly put away his oil paper umbrella and shook off the snow. Then, his eyelashes rolled up, revealing a pair of sharp and slender eyes. He glanced at them indifferently. When Mo Ran noticed it, he found that his heart was beating faster, his palms were sweating, and even his breathing had slowed down. The Mengpo lobby gradually quieted down. When Chu Wanning appeared in the Mengpo lobby, the disciples did not dare to make a ruckus. Moreover, he had been in seclusion for a long time. Now that he appeared in the middle of the snowy night of New Year's Eve, the frost and snow made his face look even more handsome, and the space between his eyebrows even darker. Mo Ran stood up and murmured, "Shizun, Shui Meng suddenly stood up and ran toward Chu Wanning like a kitten. He shouted, "Shizun," as he dove into Chu Wanning's arms. Chu Wanning's clothes were soaked in the snow and were extremely cold. But looking at Shui Meng's expression, it was as if he was hugging peach blossoms in March or charcoal in October. It was unbearably warm. He kept shouting, "Shizun, you've finally come out. I thought I couldn't see you before I left. You really do love us." "Shizun, Shizun." Shamai also went over and bowed respectfully. His face was full of joy. "Welcome, Shizun, you've come out of seclusion." Chu Wanning patted Shui Meng's head and nodded at Shamai. "I've come a bit late. Let's go. I'll stay up late with you." He sat at the table next to Shui Meng and across from Mo Ran. After the initial excitement and joy when Chu Wanning arrived, everyone returned to their old habits and sat upright like their Shizun. The table was eerily quiet. In the middle of the table were flour, meat, eggs, and other ingredients. There was also a brand new copper coin. Mo Ran was the best cook among them, so everyone decided to let him take command. "Then, I'll accept." Mo Ran smiled. "Do you know how to roll the dough?" No one made a sound. "Okay, I'll roll the dough." Mo Ran said, "Shamai, your wontons are the best. There's no difference between the stuffing of the dumplings. You can mix the stuffing." Shamai hesitated for a moment and said, There are some differences. I'm afraid I can't do it well." Chu Wanning said lightly, "It's fine as long as it's edible. Don't worry too much." Shamai smiled. "All right then. Shui Meng, you just have to help pass them some water or roll up their sleeves. Just don't be a hindrance." Shui Meng, as for Shizun, Mo Ran said with a smile, "Would Shizun like to sit and drink some tea?" Chu Wanning said coldly, "I'm making dumplings." "Ah." Mo Ran was shocked, thinking that he had gone deaf. "What are you going to do?" "I said, I'll make dumplings." Mo Ran, all of a sudden, he wished that he was deaf. 57. Who would have thought that even though Chu Wanning's dumplings were clumsy, the finished product was actually not bad. One by one, the round and cute dumplings were pinched out by his slender fingers and neatly stacked on the table. The three disciples couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "Shizun actually knows how to make dumplings, am I dreaming? It's pretty good." "Wow," their whispers naturally couldn't escape Chu Wanning's ears. Chu Wanning pursed his lips, his eyelashes fluttering. Even though his face was still expressionless, the tips of his ears were faintly red. Shui Meng couldn't hold back and asked, "Shizun, is this your first time making dumplings?" "Yes." "Then why does it look so good?" "It's just like making a mecha. It's just a few folds, what's so difficult about it?" Mo Ran looked at him from across the table, gradually lost in thought. In his previous life, the only time he saw Chu Wanning make noodles was after Shamai passed away. That day, Chu Wanning went to the kitchen and slowly made the wontons that Shamai was best at. But before he could put them into the pot, he was knocked to the ground by the irrational Mo Ran. The white wontons rolled all over the floor. Mo Ran didn't remember whether the wontons were flat or round, beautiful or ugly. He only remembered Chu Wanning's expression at that time, looking at him without saying a word, his cheeks still stained with flour. He looked so unfamiliar, a little lost, and even a little stupid. Mo Ran thought that he would get angry, but in the end, Chu Wanning didn't say anything. He only bent down, lowered his head, and silently picked up the stained wontons one by one. Then, he personally poured them out. At that time, what was Chu Wanning's mood? Mo Ran didn't know. He didn't want to think about it. In fact, he didn't dare to think about it. When the dumplings were ready, the little snowman took them to the kitchen to cook them. According to tradition, Chu Wanning sealed a copper coin inside. Whoever ate it would have good luck. The snowman quickly brought back the cooked dumplings. There was also a mixture of hot, sour, and vinegar on the wooden tray. Xue Meng said, "Shizun, eat first." Chu Wanning didn't refuse. He picked up a dumpling and put it in his bowl, but he didn't eat it. Instead, he picked up 3 more and gave them to Xue Meng, Mo Ran, and Shamai. "Happy New Year," Chu Wanning said lightly. His disciples were stunned for a moment before they smiled. "Master, Happy New Year." Coincidentally, it was only the first dumpling, and Mo Ran bit into a copper coin. He was so caught off guard that he almost lost half of his tooth. Shamai looked at his grimacing face and laughed. "Mo Ran will have good luck in the new year." Xue Meng said, "Tsk, lucky bastard." Mo Ran's eyes were brimming with tears. "Shizun, Li Jie got the dumplings too accurately." "Jie was the first one and I got it," Chu Wanning said, "Speak properly." Mo Ran said, "I bit the toe of the shoe." Chu Wanning was speechless. Mo Ran rubbed his cheeks and took a sip of the tea that Shamai handed to him. He finally calmed down and joked, "Ha ha, could it be that Shizun remembered which dumpling had a copper coin in it and deliberately knocked me over?" "You're dreaming, aren't you?" Chu Wanning said coldly. He then lowered his head and continued to eat. But Mo Ran didn't know if it was an illusion, but he saw that Chu Wanning's face seemed to be slightly red under the warm candlelight. After the dumplings, the head chef's sumptuous dinner was quickly brought out plate by plate. Chicken, duck, fish, and fish filled the table heavily. The Mengpo lobby was getting more and more lively. Xue Xinyong and Mrs. Wang sat at the head of the table and let the little snowmen give out generous red envelopes. A little snowman kept bumping into Chu Wanning's knee, and Shiziancheng's eyes stared at him. Chu Wanning was startled. "What, I got one too." He took the red packet and opened it. Inside was a handful of expensive gold leaves. He was speechless. He raised his head to look at Xue Xinyong, only to see the vulgar man looking at him with a smile. He even raised the wine cup in his hand and toasted him. So silly. But he also felt that Xue Xinyong was really, Chu Wanning stared at him for a while. He couldn't help but smile. He also raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. The gold leaves were distributed to his disciples. After 3 rounds of wine, the performances on the stage continued. The atmosphere at the table finally became lively. The main thing was that the 3 brats didn't seem to be afraid of him anymore. As for Chu Wanning, he was always able to drink 1,000 cups. "Shizun, shall I read your palm?" The first one to drink was Xue Meng, whose mind was a little muddled. He grabbed Chu Wanning's hand and looked at it carefully. If he didn't drink 3 cups of wine, he wouldn't dare to offend him like this even if he had 10 times the courage. His lifeline is long but intermittent. His body doesn't seem to be very good. Xue Meng mumbled. "He gets sick easily." Mo Ran laughed. "It's quite accurate." Chu Wanning glared at him. "His ring finger is long." "Shizun, you have a good fortune." The 3 lines come from the same source. The end of the love line leads to the intelligence line. Generally, people are willing to sacrifice for love. Xue Meng stared blankly for a while. He suddenly raised his head and asked, "Really?" Chu Wanning's face turned green. He gritted his teeth and said, "Xue Ziming, I think you're tired of living." However, the drunk Xue Meng didn't know it at all. She actually smiled and continued to read. Then she muttered, "There's more. The love line has an island-shaped pattern, and it's under the ring finger. Master, you don't have a good eye for people. Maybe you are blind." Chu Wanning couldn't take it anymore. He pulled his hand away angrily and was about to leave. Mo Ran laughed so hard that he was about to die. He held his stomach and laughed for a long time. Suddenly, he met Chu Waning's cold and stern gaze. He forced himself to stop laughing, but his ribs were throbbing with pain. Chu Waning said angrily, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Just as he was about to leave, Xue Meng grabbed his sleeve. Then, Mo Ran couldn't laugh anymore. Xue Meng pulled Chu Waning down in a daze and buried his head in Chu Waning's arms. He wrapped his arms around Chu Waning's waist and rubbed his forehead against Shizun's clothes. "Shizun." The soft voice of a youth carried a hint of coquettishness. "Don't go. Come, have another drink." Chu Waning looked like he was about to choke. "Xue Ziming. You're just messing around, let go of me." Unexpectedly, at this moment, the little snowman on the stage suddenly ran down, squeaking. It turned out that Elder Tanlang had finished his sword dance performance. According to the sequence, it should be Chu Waning's turn. This wasn't good. Everyone's gazes gathered on Chu Waning. Seeing Xue Meng actually daring to hug Elder Yu Heng's waist after getting drunk, burying himself in the other party's embrace and acting shamelessly, all the disciples were astonished to the extreme. Some of them even dropped their chopsticks as they stared fixedly at this corner. Chu Waning, for a moment, the situation was extremely awkward. Elder Yu Heng did not know whether to stand or sit. He could only stiffly allow Xue Meng to hug him. After a long period of silence, Mo Ran suddenly laughed dryly. "No, Xue Meng, you're already an adult, why are you still acting coquettishly?" As he said this, he reached out to pull him up. "Get up, don't cling on to Shizun." Xue Meng was not acting coquettishly on purpose. If he could remember this when he was sober, he would give himself 2 big slaps. But he was currently very drunk. Mo Ran forcefully dragged him for a long time before finally tearing him off Chu Waning. "Sit properly, look at this." "How many?" Xue Meng looked at Mo Ran's extended finger and frowned. 3. Mo Ran, Shamai couldn't help but laugh. He also teased him. "Who am I?" "You're Shamai." Xue Meng impatiently rolled his eyes. Mo Ran also joined in on the fun. "Then who am I?" Xue Meng stared at him for a while, then said, "You're a dog." Mo Ran said angrily, "Xue Ziming, I'm not done with you." Suddenly, at the table next to them, a disciple, either bold or drunk, pointed at Chu Waning and asked loudly with a smile, "Young master, look at him." "Who is he?" Xue Meng's alcohol tolerance was really low. He could not even sit properly. He leaned on the table and held his chin. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Waning for a long time. Chu Waning, Xue Meng, Chu Waning, Xue Meng. After a long stalemate, just when everyone thought that Xue Meng was about to fall asleep due to the alcohol, he suddenly smiled and tried to pull Chu Waning's sleeve again. "Brother immortal." These 4 words were loud and clear. All the disciples, but someone laughed out loud first. Then, everyone couldn't help it. No matter how bad Chu Waning's expression was and how bad his temper was, the law couldn't punish the majority. Everyone knew that no matter how unhappy he was, he couldn't use Heaven's Inquisition to slap everyone here, right? As a result, the bustling Meng Po Hall was filled with laughter. While eating and drinking, everyone was whispering to each other as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. "Ha ha, brother immortal. Elder Yu Heng is so handsome. He really does look like an immortal. If it were up to me, I would have to say something vulgar. Every time I see him, I can't help but think of a sentence." Someone asked, "What sentence?" "Except for the 3 feet of snow on the king's body, who else in the world is worthy of wearing white?" "Then you really are vulgar." Chu Waning's face turned from white to green, then from green to black. In the end, he decided to pretend to be calm and pretend that he didn't hear anything. After all, he was used to facing people's alienation and awe. This sudden enthusiasm expressed in the festive atmosphere and alcohol made him unable to resist and retreat. Faced with such a situation, he really didn't know how to react. He could only force himself to be calm. However, the faint crimson color around his ears betrayed his handsome face, which seemed to be frozen 3 feet deep. Mo Ran noticed it and pursed his lips. He didn't say anything, but for some reason, an annoying jealousy suddenly surged in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't know that Chu Wanning was handsome, but like everyone else, he also understood that even though Chu Wanning was handsome, that kind of handsomeness was more of a knife-like sharpness. When he wasn't smiling, he was always as cold as snow, making people not dare to approach him. In his dark and narrow-minded mind, Chu Wanning was like a plate of delicious crispy meat that was placed in a broken and dirty food box. The only person in the world who opened the food box and tasted the deliciousness inside was himself. He didn't need to worry that someone would discover this delicacy and taste it again. But tonight, in the warm fire of the stove, under the stimulation of the wine, there were so many pairs of eyes staring at the food box that no one cared about. Mo Ran suddenly became nervous. He wanted to firmly cover the food box, like swatting away annoying flies, and chase away these people who coveted his food. But he suddenly realized that in this life, this crispy meat wasn't his. He held the sparkling and translucent zips, so he didn't have the free time to chase away those greedy wolves. Mo Ran and the others didn't think that Chu Wanning would actually be like the other elders, seriously preparing a New Year's celebration program. He presented a guqin performance. The disciples' eyes were filled with worship, and someone whispered, "I really didn't think that Elder Yu Heng could play the guqin. And he played it especially well, I almost didn't know the taste of meat." Mo Ran didn't say anything as he sat in the same place. Xue Meng had already fallen asleep, leaning over the table, breathing steadily. Mo Ran took the wine pot in his hand and poured himself a full cup. He listened and drank while staring at the person on the stage. The irritation in his heart became stronger and stronger. In his previous life, Chu Wanning didn't play any songs at the New Year's Eve reunion banquet. The way he played the guqin was only seen by very, very few people. Probably because at that time, being put under house arrest by Mo Ran, Chu Wanning was really depressed in his heart. Seeing a guqin made of tung wood in the courtyard, he sat on the ground, closed his eyes and played the strings. The sound of the guqin was distant and lonely, attracting phoenixes and butterflies. When Mo Ran returned, he saw Chu Wanning sitting in the courtyard, indescribably calm, pure and noble. How did he treat him at that time? Ah, yes. He pressed him to the side of the guqin and manipulated him, directly violating this cold man in the courtyard. Mo Ran only cared about his own trembling and pleasure, not caring about how much pain Chu Wanning was in. He didn't even care that at that time, it was already past Ledong, and that Shizun, who was so afraid of the cold, had his clothes torn off. He was ravaged by him on the cold stone surface until he couldn't take it anymore and fainted. After recuperating for several months, he still couldn't recover his energy. At that time, Mo Ran said to him coldly, "Chu Wanning, in the future, you are not allowed to play the guqin in front of others. Do you know how you look when you play the guqin?" He pursed his lips, but couldn't find the right words, so he didn't continue. "How what?" It was clearly a dignified and peaceful appearance, but for some reason, it was so seductive that people couldn't control themselves. Chu Wanning didn't say a word. His lips were pale, his eyes were closed, and his eyebrows were sharp. Mo Ran raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, and stroked the space between his tightly knitted eyebrows. The Emperor Ta's movements seemed gentle, but his voice was still stern and emotionless. "If you don't listen, I will chain you to the bed. Other than sleeping with me, you can't do anything else. I will do as I say." How did Chu Wanning respond at that time? Mo Ran took another sip of wine, looked at the person on the stage, and thought gloomily. It seemed like he didn't say anything. It seemed like he opened his eyes and coldly said one word, "Get lost." He couldn't remember clearly. In that life, he had been entangled with Chu Wanning for such a long time. Many things were no longer so clear, no longer so sharp and clear. In the end, he actually only admitted one thing: Chu Wanning was his person. Even if he didn't like him, he should be the one to destroy him, to tear him to pieces. He would rather crush Chu Wanning's flesh and blood in his palm, like a wolf, tiger, or leopard chewing Chu Wanning's bones and digging out his internal organs, than to let others touch him. He wanted Chu Wanning's blood to breed his desire, his bones to grow his curse, and his body to flow with his passion. Wasn't he virtuous? And then? Didn't he still have to lie with his legs wide open, under the most evil person in the world, on the most violent tyrant's bed, and let the man's fiery blade take his life? He dirtied him, inside and outside. It was all dirty. How could it be so easy to put on the torn clothes? Mo Ran closed his eyes, his knuckles turned white, and his heart trembled. He thought about the past. His ears could no longer hear the lively cheers of New Year's Eve, nor could he hear Chu Wanning's relaxed zither music. There was only a cold, almost crazy voice left in his mind, like a vulture swooping down from the dust of the past, hovering for a long time. Hell is too cold. Chu Wanning, you came to accompany me. Yes, you are God, the light of others. Shuemeng, my Hanshue, the people of dawn are waiting for you to illuminate them. Grandmaster Chu, a sage. That voice laughed sweetly. It laughed and laughed, then suddenly became ruthless, like a soul that had been cut in half. It was as angry as thunder. But what about me? Have you illuminated me? Have you warmed me? I only have the scars you left on my body. Sage, Chu Wanning. I want your person, I want your life. You want to be their fire, I want to take you to my grave. You can only illuminate my bones, I want you to rot with me. Life and death is not up to you. Deafening cheers sounded. Mo Ran suddenly opened his eyes, his back drenched in cold sweat. The performance had already ended. All the disciples were enthusiastically clapping. Mo Ran sat among them, feeling his eyes go weak and pale. He looked at Chu Wanning holding the Paulonia zither and slowly walking down the wooden steps. At that moment, for the first time in his life, he suddenly felt so absurd. He suddenly felt that he was like a crazy demon in his previous life. In fact, Chu Wanning was not bad. Why did he do this? When the strong wine entered his throat, he was at a loss, at a loss, at a loss. In the end, he was drunk. 58. Mo Ran's alcohol tolerance was actually not bad. However, on this New Year's Eve, he was clearly anxious, but in order to pretend that nothing was wrong, he drank 5 jars of pear blossom white with a smile. In the end, he finally became a little dizzy. Shamai hurriedly carried him back. When he fell on the bed, Mo Ran's throat moved, wanting to call Shamai's name. However, habits were very scary. In the past so many years, the people by his side were not the white moonlight in his heart, but the mosquito blood that he was tired of seeing. As soon as he said it, he still called the person he thought he hated. Chu Wanning, it was muffled. Wanning. Shamai was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Chu Wanning, who was standing by the door. Chu Wanning had just carried Shuemeng back to the bedroom. At this time, he came in with a bowl of hangover soup, and just happened to hear Mo Rant's murmur. After he was stunned, he immediately believed that he had misheard. After all, Mo Ran called him Shizun. It was fine to call him Chu Wanning, but as for Wanning, he couldn't help but think of that time at the Red Lotus Pavilion, when the two of them slept in each other's arms. Mo Ran clearly called out Wanning's name in his sleep, and then covered his lips with a light kiss like a dragonfly skimming the water. Could it be that Mo Ran still had a little left in his heart? This thought was extinguished by him before he could think deeper. Chu Wanning had always been decisive and straightforward, but when it came to feelings, he thought, he was a wishy-washy coward. Shizun. Shamai's pair of beautiful and gentle eyes were somewhat suspicious, looking at him hesitantly. Actually, it's nothing. Since Shizun is here to take care of Mo Ran, then I will leave first. Chu Wanning said, wait a moment. Shizun has other instructions. Chu Wanning said, you are going to the Peach Blossom Spring tomorrow? Yeah. Chu Wanning was expressionless. After a while, he said, go and rest. We need to take care of each other, and, he paused for a moment before saying, remember to come back early. Shamai left. Chu Wanning walked to the bedside and helped Mo Ran up expressionlessly. He fed him spoonful after spoonful of hangover soup. Mo Ran didn't like the sour taste of the wine, so it didn't take long for him to spit it all out. After spitting it out, he sobered up a little. He opened his eyes and looked at Chu Wanning in a half-sober, half-drunk state. He mumbled, Shizun. Yes. I'm here. Pfft, for some reason, he laughed again. His dimples deepened, and then he said, brother immortal. Chu Wanning, after that, he fell asleep again. Chu Wanning was worried that he would catch a cold, so he stayed by his side and tucked him in from time to time. Outside the bedroom, many disciples were still awake. In the world of mortal cultivators, people had the habit of staying up late. Most of them were still in their rooms, telling jokes, playing pai gao, or casting spells. When the water in front of Danshin Palace ran out, it meant that the turn of the year had come. The disciples went out of their rooms and started to set off fireworks. The night sky was suddenly filled with silver flowers and firecrackers. Mo Ran was still in a daze when he was woken up by the deafening noise outside. He opened his eyes and held his throbbing forehead. He saw Chu Wanning sitting by his bed. There was not much expression on his calm and handsome face. Seeing that he was awake, he just said lightly, did I wake you up? Shizun, after he woke up, he couldn't help but tremble. Why was Chu Wanning by his side? Where was Shamai? Did he say something wrong in his sleep? Mo Ran was uneasy. He stole a glance at Chu Wanning's expression. Fortunately, Chu Wanning looked as if nothing had happened, which made him feel a little relieved. Firecrackers sounded outside. The two looked at each other awkwardly for a while. Chu Wanning asked, are you going to watch the fireworks? Mo Ran asked, where is Shamai? The two sentences were said almost at the same time. It was too late to regret it. Mo Ran was a little surprised. He opened his eyes slightly and stared at his face for a long time as if he had never seen him before. After a moment of silence, Chu Wanning got up as if he didn't care. When he pushed the door open, he turned half of his face and said, we have to stay up late. He should still be awake. You can go and find him. Sure enough, with his bad temper, even if he put all his courage on the line and stayed with him to watch the fireworks, he would only get rejected. If he had known, he wouldn't have asked. How embarrassing. Returning to the Red Lotus Waterside Pavilion, Chu Wanning sat alone under the perennially blooming begonia tree. Alone, he wore a cold cloak and looked at the bright fireworks in the sky. In the distance, the warm lights of his disciples' residence could be seen. Cheerful laughter could be heard, but it didn't have much to do with him. He should be used to it. But for some reason, his heart felt stifled. Perhaps it was because after seeing the excitement of others, it was especially uncomfortable to return to its own cold. He looked at the fireworks in silence, one after another. People were greeting each other with Happy New Year's Eve, 3 or 5 times. Chu Wanning leaned against the tree and closed his eyes tiredly. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly sensed that someone had broken into the barrier. His heart trembled slightly, but he didn't dare to open his eyes until he heard the sound of slightly panting breaths. He also heard the familiar sound of footsteps, which stopped not far away. There was a trace of hesitation in the young man's voice. Master. Chu Wanning, I'm leaving tomorrow. It will be a long time before he comes back. I don't think there's anything to do tonight, and I have to wake up early tomorrow. Shamai should already be asleep, so he won't stay up until the new year. The sound of footsteps rang out again. This time, it was even closer. It stopped a few feet away from him. Mo Ran said, so if you're still willing, He opened his mouth, but the rest of his sentence was covered by a huge cluster of lively fireworks. Chu Wanning opened his eyes and looked up, just in time to see the brilliant stars in the night sky, the silver frost flowers scattered little by little, the young and good-looking boy standing in front of him, 7 parts pity and 3 parts shame. Chu Wanning had always been arrogant, and he had always disdained the companionship of others because of sympathy. But at this time, when he looked at him, he suddenly felt that he couldn't say anything to refuse. It was probably because he was also bewitched by the wine. At this time, Chu Wanning felt his chest ache, but also warm. Since you're here, sit down. In the end, he said lightly, I'll watch with you. He looked up at the sky, his expression seemed indifferent, but the fingers in his sleeves were secretly curled up because of nervousness. He didn't dare to look at the person next to him, and only looked at the fireworks in the sky. The night was long, and the petals fell in profusion. Chu Wanning asked softly, these days, how have you been? Ian. Mo Ran said, I got to know a very cute little junior brother, and I told Master about it in the letter before. How's Master's injury? It's fine. Don't blame yourself. A firework burst with a bang, scattering into colorful splendor. That night, fireworks and silver flowers were everywhere, and the sound of firecrackers could be heard, and the snow was filled with a thin layer of smoke. They sat under the flower tree to wait for the new year. Chu Wanning didn't like to talk, so Mo Ran found a topic to chat with him. Towards the end, he was a little tired, and unknowingly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Mo Ran woke up and found that he was still under the flower tree, his head resting on Chu Wanning's knee, and his body was covered with a soft and thick firefox fur cloak. The cloak's fur was smooth, and the craftsmanship was exquisite. It was Chu Wanning's clothes to keep out the cold. Mo Ran was slightly startled, and looked up to see Chu Wanning sleeping soundly against the tree trunk. His eyelashes were drooping, and his long and soft eyelashes trembled slightly with his breathing, like a butterfly in the wind. They actually sat under the tree and slept like this yesterday. It shouldn't be. According to Chu Wanning's obsessive-compulsive temperament, no matter how tired he was, he would still go back to the house to sleep. Why would he be willing to sleep under the tree, and the fox fur cloak on him? Was he the one who put it on him? Mo Ran sat up. His black hair was a little messy, and his eyes were open. With Chu Wanning's cloak draped over him, he was somewhat at a loss for what to do. Yesterday, he wasn't too drunk. Although there were some things that he couldn't remember clearly, he could still roughly recall. As for why he took the initiative to run to the Red Lotus Pavilion to accompany Chu Wanning to wait for the new year, it was a decision he made when he was sober. He clearly used to hate this person, but when he heard him ask, "Are you going to see the fireworks?" when he saw him turn around and leave alone with his head down, he actually felt sad. He thought that since they wouldn't see each other for a long time, and the enmity in this life wasn't that deep. Chu Wanning was so lonely, it didn't matter if he occasionally stayed with him until dawn. So he openly came looking for him. Now that he looked back, he felt that he really was. Before he could finish his thoughts, Chu Wanning also woke up. Mo Ran mumbled, "Shizun." Yeah. The man who had just woken up frowned slightly and rubbed his forehead. "You haven't left yet." I just woke up." Mo Ran realized that his eloquent tongue would often stutter and get tongue-tied whenever he saw Chu Wanning's indifferent face. After a moment of silence, Mo Ran suddenly remembered that Chu Waning's cloak was still on him. He hurriedly took it off and hurriedly wrapped it around Chu Waning's shoulders. When he was putting the cloak on him, Mo Ran noticed that although Chu Waning was wearing 3 layers of clothes, without a coat to protect himself from the cold, he looked a little thin in the snow. This thought made him even more anxious. While he was fiddling with the tassels, he clumsily tied his fingers together. Mo Ran, Chu Waning glanced at him and reached out to undo it. He said indifferently, "I'll do it myself." "Okay." Then he hesitantly added another sentence. "Sorry." "It's nothing." Mo Ran stood up and hesitated for a moment. "Shizun, I'm going to pack my things and eat breakfast. After that, I'll leave." "Okay." "Are you going to eat together?" After saying that, he wanted to bite his tongue and commit suicide. What the hell? Why did he invite Chu Waning to go with him? Maybe it was because he saw the regret on Mo Ran's face after he asked that question. Chu Waning paused for a moment and said, "No need. You can go by yourself." Mo Ran was afraid that if he stayed a little longer, he would say something even more shocking. So he said, "Then I'll go first, Chu Waning, okay." After Mo Ran left, Chu Waning expressionlessly sat under the tree for a while. Then he held onto the tree trunk and slowly stood up, but he didn't move. His leg had been used as a pillow by Mo Ran for an entire night. He couldn't feel anything and couldn't walk at all. After standing under the tree for a long time and waiting for his blood circulation to recover, Chu Waning dragged his leg and limped back into the house. Sure enough, after sitting in the cold for an entire night, even if there was no snow on the ground under the cover of the crabapple tree, he still caught a cold. Achoo! He sneezed and the corners of his eyes immediately turned red. When he took a handkerchief to cover his nose, Chu Waning thought to himself, "I'm going to die. I think I caught a cold, Elder Yuheng." Sitting on 3 divine weapons, the #1 grandmaster in the cultivation world that all sects fought over. When Heaven's Inquisition appeared, the 4 seas were shocked and the white robe appeared. Such a powerful figure, it could be said that he was the strongest martial artist of this generation. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful a person was, he had a weakness. Chu Waning's weakness was that he was afraid of the cold. Once he was cold, he would easily have a headache and a fever. So, on the day that Mo Ran and Shamai left the peak of life and death, not only did Grandmaster Chu's medicine disappear and become weak again, he also began to sneeze and have a runny nose. So on this afternoon, when the Feathermen came to pick people up, they received the healthy Shui Meng, Mo Ran, Shamai and a pitiful little martial brother, Xia Xianai, who didn't live in a Chu. 59, they had no choice. Even if their junior brother was sneezing, they still had to leave. The Feathermen took them east to the port of the Yangtze River. They summoned a boat that could sail on its own and set it on the sea under the protection of the enchantment. That night, Mo Ran got rid of his master for the first time and spent time with Shamai outside. But strangely, he didn't seem as excited as he expected. Shui Meng and Xia Sini were already asleep. Mo Ran lay on the deck alone with his arms behind his head and looked at the stars in the sky. Shamai came out of the cabin and took some dried fish that he bought from the fisherman. He sat beside Mo Ran and the two of them chatted while eating the dried fish. Mo Ran, if we go to the Peach Blossom Spring, we might not be able to make it to the Holy Mountain Sword Conference. I don't care, but you and the young master are both very powerful people. Won't you regret missing the opportunity to show your talent? Mo Ran turned his head and smiled. What's the big deal? Reputation is nothing. If we go to the Peach Blossom Spring and learn some skills, we can protect the important people. That's more important than anything else. Shamai's eyes were bright. He said gently, "If Master knows that you can think like this, he will be very happy. What about you? Are you happy?" "Of course I'm happy." The waves hit the boat and the wooden boat rocked on the sea. Moran lay on his side and looked at Shamai for a while. He wanted to tease him, but he didn't know how to start. In his eyes, Shamai was really unattainable and pure. Maybe it was because he was too pure. He would have lustful thoughts when he was with Chu Warning, but he wouldn't have them when he was with Shamai. Moran was in a daze for a while. Shamai felt that he was looking at him, so he turned his head and tucked his long hair behind his ear. He smiled. "What's wrong?" Moran blushed. He turned his head and said, "Nothing." He wanted to use this opportunity to carefully confess to Shamai. However, the words were at the tip of his tongue several times, but he couldn't open his mouth. Confession. And then? Facing such a clean and gentle person, Moran couldn't be rude or forceful. He was afraid of being rejected. Even if he was accepted, he was afraid that he wouldn't know how to get along with Shamai. After all, in his previous life, he had handled his short-lived relationship with Shamai very poorly. Apart from that intimate moment in the Ghost MC's illusion, he had never even kissed her. Not to mention what he had experienced in this life, he wasn't even sure if the person in the illusion was Chu Warning or Shamai. Shamai was still smiling. "But you seem to have something to say to me." Moran's heart warmed. For a moment, it seemed like he wanted to recklessly break through this layer of paper. But for some reason, a pure white figure suddenly flashed in front of him. He had a thin face and did not like to smile. He was always alone and looked very lonely. Suddenly, his throat seemed to be blocked, and he could no longer speak. Moran turned his head and stared at the starry night sky. After a while, he quietly said, "Shamai, you are very important to me." "Yes. I know, you are also important to me." Moran said again, "Did you know? I had a nightmare before. In the dream, you were not there. I was very sad." Shamai smiled. "You are quite silly." Moran. "I will protect you." "Okay, then I will thank my good junior brother first." Moran's heart moved. He couldn't help but say, Shamai gently asked, "What else do you want to say?" The sound of the waves was very loud, and the boat was very bumpy. Shamai quietly looked at him, as if waiting for him to say the last sentence. But Moran closed his eyes. "Nothing. The night is cold. Go back to the cabin and sleep." Shamai was silent for a while. He then asked, "What about you?" Moran was really stupid sometimes. "I look at the stars and feel the wind." Shamai didn't move. After a while, he smiled. "Okay, then I will go. You should rest early." He turned around and left. The boat sailed on the sea, the sky high and the clouds wide. The guy lying on the deck had no idea what he had missed. He was actually a little absent-minded, and had been trying to dig out the true feelings in the depths of his heart. He pondered for a long time, but because he was too simple-minded, he still couldn't think of a reason when the sky turned white. He and Shamai spent day and night together, and their feelings for each other were very deep. Moran thought that when the two were alone, he would be impatient to confess to Shamai. But when the boat reached the bridge, he found that this was not the case. Perhaps he was too clumsy. If he rashly confessed to Shamai at this time, he would definitely scare him. Even if he didn't scare him, he wouldn't be able to talk about this relationship. Between Shamai and him, he seemed to be more used to this kind of hazy ambiguity. Sometimes when he had a strange thought, he would inadvertently hold the other's hand, and the gentleness in his chest would overflow like honey. This feeling was very natural, and he didn't want to break it immediately. When he returned to the cabin very late, everyone was already asleep. Moran lay back on the bench and looked at the night sky through the narrow skylight. Chu Warning's figure slowly appeared in his mind. Sometimes he closed his eyes and didn't speak. Sometimes he had a fierce expression on his face. Of course, Mo Ran also thought of that person curled up and sleeping. He was docile and lonely, like a sleeping begonia that no one cared about because it bloomed too high. Hatred aside, Chu Waning's entanglement with him in his previous life was deeper than anyone else's in this world. He took many firsts from Chu Waning, whether the other was willing or not. For example, the first kiss, the first time he cooked, the first time he shed tears. And also Chu Waning's first night. Damn it. Thinking of this made his whole body heat up and his blood rush down. In contrast, he also gave Chu Waning some of his firsts, whether the other was willing or not. For example, the first time he became a disciple, the first time he coaxed him, the first time he gave him flowers. The first time he was thoroughly disappointed in someone. And the first time he was moved. Yes, the first time he was moved. When he came to the peak of life and death, the first person he took a fancy to wasn't Shimai, but Chu Waning. That day under the begonia tree, the white-clothed youth was so beautiful that Mo Ran felt that he wouldn't want anyone else to be his master except for this person. But from which moment did everything change? When did the person he cared about become Shimai, and the person he hated became his master? He carefully thought about it these past few months, and then he felt that it should be after that misunderstanding. That was the first time he was punished by Chu Waning with a willow vine. The 15-year-old youth returned to his bedroom with scars all over his body. He curled up on his bed alone, his throat choked and the corners of his eyes wet. The wound on his back was secondary. What made him sad was his master's cold expression. When Heaven's Inquisition fell, it was like whipping a stray dog, without the slightest bit of mercy. He did steal the begonia in the medicinal garden, but he didn't know how precious that begonia was. He also didn't know how much effort Madame Wang had put in, waiting for 5 years for one to bloom. He only knew that when he returned that night, he saw a white flower lying on the branch. The flower petals were cold, fragrant and faint. He looked up and admired it for a moment, then thought of his master. At that moment, he didn't know why, but there was an indescribable throbbing in his heart. It seemed that even his fingertips couldn't help but slightly heat up. Before he could react, he had already carefully plucked the flower. His movements were gentle, afraid that he would touch even a drop of dew on the petals. Through the thick curtain of his eyelashes, he looked at the begonia under the moonlight. He didn't know that at that moment, the tenderness and love he left for Chu Waning was so pure. In the next 10 years, 20 years, until his death, there would be no more. Before he could give the flower to his master, he was bumped into by Xue Meng, who happened to come to pick herbs for his mother. The young master angrily sent him to his master. Chu Waning looked back, his eyes cold and sharp. He glanced at Mo Ran's face and asked him if he had anything to say. Mo Ran said, "I plucked the flower to give it to." He was still holding the spring sleep begonia in his hand, condensed with frost and dew, indescribably cold and charming. But Chu Waning's eyes were too cold, so cold that the lava-like heat in his heart cooled down inch by inch. The word, "you," could no longer come out of his mouth. He was too familiar with this feeling. Before he returned to the peak of life and death, when he was short and thin, shuttling between Liling and his benefactor, he spent every day with this kind of gaze, that kind of contempt, that kind of disdain. Mo Ran suddenly shivered and shuddered. Could it be that Shizun actually looked down on him? Facing Chu Waning's cold questioning, Mo Ran only felt his heart turn cold. He lowered his head and said in a low voice, "I have nothing to say." It was a foregone conclusion. Because of this begonia, Chu Waning hit him with 40 vines. Until Mo Ran's initial kindness to him was shattered. But at that time, if Mo Ran was willing to explain a little more, if at that time, Chu Waning was willing to ask a little more, then maybe everything would have been different. This pair of master and disciple, maybe they wouldn't have taken the first step into eternal damnation. But, there weren't so many IFS. And it was also at this juncture that the warm Shimai appeared by his side. After returning from Chu Waning's place, Mo Ran didn't eat. He curled up on the bed and didn't turn on the light. Shimai pushed open the door and entered, and saw this kind of stiff figure in the dark. He gently put the red oil dragon wok on the table, then walked to the bed and called out in a gentle voice, "Mo Ran." At that time, Mo Ran didn't have deep feelings for Shimai. He didn't even turn his head, his blood-red eyes still staring at the wall. When he opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse and heavy. "Get out. I'm here to send you, get out. Mo Ran, don't be like this. Shizun's temper is bad, but it's fine once you get used to it. Get up and eat something." Mo Ran was as stubborn as a donkey that couldn't be dragged back by 10 horses. "No, I'm not hungry. You should at least eat something to fill your stomach. If you don't eat, Shizun will be angry when she finds out." Before she could finish her words, Mo Ran suddenly sat up. Her eyes were filled with grievance and anger, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Angry? What was he angry about? My mouth is on my face. What does it have to do with him whether I eat or not? In fact, he didn't want me as a disciple at all. It would be best if I starved to death. Even if I starved to death, Master wouldn't have to worry about me, and that would make him happy. Shimai, he didn't expect that his words would touch Mo Ran's sore spot. For a moment, he was at a loss. He could only stare blankly at his junior brother. After a long time, Mo Ran's emotions calmed down. He lowered his head, his long hair covering half of his face. Mo Ran said, "Sorry." Shimai couldn't see his face clearly. He could only see that his shoulders were trembling, his fingers were clenched into fists, and the veins on the back of his hands were pale green. After all, a 15-year-old boy was still too childish. After a while, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He curled up, hugged his knees, and buried his head in crying. His voice was broken, hoarse, and intermittent. It was filled with madness, confusion, pain, and sorrow. He let out a heart-wrenching cry as he repeated the same words over and over again. "I just want to have a family, these 15 years. I really, really just want to have a family. Why do you look down on me? Why do you look down on me? Why do you look down on me? Why do you all look down on me?" He cried for a long time. Shimai sat with him for a long time. When Mo Ran was done crying, Shimai handed him a clean white handkerchief and brought over a bowl of cold red oil. Shimai said warmly, "Don't say things like starving to death. Since you've returned to the peak of life and death and become Shifu's disciple, you're my junior brother. I lost my parents when I was young. If you're willing, you can treat me as your family. Come, let's eat. This bowl of rice was made by me. Even if you don't want to give Shifu face, you should at least give me face, right?" Shimai slightly curved his lips. He scooped up a crystal-clear bowl of rice and brought it to Mo Ran's lips. "Have a taste." Mo Ran's eyes were still red. He opened his eyes full of tears and looked at the person beside the bed. He finally let go of his mouth and let the gentle boy feed him the food. In fact, that bowl of rice was already cold. He had also soaked his head, so he missed the best time to eat it. But at that moment, under the candlelight, it was this bowl of food that was delivered from afar. Accompanied by that peerless beauty and gentle face, it was instantly engraved in his heart. In life and in death, it was unforgettable. It was probably from that night onwards. His hatred for Shifu grew deeper and deeper. And it was also from that day onwards that he firmly believed that Shimai was the most important person in his life. After all, people were greedy for warmth. Especially a stray dog that was frozen to death. When it saw salt, it would shiver. It was afraid of snowflakes floating down. It was afraid of the coming winter. The Emperor Ta looked grand, but only he knew in his heart. In fact, he was really just a stray dog. This stray dog had been looking for a place to curl up and shelter, a place that could be called home. However, he had searched for 15 years and could not find it no matter how hard he tried. So, his love and hate became very simple and laughable. Someone had beaten him with a stick, and he hated that person. Someone gave him a bowl of meat soup, and he fell in love. He was just a little bit promising. 60. The ship cast an immortal spell and moved quickly. They arrived at the port of Yangju the next morning. There were already immortal envoys waiting for them at the port, and several horses were stationed there. Everyone ate breakfast at the port. The feathermen didn't need to eat, so they sat at the port and closed their eyes to rest. It was just dawn, so there weren't many merchants and pedestrians, but the boatmen were already up. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to eat porridge and steamed buns. They even looked at them curiously from time to time. The burly men in brown clothes sipped their porridge, and sporadic discussions drifted into Morant's ears. Hey, I recognize their clothes. They are from the lower cultivation world. The lower cultivation world is so far away, and they don't interact with the sects here. How do you know? Look at the insignia on their wristbands. Isn't it the same as the one on the God of Night? Are you talking about the exorcist wood armor? Someone glanced at Shui Meng's sleeve and chewed on a pickled vegetable. He exclaimed, "Oh, it's true. Then who made the God of Night?" "I heard it was made by Elder Yuheng from the Peak of Life and Death." "Who is this Elder Yuheng? Is he as powerful as our Lone Moon Knight sect master Jiang?" I don't know. Who can say for sure about the matters of immortal cultivators?" The boatman spoke in heavy tones. Mo Ran and the rest couldn't understand, but Chu Wanning could understand what they were saying. He knew that the God of Night he made had been successfully sold among the people, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. Thus, he planned to make more light and easy to use wooden oxen and horses when he returned to do some good deeds. Early in the morning, the group of people galloped their horses and arrived in front of Mount Jiuhua in less than 4 hours. It was still early in the morning, the winter sun had just risen high in the sky. 10,000 strands of golden light fell down like fine gauze, soaking the snowy peaks and making them sparkling and translucent. On the foot of the peak, hundreds of green cypresses and pines stood in the frost all year round. They looked like great hermits with their sleeves down and eyes closed, standing quietly on both sides of the mountain path. The mortals at the top of Nine Radiance Peak called it the Otherworld, and it wasn't a lie. The feathermen blew 3 whistles at the foot of the mountain. A golden sparrow with beautiful feathers flew down from the snowy mountain. The crowd followed the golden sparrow's guidance all the way to the west and came to a rapid waterfall. "Immortal monarchs, please step back." The leader of the feathermen stood at the front, his 5 fingers twirling a flower, silently chanting a spell. All of a sudden, she pursed her lips and gently exhaled into the wind. A fire dragon soared into the sky and attacked the waterfall, splitting the water curtain in half. The featherman turned around and said with a smile, "Everyone, please move to the Peach Blossom Spring." They followed the feathermen and passed through the water curtain. After passing through the enchantment, the scene before their eyes suddenly opened up. They saw that this place was vast and boundless. It was actually like another 3,000 feet wide soft red. The Peach Blossom Spring was a grotto heaven that didn't have much to do with the cultivation world. Although it couldn't be compared to the real celestial world and couldn't be compared to the God world, it was still full of spiritual energy. The mountains and rivers in the spring were like freehand ink painting. The colors were elegant and faint. After walking for a while, they realized that the 4 seasons were changing without a fixed number. The group was led by the feathermen. They first passed through the wilderness and saw the surging river and the sound of apes on both sides. When they reached the outskirts of the city, they saw crisscrossing paths and wheat glowing on the ridges of the fields. Finally, they arrived at the city. The pavilions were neat and tidy, and the eaves were high. The main city of Peach Blossom Spring was grand and beautiful. Its city walls were big and well-equipped, and it was different from the prosperity of the mortal world. It was just that the falling flowers and the flying snow danced in the sky, and the jadebirds and red-crowned cranes flew together. The feathermen passing by were all handsome and graceful, and they were like peerless fairies that walked leisurely out of a painting. However, although Xue Meng and the rest found such a beautiful scene to be quite novel, they didn't make too much of a fuss because they had already seen the strange scene of the Jinqing pool. When they reached a fork in the road, they saw a featherman wearing a white robe embroidered with golden phoenixes standing beside a towering tree. The flame mark on her forehead was deeper than the others, which meant that her magic power was far above the other feathermen. The immortal envoy who led the way brought everyone in front of her. Then, she bent her knees and bowed, saying, "Great immortal master, the 4 immortal monarchs at the peak of life and death have arrived. You've worked hard. You may leave." "Yes." The beautifully dressed featherman smiled slightly, and her voice was as moving as the clear cry of a young phoenix. "My name is 18, and I am favored by my family's immortal. I am the great immortal master of the Peach Blossom Spring. I am very fortunate that everyone is willing to give me the honor of coming to cultivate in my humble school. During this period of time, if there is anything wrong with your hospitality, I hope that you will be magnanimous and speak frankly." She was so beautiful, and her speech was so polite. She really left a good impression on people. Although Xue Meng didn't like the appearance of a man more than himself, he was at the age where he knew how to appreciate beauty, so he naturally didn't dislike beautiful women. Therefore, he smiled and said, "Immortal Master is too polite, but the name 18 is really weird. What is your surname?" 18 said gently, "I don't have a surname, so I am called 18. Mo Ran laughed and said, "If you are called 18, then is there someone called 17? He was just joking, but who knew that 18 couldn't help but smile when she heard it. "Immortal Master is smart, 17 is my elder sister." Mo Ran, 18 explained, "We feathermen were born from the feathers of the vermilion bird deity. When our cultivation is low, we are usually in the shape of a crested ibis. The first one to transform was my family's immortal. The rest of the feathermen were named 1, 2. I am the 18th, so I am called 18. After hearing this, Mo Ren couldn't help but be speechless. He thought that Xue Xingyang's naming was bad enough, but he didn't expect that there was an even worse one, which was to play with counting. But then, 18 told him a piece of news that made him even more furious. Let's talk about serious matters first. Immortal Masters, this is your first time here, so you don't know the cultivation rules of the Peach Blossom Spring. 18 said, cultivation in the mortal world has been divided by sects for hundreds of years. But it is different here. We feathermen have a clear division of labor. There are those who specialize in defense, those who specialize in attack, and those who specialize in healing. There are a total of 3 types. Your cultivation will also be carried out according to these 3 types. Mo Ran smiled and said, that's good. 18 nodded at him and said, thank you for agreeing, Immortal Master. You have to know that a few days ago, the cultivators from Lone Moon's Night also came, but when they heard about this cultivation method, they frowned. Mo Ran said curiously, defense is defense, attack is attack, and healing is healing. Isn't it good to be so simple and clear? What are they dissatisfied with? 18 said, it's like this. Lone Moon's Knight has a young Master Duan who belongs to the defense category, so he has to stay with the other immortal masters. His senior sister belongs to the attack category, so she has to stay with the other immortal masters. Although I don't really understand the emotions of mortals, I can see that the young master is unwilling to be separated from his senior sister. Ha ha, So what? Wait, what did you say? Mo Ran was laughing when he suddenly realized something and opened his eyes wide. Not only do people of different attributes have to cultivate separately, they also have to stay separately. 18 didn't know why his expression suddenly changed. She said blankly, yes. Mo Ran's face turned green. What kind of joke is this? An hour later, Mo Ran, who had failed to bargain with 18, stood in a daze in a spacious courtyard and fell into a long silence. He, Xuemeng, and Xia Sai and I belonged to the attack category, so they were assigned to the east side of the Peach Blossom Spring. The so-called east side didn't refer to a small area, but to the living quarters of the attack immortal masters. There were more than 20 courtyards like this where the four of them stayed. There were also mountains, lakes, alleys, streets, and markets. The construction was very similar to the mortal world. It was probably because they knew that they would be staying here for a long time, so they could relieve their homesickness. As for Shamai, because he belonged to the healing category, he went to the southern part of the Peach Blossom Spring. He was far away from Mo Ran's living quarters, and there was a barrier between them. He had to rely on a token to pass through. This meant that although Mo Ran and Shamai were in the Peach Blossom Spring together, except for the cultivation method of the feather men that the immortal masters of the three attributes practiced together every day, he didn't have any chance to meet them. This wasn't the worst part. Mo Ran suddenly raised his eyes. Through the curtain of his thick eyelashes, he looked at Xuemeng, who was walking back and forth in the courtyard. It was obvious that he was planning to choose the most comfortable living quarters for himself. The veins on his forehead couldn't help but throb. Xuemeng, that's right. Mother Fasteriska, from today onwards, he had to live in the same courtyard as Xuemeng every day. Of the 8 hardships of life, love, separation, and resentment, he might experience them very thoroughly in the coming days. The Feathermen had been chosen from the upper cultivation world to the lower cultivation world, and the peak of life and death was coming to an end. Because of this, the people from the other sects had arrived earlier than them. Xuemeng soon discovered that in the courtyard where they were staying, there was a small house that already had an owner. That's strange. I wonder who's already living here. As Xuemeng spoke, he glanced at the mattress that was drying in the courtyard. Mo Ran said, no matter who it is, they shouldn't be someone who cares about every little thing. What do you mean? Mo Ran said, let me ask you, which room did you choose to live in? Xuemeng's expression became very alert. What do you want to do? I've already chosen a room, the one facing the south is mine. If you want to snatch it from me, I'll. Before he could figure out what he was going to do, Mo Ran interrupted him with a smile. I don't like rooms that are too big, so I won't snatch it from you. But I want to ask you, if this room is still empty. As he said this, he pointed at the small house that someone had already moved into, then asked, are you willing to exchange with him? Xuemeng first looked at the simple thatched cottage, then glared at Mo Ran. Do you think I'm stupid? Of course I won't exchange. Mo Ran laughed. That's why I said that person doesn't care about every little thing. Look, when he came here, all 4 rooms here were empty, but he didn't choose the best one, and only chose this small thatched cottage. If this person isn't a fool, then he's a modest gentleman. This analysis wasn't wrong, but Xuemeng felt like Mo Ran had stabbed him in the face with a knife hidden in his smile. If he was a gentleman and didn't want to live in a good room and chose to sleep in a shabby thatched cottage, then wouldn't Xuemeng be a stingy person? But Mo Ran didn't mention Xuemeng at all, so Xuemeng couldn't scold him, and couldn't bear it, so his face turned red. Anyway, I'm used to living in a good place. Xuemeng held his breath and said with a calm face, I'm not used to living in a shabby place, so whoever wants to be a gentleman can go ahead. I don't care. When he finished speaking, he left. And so, in this side courtyard, the 4 different rooms all had owners. Xuemeng chose the one in the north, with white walls and black tiles, and a gilded door. It was the most luxurious room. Mo Ran chose a small stone house on the west side. There was a peach blossom tree at the door, and it was in full bloom. Chu Wanning chose the one in the east, with a bamboo building. Under the setting sun, the warm green bamboo was like jade emitting a brilliance. And the one living in the shabby thatched cottage in the south was the gentleman he had never met before. Chu Wanning hadn't recovered from his cold, so he was very dizzy. He went to the bamboo building early to rest. Xue Meng accompanied him for a while, but this little martial brother didn't know how to act spoiled, nor did he like to listen to stories. He just wrapped himself up like a small dumpling and slept by himself. Xue Meng sat on the edge of the bed for a while, but found it boring, so he patted his butt and left. In the courtyard, Mo Ran came out with a chair. He crossed his legs and rested his head on his arms, leisurely watching the golden crow set in the west, and the last rays of the sun peeled away. Seeing Xue Meng come out, he asked, "Is Martial Brother Xie asleep?" "Yes." "Has his fever gone down?" "If you care about him, why don't you go in and take a look yourself?" Mo Ran laughed, "I'm afraid the little guy isn't sleeping well, so I'll be clumsy and wake him up." Xue Meng glanced at him and said, "It's rare for you to have some self-awareness. I thought you'd be like my mother's cats and dogs, enjoying the shade in the courtyard and slacking off." "Ha ha, how do you know I'm slacking off?" Mo Ran played with a peach blossom between his fingers and looked up with a smile. "While I was sitting in the courtyard, I discovered a big secret." Xue Meng obviously didn't want to ask, but he was curious. After a long time, he still kept a straight face and pretended not to care, muttering, "What big secret?" Mo Ran waved at him and narrowed his eyes. "Come closer, I'll tell you quietly." Xue Meng reluctantly moved his ear closer. Mo Ran came closer and laughed in a low voice, "Ha ha, you've been fooled, silly Meng Meng." Xue Meng suddenly opened his eyes wide and flew into a rage. He grabbed Mo Ran's collar. "You lied to me. Aren't you childish?" Mo Ran laughed. "How did I lie to you? I really did discover a secret, but I really didn't want to tell you." Xue Meng frowned. "If I believe you again, I'm really an idiot." The two of them played like birds pecking at a dog. Mo Ran was about to say something to make the other even angrier when he suddenly heard a strange voice behind him. "Hem," he said with some doubt, then said, "Are the two of you new cultivators?" This person's voice was clear and bright. It was much smoother than the voice of an ordinary youth. Mo Ran and Xue Meng both turned around and saw a man dressed in martial arts clothes standing in the red light of the setting sun. The man's facial features were deep, his eyebrows were dark, and his hair was tied up with a black jade crown. His honey-colored face was handsome and spirited. Although his body wasn't tall and big, his posture was very tall and straight, even taller than the pine trees and cypresses. Especially his long legs, which were tightly wrapped by black trousers, looked slender and powerful, straight and heroic. Mo Ran's expression changed in an instant. It was as if the blood and sin of a previous lifetime flashed in front of his eyes. He seemed to see a figure kneeling in the rain of blood. His shoulder blades were pierced, and half of the flesh on his face was torn away. But he would rather die than surrender. His heart trembled, like a drop of crystal clear dew falling on a leaf. Mo Ran didn't know what to feel. If there was anyone he admired in his previous life, then the person in front of him was definitely one of them. So the windswept gentleman who was going to live with them was actually him.